Hawaiian winter nears its peak as the WSL Championship Tour returns to Oahu's North Shore to begin a new season. Along the 7-mile miracle, one wave stands above all others.
We are at Ehukai Beach Park, home of the wave known as Pipeline.
It is the scariest wave in the world.
You have to have quite a bit of respect for the pipeline. And if you don't, sometimes that wave's going to slap you down hard.
Here he is, look at that back door, Kate. Oh my Lord, have mercy.
Yeah, what a day.
Throughout history, pipe champions have given us iconic performances.
This is like everything I ever dreamed of. Pipelines for the girls.
As surfing's elite prepare for a new year, their first challenge could be the toughest.
Yeah.
Absolutely charging.
It's a new era on the championship tour.
It honestly is bringing tears to my eyes. This is history being made right now.
Looking for the exit.
Who will be crowned at this year's Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI?
Pipeline's super scary, but the wave of your life is out there.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Pipeline. Edgar Grosjean, Liam O'Brien checking out the conditions this morning, along with Matthew McGillivray. School's in session. Welcome back to the World Surf League Championship Tour. All the world's best checking in with the beach marshal, Raymond Cheeto, to get the rules for the day. It's on. Men's opening round and women's opening round for a big Wednesday here on the North Shore of Oahu. 30-minute heats, no restarts. Let's get right into it. Joe Turpel, Ross Williams, Strider Wazalewski. Morning, Ross. I really loved your update with Dave Proden the other day, kind of putting us all into perspective. As we know, we always think of 10-foot pipe bombs, but this reef is really versatile, and we could have a lot of fun action today.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about competing on the North Shore, and especially at Pipe. It's got a million different faces, different swells, and different wind, and it keeps all the surfers on their toes. And, you know, looking over our shoulder, though, the waves are better than I thought they would be. It's actually almost like normal backdoor out there. The guys are getting pitted.
And we just counted down the start of the very first heat of the season. Strider Wazalewski, look at this view.
Yeah, it's looking beautiful. I was just thinking about the rookies coming into this event. You have these big dreams and hopes and aspirations of Pipeline and how scary and heavy the wave is. Really, the backdoor right now, you could get one of the waves of your life as a rookie out at Pipeline at backdoor, because you don't really have the opportunity to catch a lot of waves out there. Now you're out there by yourself, basically. You know, you're going to have the runway, and these guys are going to get really piped, I think.
Yago Dora, a serious headliner in this matchup, and we've just seen him improve drastically since his rookie debut. And even those wild cards where he had success, his first couple of years, he was finishing in the 20-plus mark on the rankings. Yeah. That's all gone. Ross, last 2 seasons, 7th, then 6th. If he continues on this streak, he'll be competing for a world title at Cloudbreak this year.
He's running out of space. Yeah, he's got to keep going up. He's one of my favorite surfers. He's a lot of people's favorite surfer. He's stylish. He's got all the tools in the shed. And here we go.
First wave of the season will go to Yago. Silky smooth, goofy foot from Florianopolis in Brazil will step off into the white water. So look for a lot of mix of high performance, some barrels today. Nice clean conditions after a shredded onshore lineup the last couple of days. So Renato Hickel sent out a message early this morning that he wanted to run a massive day of competition. Yago getting on the board.
I did catch up with Luli when we were getting some eggs and some toast over here at the zone, and our head judge, and he mentioned, I was curious. I said, how much merit is there in a big set wave today as opposed to like a backup score? Is there a big separation for like a small barrel as opposed to maneuvers and stuff like that? And he did say, yes, there's still going to be a lot of credit saved for big set waves because there is some critical barrels out there. But their eyes are wide open for maneuvers, even for big airs. They want surfers to be able to surf their way out of heats. And so as opposed to normal pipeline where you're stuck with just waiting for a big set wave and a barrel, you can surf today. You can do big maneuvers and win your heat.
Let's catch up with one of the greats from California. Lakey Peterson's hanging out with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Joey. Lakey got out of the water this morning, had a chance to experience these conditions. Describe them for us.
Yeah, it's really beautiful today. The offshore wind is back, which is a really good thing. We've been waiting for that. And obviously it's not huge, scary pipeline, but it's really fun. There's a lot of little rights at backdoor, nice turns, and then the occasional barrel. So I actually think it'll be a really good day of competition. There's a lot of waves too, or at least there was in the free surf. So hopefully people are riding waves.
And we have a big day today, men's opening round, then getting into the women's opening round. Your heat 4 in that one. How do you expect the conditions to develop throughout the day?
I think it'll stay pretty similar. I think the wind will just puff up a little bit more than what it is now, which is fine as long as it's from that like offshore direction. So I think it'll still be fun. Definitely gonna choose a board I can still turn on because I think today that'll come into play a lot. So we'll see. Yeah.
And we're so excited to get you started with this 2025 season, getting the wild card this year. What is the biggest thing you want to showcase about your surfing here at Pipeline?
Geez, I just want to enjoy it all. I definitely had a lot of time off, which was really nice, and thankful to be here this year and receive the wild card to compete and give it a good crack. But I think for me, it's more about enjoying the journey and doing the best surfing that I can do. It's sort of less results based. Hopefully that leads to great results. And there's a lot I want to achieve, but yeah, just want to enjoy it and show the world how I can surf.
Looking forward to it, Lakey. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Back
Thanks
to you.
so much, AJ and Lakey Peterson. Always great to catch up with Lakey. What an all-star. She's been involved in the title race in the past, has won all over the world, has pushed herself in heavy water waves, and is just a true all-star veteran of the tour. She does have heat 4, which looks like it will be the last heat of the day, so almost getting through the opening round for the women. But Lakey will be with world champ Tyler Wright and also Costa Rica's Brisa Hennessy. Meanwhile, getting coned. Edgard, the rookie on tour, was.
Yeah, looking like a comfortable little position right there. I mean, like we were talking about earlier, there are some really nice little backdoor nuggets, and positioning is everything today. Being deep enough to get behind that curtain and disappear as much as possible, which he did right there for a second. So nice little score for him, going to drop, and there's opportunity out of the end of the barrel as well for some maneuvers. So that's great.
How'd you like the setup, Ross?
Yeah, he looked comfortable. The shot looking into the barrel, you saw at one point he was using both his hands to stall, so he was freed up. Wasn't really like a deer in headlights, He was trying to get himself to slow down and maximize that barrel time. So looking pretty good. Not super deep. That's going to keep the score in the average zone, which there it is. It's a 5, but looking pretty stylish.
Edgar, part of the rookie class this year, and a very fascinating story. Long time ago, we were all waiting for him to rise to the top. He was on the Oakley team with guys like Italo Ferreira, Jadson Andre, Miguel Pupo. And then once his sponsorship changed, he actually put this whole thing away. He was like, well, I guess I had a good run. All of a sudden, got some momentum, some backing. Silver Surfboards, where he comes from in Santos in Sao Paulo, Brazil, was like, we've got your back, let's do this. And crawled back on the Challenger Series, and look where he's sitting today. I think it's a big story as well when you actually stop keeping the blade sharp, so to speak. It's actually hard to catch back up with modern day high performance.
Yeah, I got caught up with Jadson Andre, and he told me the hardest thing he's ever tried to do is requalify. He said it's impossible. He said it's so hard to get the motivation and keep up with everybody else on tour.
That's such a good point. Jadson, what a hero. Big shout out to Jaddy, father these days. Always happy smiles, and I'm sure he's watching Edgar right now, and also Iago representing Brazil. And we've got Seth Moniz in the water. Best result of his career came here in maybe one of the most impactful events at Pipeline, finishing runner-up to the GOAT, Kelly Slater, back in 2022.
Yeah, Seth is super motivated to do well in this event. And not unlike Edgar, where maybe feeling like a little bit of a rebirth. Sometimes that helps. It's a great story, Joe. And something that can help with that is feeling like you have a second life and your just perspective is different. It helps with motivation. It helps you relax a little bit, potentially. And Seth was right there on the cut line in WA last year and came flying through with a good result and qualified. So I think that put his career in perspective. All of a sudden you're on tour and you're thinking, shoot, I might not even be doing this next year. And then bang, you qualify and you're back on. So all that kind of stuff, these emotions that these tour surfers have to go through, it's it can wear you down, but it also can be very uplifting.
Yeah, you want to be on the right side of that peak and valley trip when the cut comes, and luckily, you know, Seth was on the peak.
Definitely, what a performance that was for Seth. Margaret River working with Doug Silva. Seth stayed on tour because of that performance, and so did Doug. As a super coach, every media outlet was trying to get a hold of Seth's coach. It's hard sometimes, you're a coach, Ross, to outshine your athlete, actually, you know, with media coverage. As we see the CT by the numbers, quickly watching a drop in here from Iago Dora. Nice framed backhand carve, vertically off the lip. And now stepping into a right-hander. As you saw the CT by the numbers, that was all about the most lefts on tour, where majority of Iago's waves were on his front side, and Strider can speak to that. Goofies want to face that wave at all costs, but Iago finished 6th in the world, managed himself well in the beach breaks, and was able to find some good left corners.
I mean, definitely, but his backhand, obviously, I mean, look how tack sharp he is right here on the replay. I mean, every turn is perfectly positioned into the lip line, and, you know, the buckets out the back will display that. But also, I mean, you know, this guy in El Salvador on the right-handers, unbelievable.
That was some of the highlights of the whole season.
Yeah, that was probably the best high-performance technical surfing I think I've ever seen on a right-hand point.
I'm not going to disagree with you. It was insane. Huge airs. He had all his peers looking over their shoulder. I mean, they were just freaked out by how technical and huge those airs were. He definitely reached a level where, you know, it was in that conversation of like Gabriel Medina's and John John's, where it's like, okay, this guy has another gear that's almost untouchable. Iago is an incredible surfer.
Yeah, he one-upped everybody with the variation, grabs, and everything that he displayed that day. Was beautiful.
And big, like way out in the air. Yeah, he's really fun to watch, and like you said, Strider, even just that little nothing of a wave, managed to get a 4.3, which is pretty rad because that was a small little right-hander, but he surfed so crisp that the judges gave him a little backup score. 3.3, sorry. So they did keep it a little modest. They want to see some juice there. That's what that's telling me there. But yeah, real crisp surfing from Iago. Board looks good too, Joe.
Yeah, it really does. He said Matt Biolis, who actually just won back-to-back Vista CT Shaper Rankings titles, was actually spending a lot of time this trip over the North Shore watching Iago surf. He said he's been really trying to enhance that relationship recently. He's been riding boards from Mayhem for a while, but putting a little bit more attention to detail coming to this year. But Iago said maybe the toughest part of the offseason was actually telling his dad that he was going to go a different direction with coaching responsibilities. He loves his dad, obviously, more than the world, but he just wants to have his dad, and more focus on surfing at heats with a friend of his who's actually also Leandro, but who's here on hand. They had some success last year together, and he made the full switch to kind of separate the camps from family and then to coaching and performance.
I think that's probably a good call. You know, that can be confusing when you're trying to blend two relationships together. So that's to me, that's smart, trying to simplify things so that he could be on the road. And again, keeping things simple is easier said than done, you know, but you can overthink it when you're on tour. So that's a good move from Iago.
Yeah, on that story with Iago and Matt Biolis, the shaper, just him having more of a deeper dive is going to be insane for Iago.
Iago throwing down a nice, clean sweep in the pocket and a throwaway punt. As we've known over the years, that inside ramp at Pipe is one of the best air ramps you could find, and Iago identifying that on a day like today, but a total throwaway, didn't come close. But he definitely has one of the best landing ratios on tour.
You know, he did, as well as he did last year, if he can fine-tune his surfboards even more to, you know, bring out different performances, I mean, that could be, you know, a world title right there, just the different surfboards.
As we look at it right now, setting up Hawaii zone, Seth Muniz getting a nice little vision in the tunnel. Now coming around into the open face, quick whip off the lip line, and Seth completes his opening ride of the season. Came close to his first win here and an emotional performance. His whole family supporting him on the beach, and friends. Got to be with an uncle to him, Kelly Slater, in the water, who competed against his father, Tony, back in the day. The waves are absolutely firing, and an event we'll never forget. Last year he made the statement, he's like, okay, I just want to win an event already. All that hard work should pay off this season. What'd you see on this angle, Ross?
He probably got the memo is what I'm thinking. You know, it's funny when you're in the water, you're gauging the judges and you're saying, okay, what are they looking for? And today's kind of tricky because the backdoor is offering just a little bit of everything. There's even the odd little left-hander. So I think seeing that 3.3 from Yago, Seth would have been, okay, noted. I'm going to look for some barrels. And, you know, we've been looking all morning, boys, and there is some nice, every now and then there's a 4, maybe even 5 foot, like, you know, well overhead draining barrel at backdoor. And that's going to be your 8-point ride plus. So these guys are on high alert for that wave. But in the meantime, they're grinding, looking for those backup scores. And the 3.3 from Yago probably told Seth, I'm looking for barrels. Barrels is going to get me through.
Nice adjustment there for Seth just to get started. 3.83 puts him in the 3rd spot, scored on their top 2. No restarts today. 3rd place goes to the elimination round, and top 2 reseeded as they get to skip to the round of 32.
One thing I wanted to note too, the wind today is south, which is straight offshore. Our typical trade winds is side offshore, which is good for aerials on the left. So that's one less tool for Yago to lean on. You saw that one flyaway error he did on the little left a little while ago. If that was trade winds, he would have planted that. So I think Seth and Edgar are pretty psyched right now that the wind is south.
Oh, definitely. Yago would be taking advantage of that typical trade. Meanwhile, Grosjean backs up his 5.0 going leftwise.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, again, not a super deep heavy wave, but I think he's having fun. You know what I mean? And that's what it looks like. And when you're having fun, you can put some numbers up. You get in a rhythm, and that's what is dangerous out here, because it's, you know, it's probably the hardest thing to do right now is find a rhythm out here with all the different swell directions. Look at that thing.
With 2nd priority, this one stretched out beautifully for the Hawaiian, Seth Moniz. Nice clean roundhouse wrap. Driving off the lip with the tail drift is Moniz, sits on it, and he will be incomplete on that last slide. But a fun look at the tube. Managed to speed so well. Definitely Seth's strength on tour is being an incredible barrel rider and very brave. He's been taking advantage of some big results here at Pipeline. Definitely starting the year at Pipe is in Seth's favor to get a lot of points well before that cut.
Yeah, for sure. Seth pays so much attention to the stretch of reef. His whole family does. His brothers charge out here, and you know, Seth will swing on anything out here. He's just such a little charger. He gets that honest from his dad, Tony. And this is a technical barrel. Went over the foam a couple times. Really love this carve too. Swings it around and rebounds. Wish he would have landed this tail side. Really kind of showed his variety there and mixing it up, but just got hung up a little bit in the whitewash. But in my eyes, this is the barrel so far of the day. So nice ride here.
Looking into the pit was.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him just right there on the edge of that foam ball, which is deep and, you know, technical. It's really hard to hold your line and kind of ride over the foam a little bit, but nice little mango slice right there. I mean, just beautiful, sweet, just clean, having fun. You know, Seth in the comfort zone right here, 100%. Wow, really late takeoff under the hood.
We're getting food references already, dude. I like it.
Yeah.
It's good.
You know how we do it.
Yeah. Strider watches surfing, gets really hungry at the same time. It just goes hand in hand. There's the wrap. What about the bathymetry underneath that final turn, Ross? I mean, how hard is it to really blow the tail out, and what's that water like as it's pulling off the reef?
Yeah, it's shallow. That's that little Ains bowl right before off the wall, and it gets bone dry there on low tide. So yeah, Seth, like we were saying, he's super brave. He's not afraid to throw a gnarly maneuver like that, you know, on dry reef. Anything for an extra point. Hey, judges they're there with us. They thought that was the ride of the morning so far.
Just stepping off his Dora, throwing away 1st priority. Seth will take the lead with that 7.33.
You know what helped that too, Joe, was the drop from Seth. There was just a little bit of a technical drop there. The bottom dropped out just enough, Strider. So that showed a little bit of that impact, a little bit of that drama.
And, you know, the question Joe had about the bathymetry in the bottom and what's going on under there. And, you know, just a few days ago, Crosby Colapinto was in the barrel, did the roll off like you do usually where the separation happens inside the tube, and went straight to the reef. There was no water on it and broke his elbow wide open. So all these waves are kind of doing the same thing.
Seth Moniz taking advantage of a nice section to pull in on 7.33, and the Hawaiian sitting out in front in the first heat of the season. We'll enjoy this pit again from Seth as we take a Bonsoy brew break. This is how the morning started. Right before the contest, rookie Jackson Bunch started making everybody excited, getting a nice vision to kick off his day on his rookie debut. More action in the pit as well, and it continued on, Waz.
Yeah, looks like Crosby Colapinto sliding under it, and another perfect little tube. Wow, that looks fun for Rio.
So yeah, Griff and Rio. Look how fun this was, Ross.
Those are proper waves. Those are the waves we're talking about. Just a little bigger, a little more drama. Potentially some 8-point rides out there with a big set.
A lot of waves this morning. We heard Lakey talking about it. A lot of different swells in the water, so that's going to produce multiple, sets from different directions, which is a good thing. It's just for wave count, but it kind of slowed down a little bit as the sun came out.
Cool to see that warm-up as well from Eli Hanneman. Saw him as a rookie last season, fell off the cut, went even through some health issues, took some time off, and now he's feeling 100%. Now a wild card in this event. He's got Ian Govea and also John Florence, the heavyweight wild card world champ. That's going to take the rest of the year off, but happy we get to see him compete on his home break. That's heat number 6 of the morning. Also Kelly, a giant wild card to have a go with Samuel Pupo, and also a pipe champ, a world champ, Italo Ferreira, later on today.
That's a lot of energy to be forced to deal with there for Kelly. Italo is just psyching, peeling out of his own skin, and Iago finding a little left-hander here. So he does have a little bit of goofy foot-itis going on here, looking at the lefts. To me, the rights are much more valuable. There's more points on offer. So we'll see if Iago makes that adjustment. And Seth on the backup score program.
Yep. I think those rights obviously are higher scores just because they're throatier, hollower, and longer.
Yeah.
Right, so you're going to get more tube time out of it and a little bit more of a critical section.
Yeah, the swell's northwest, so it's going to be 90% at least rights today. I am pleased to see, though, Joe, there's no sand on the reef yet. We have a few days in a row of steep north-facing swells, which could potentially brush a lot of that sand over from Ehukai to the reef here and cover this reef up. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, but that can be really tricky.
Priority at the moment with the rookie wearing the white jersey from Brazil. Lets this one pass, but Seth likes the look of it with third priority. He'll just take a look. In the back of the line, he could afford just stepping into it, kicking out, keeping his lead out front. And Edgar hoping that he has an advancement in his first heat on the championship tour, which kind of brings up Rookie of the Year predictions from you two, Strider and Ross. Giving that one some thought in the offseason. Obviously, Al Cleland Jr. getting the last-minute call-up with John's announcement. But we're getting to see Edgar here from Brazil. We've got Jackson Bunch coming up next. Alan will be in heat number 3. George Pittar, we've seen a lot of him. He's had a little bit more warm-up than the rest with CT call-ups as well. Joel Vaughn, who's been spicy on the Challenger Series, famous for some big 10-point alley-oop moments. Marco Mignot, we've seen him as a wild card in the past. He's grown. He's gotten pretty big and strong. I guess we'll start with Strider. Who do you think is going to be the Rookie of the Year this year?
Well, I honestly, I like the variety. You know, before we had the last-minute call-up of Alan Cleland Jr., I like the variety of Jackson Bunch. Just because he can do it in all the different types of waves that we have on tour. So, you know, and we've seen him, you know, go crazy above the lip and the small stuff and the technical surfing. So, you know, he's doing crazy alley-oops and big airs at Rockies when it's small, and then he's going out to Pipeline and pulling in. So, you know, that's my pick right off the bat.
I'm going to jump on board with him. And I did catch up with Jackson Bunch and asked him a couple questions. And I was asking him what his favorite, potentially his favorite stop on tour would be or will be. And he was really psyched for here at home at Pipe, obviously, but also very excited to surf Snapper Rocks. And he reminds me a lot of Yago Dora. He surfs much like Yago. You know, he's wiry, goofy footer, obviously, but he's, like Strider said, he's super well-rounded. He does, you know, big technical airs, really good on the rail. He has an old school shaper who's been around for a long time, Glenn Manami, who makes just the cleanest rail you could ever hold, and really conducive for carves. And you know, Jackson, I'm with you, Strider. I think he should take out Rookie of the Year, but you got some of those Aussie boys who are a little more comfortable in a jersey. They've had some reps on the big tour. So, you know, George Pittar was really impressive last year. He's pretty icy in a jersey.
Great picks, boys. Also, check out your fantasy surf picks if you guys want to play this season. Don't worry, you're not too late. You can make your changes throughout the opening round. Pick your power surfer, that's double points. Set up a clubhouse.
What's yours, Joe?
All season.
The hook, what's yours?
Pardon?
Yeah, what's your rookie?
Yeah, it's like, I love what you guys see in Jackson Bunch. When he won that QS in Haleiwa a couple years ago, he was like 9s, 8s, basically from round 4 all the way to the final. Then I got to see him in the water in person at a little section of the reef up the coast, and I saw one of the best combos I've ever seen in person. Giant alley-oop, landed full rote on like dry reef. And he landed everything that day. I saw the spark in him where he was just reacting on adrenaline, on pure joy of connection of surfing. It was brilliant.
Are we talking about Rocky Lefts, the huge combo he did?
Yeah, remember that one?
Oh,
that
yeah.
was gigantic.
It's a secret
So all three of us go on Jackson.
That's a pretty big call. You know, I think Al Cleland's going to be right there because I think he's a wild card.
He's fun.
He's fun. He's unpredictable, which I think the judges are going to really like. And he's also powerful, right? He's got that old school carve in him, which kind of has, you know, eluded a lot of surfers, and I feel like he's got a good combination as well.
He charges more than the other rookies for sure.
Yeah,
he's
gonna
really nuts in like Tahiti.
He's going to go. So it's going to be really fun. I think those two surfers are going to fight for it.
They're definitely taking the top spots. Al, just such a popular human being as we look at up and under on the back end for Dora. Chasing a 4.74 to move into the top 2, and obviously he's got time to move and get his warm up here, but it kind of just reminded me of a slow first half of the season. We were putting Yago in the conversation of maybe falling off at the cut last year, and then just an unbelievable back half, kind of similar to the fire of Italo, where they both were kind of feeling slumpy as far as results were concerned, barely made the cut, and then everything changed.
Yeah, he's too good of a surfer to be denied for the whole year. And thankfully, we have 7 events instead of 5 this year for the cut, so it gives some of those guys who get caught sleepwalking a little bit to wake up before that cut line. But yeah, Italo, Yago, those guys are insane. They're way too good to be even in that conversation. But it happens to the best of us. You know, if you don't come in hot right away, the talent pool on tour is nuts. You know, you can string together bad results way faster than you think.
Do you think a lot of that chalks up to a mental kind of side of things where your confidence drops off a little bit and then you start to question things? I mean, you know, when you're in the moment, things are happening and you're just on fire. You're just not even making decisions. They're coming naturally. But then once you let a little bit of doubt creep in there, because I mean, Yago, is one of my he's one of my favorites on tour by far, and technically his surfing is just impeccable, but maybe just the mental part is the only reason why those guys get close to falling off.
It's absolutely true. All these surfers, I don't care if it's John, Kelly, it doesn't matter if you're a legend or a rookie, they're all susceptible to getting that scar tissue. Sometimes you get a little eggy if you're not scoring really big with the judges. You start thinking, oh, like, you can get all these little doubts in your head. And it's the opposite too. Once you get a win, sometimes you get a win and it comes easier than you think, and it's the opposite of that. Everything's flowing and it's fun out here, and this is kind of easy. It's a roller coaster ride for these guys.
Jackson Bunch paddling out for his true rookie debut. He's paddled out of pipe at the CT level in the past as a wild card, but all things are different now with a full-time spot on the championship tour. He has to deal with Matty McGillivray from J-Bay, South Africa, and one of the best surfers in the world, Ethan Ewing, who had another great performance all the way through the Lexus WSL finals last year. Former runner-up in the world is going to look to take charge in heat number 2. Pack scattering out front. Dora having a look with third prio on the left. Nice clean rails on that wrapping carve. Variety with the snap, punches the fins out, pulls off the punt. 3 different turns. And now seeing that cylinder puffing without a rider. Looked like Seth biting off a little too much on that first section.
And we're here. We're surfing a contest at pipe and backdoor. That's where all the points are. You got to get barreled. Iago is by far surfing the best in this heat, but he's yet to find a barrel.
Now Edgar, the rookie from Brazil, comes out of another pit, grabs the rail for the redirect. Little bit of room for a finish, taps it off the top, but those 2 awkward sections, along with the shallow water, make those inside taps really hard to negotiate, so he'll miss the finish.
4.74 needed from Iago, and he ripped the bag out of that little left. But
I'm giving it to him.
We're at pipe. We've seen low scores so far for maneuvers, so it's not your standard event right now. There's so much weight on barrels, so we're going to put the judges to the test here and see, can you surf your way out of the heat?
Let's look at Seth's first here. Strider, what'd you see?
Oh, under the hood. I mean, that was so late and technical to get under there. If he would have just been able to get a little bit of a pump off to get in front of it, I think he would have made that. But this thing right here, Ross, I mean, this is just the cleanest surfing.
It's beautiful. It's textbook. It's as good as you can surf a little left here at pipe, but it's a small wave. The buzzword always on tour is critical. How critical were those sections? So you get way more merit if you do a move on a critical section, and all those sections were pretty mellow. If I had to guess, the judges won't give it to him.
No,
not in this contest. Anywhere else, that would be a 7.
Yeah.
He just totally killed that wave.
And spot on that call, Ross. Last wave for Iago Dora is not going to be enough, coming in just under, and it will be Edgar moving on to the round of 32 under Seth. Seth Moniz gets the first heat win of the season and will be reseeded into the round of 32. Iago into the elimination round as the high seed. We're going to take a quick break. Coming up next, Ethan Ewing, Matty McGillivray, and rookie Jackson Bunch.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Good morning, everyone. Opening round continues with heat number 2 on a gorgeous morning on Oahu, the North Shore, the countryside of the island with the world's best waves. World's best surfers gather here to kick off stop number 1 at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. This heat headlined by Ethan Ewing. Ranked number 4 in the world last year, takes on Matthew McGillivray and Jackson Bunch. McGillivray from South Africa. He also has a world-class wave at his home break, Jeffreys Bay, which is back on the calendar this year. Place where Ross Williams finaled in his career on tour.
It's the best wave. That's such a good addition back on tour, Joe. I love it.
Yeah, even though it was gone for 1 year, he really severely missed that wave. It has that much importance to crowning world champs. And then we had a lot of talk about Jackson Bunch in the last heat. We'll get to see his official rookie debut now, as we see a couple small scores during the break just to set a priority. We had a 1 and a 0.8 from Jackson. Let's see what it looked like.
Matthew McGillivray, very clever competitor. He's super smart. This guy makes good decisions always in heats. So looking for an early barrel to start off. Got Jackson on his backside. Jackson's really good at pipe, but I haven't seen a whole lot of him surf backdoor. You know, it's hard to blame goofy footers for looking left out at pipe mainly. So we'll see what he's got on a medium-sized day here at backdoor.
The early days of this event, back when Fred Hemmings just had a little table on the beach, it was a 1-heat event, just a final, invite only at the time. You look at the list of champions, it was just goofy after goofy. Until 1 year, when you read the press release, you realized it was a north-northwest angle, and it was Sean Thompson being the first regular footer to take the win. Ever since then, it was all about critiquing that swell direction before you forecasted who the champions might be.
It's funny how stuff like that all of a sudden happens, and it totally evolves and changes the contest. It's almost like when people started going right at main break in WA. It just became the thing. But Sean Thompson, MR, all those guys throughout the 70s and 80s, I guaranteed always looked right, but it wasn't popular. And then those guys, obviously, you get pipe when it's medium size or different swell directions. A lot of times shorter interval, which we're seeing the last several days. That makes the waves peaky. You get those A-frames, and then that really opens up backdoor. But yeah, shout out to Sean Thompson and all those boys back then. They broke the ground for all us regular footers at backdoor.
Oh, they certainly did. Sean, a world champ. That year he won out here. He had won so much around the world. He was on such a hot streak. As we see just those small scores in, Ethan Ewing holding anchor with priority, something he loves to do. But let's get to know this kid a bit more. Jackson Bunch, youngest man on tour.
I'm so excited, first contest as a CT surfer, just being at home in Hawaii. I mean, you can't beat that. Last year, after my heat at pipe, just making the first heat and feeling like, oh, next time I want to do this, I want my name and number on my back for sure. And I'm so happy it happened.
The 21-year-old chose the jersey number 21 to kind of match his age for kicking things off on the championship tour from the island of Maui, representing Pavils and Ho'okipa over there. He's Jackson Bunch the 4th, which is pretty cool. And that great photographer, he kind of retired from shooting photos. We got a lot of covers, also from Maui. Epps Sargent.
Okay.
Epps Winthrop Sargent is the 18th, and his son is now the 19th.
Oh, wow.
So Jackson's always like, oh, you think the 4th is a lot? Well, my friend is already on the 18th. You guys have probably all seen Epps' photos. I think he gave most of his camera gear to Ty Van Dyke.
Oh, that's cool.
And he moved on, but teaching lessons, great surfer himself. His brother Mouse, absolute ripper. But it's really cool to see Maui coming with some numbers these days from, Imai, seeing Eli, Gentile, getting the call up as a replacement, and Jackson Bunch getting in the mix.
Yeah, it's funny. Each island has its own vibe and sort of brand surfers. You got Kauai, you got Oahu. Maui is definitely, you know, like this stronghold now, and it's got its own vibe over there. There's waves that Jackson surfs almost by himself all the time that mimic a lot of the waves on a CS tour. So he's got a good training ground.
And here he goes, pulling in under the hood quickly is Jackson Bunch at a 0.8 start. So we'll get a few more points for that one, or just a touch better, I should say.
I asked him for his goals this year. He said to make the cut first and foremost, but he really is eyeballing that Rookie of the Year. So if he for some reason watches that last heat with you and Strider, maybe he'll be psyched, because we were backing him on that program. He's just got so much talent. He's really versatile. He'll charge the shallow reef waves, Tahiti, and, you know, here, and all those kind of scary ledgy waves. He's not afraid to pull into a barrel, but much like Yago, he's really beautiful on the rail and good in the air.
Explosive as well when you combine that with extra smooth transitions. I can't stop thinking of Kalani Robb, who
good call,
was so spring-loaded but very smooth. Rob Machado, one of the greats as far as being ultra smooth and charging hard, a pipe champ from back in 2000. Let's now talk shop with the first winner, well, of the season, AJ.
First winner of the season, Joey. We are underway. Seth, what a way to get your 2025 campaign started. You came out of the water this morning and you said, hey, it's actually looking pretty good out there. I feel confident. How did that free surf affect the way that you surfed your heat?
Yeah, the free surf is always just, you know, a nice little warm up. First heat of the morning, kind of still waking up the body, so jump out in the cold water, you know. But I don't know, you know, it's first event of the year, and didn't really feel like we were starting this morning. Kind of had a long off season, you know, so getting back into the things of it.
Well, does the opening heat win of the season make it feel like it's starting a little bit more here at the event that you got your best CT result in 22?
Yeah, you know, it feels great to be at home, and really happy to be back. You know, it was a long off season, so I don't know, just kind of get the gas started, you know. First heat of the morning, now I get all day to rest and, you know, just relax.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Great to hear from Seth. That's a big part of it, isn't it, Ross? All of a sudden going from just a nice, beautiful 4 months off, and he'd be surfing out here anyways, so he's got to turn on the intensity, and he was able to do just that.
He's not going to have any problem with his coach, Doug Silva, as far as energy and intensity. I'm sure Doug was flipping out on the beach. That's a fun duo right there. Strider touched on it a little bit in that last heat, but yeah, Seth looking very calm. And that's one of the advantages of being a local boy and surfing an event here at home in Hawaii, and at Pipeline especially, is you're just chilling. You're at home, you're feeling relaxed, and you can be loose out there and just let those waves come to you.
When did you first meet Doug Silva?
I met Doug when I was in my late teens in California, and we actually drove up the coast together from LA up to Santa Cruz to surf a contest, and yeah, I was tripping out. I was like, well, this guy's really weird. But I really liked him too. He's just got the best sense of humor ever.
That's a compliment for Ross, actually.
He's a funny cat.
He's his own person. There's no two Doug Silvas, that's for sure. And he's such a positive energy, and I think he was really responsible for firing up Seth last year to keep himself on tour.
Well, coaches have a lot of different jobs to do, and surfers look for different things from coaches, and Doug's an energy guy, you know, and he just likes to, I think his strength is he riles you up, you know, and you can see Seth there, he's so chill, you know, so I think that's a good call for Seth, you know, just to get someone in his corner to get you all amped up for your heat.
Sometimes it's the contrast that you're looking for, and a great example of the opposite, you could say, is a Reynolds Hayes with an Italo Ferreira, where Italo's always going to have the most energy on tour, and Reynolds can be a nice, calm, peaceful, loving sounding board.
Yeah.
To bounce off Italo's energy.
Until he's in the channel.
Or absorb it.
You ever see Reynolds in the channel during the heat when he's coaching? Dude, that guy's crawling out of his skin. So funny. Constant commentary to himself. Live while the wave's happening. He's like, one more time, bang, hit it. Oh, cool. One more. Oh my God. And he just like freaks out. He is so fun to sit next to in the channel when he's got one of his guys in the heat.
Oh, absolutely love it. As we have 18:20 on the clock, it's bunch out front, just no real scores of consequence. We'll dive into the Surfline forecast. Big thanks to Kevin Wallace, their head forecaster, giving us the notes here. Seeing this modest north-north swell just as predicted today with that favorable wind that came through.
Yeah, it's nice today. I will say we do have to keep an eye on the wind because it is light. And sometimes when it's light, the land heats up, it gets a little warm, and it can turn into an onshore flow. So we'll keep an eye on that. But it's predicted to be south all day. You live here, Joe. You know how it is. We've had these dry, beautiful conditions all year long. It felt like summer. And now we're finally starting to get that winter storms clicking into our rotation. It brings swell. That's cool. But we have a lot of wind coming with all these conditions over the next 10 days. So there it is. Lots of waves, but we need the wind to cooperate.
As we look at the wind, turning unfavorable tomorrow into Friday, also Saturday, and looking for things to clean up on Sunday, with also a nice directional shift from the swell as well. So it could be a really fun day on the weekend. Big thanks to Kevin and Surfline. He did mention that little potential sea breeze that could come up today in that daily report. Got a great view of all the famous homes right on the beach at Pipeline. The most famous is where Jerry Lopez and Herbie Fletcher used to hang out for many years. And when you have a house right there, everyone hangs out. And then your good buddy Benji, his family owned the home right next door. And that was really responsible for firing up the momentum generation that took over the world. During the break, we got Ethan Ewing on a wave.
I'd like to say that Ethan has been impressing me the most over the last few weeks. Of all the pro surfers that came to the North Shore to warm up, obviously Ethan's the top dog. You know, he's in a top 5 perennial world title threat, but he is looking, I will say, even a little better this year. Strong, always on the rail. He's just a clinic whenever he paddles out. But dude, that guy has been throwing down some radical highlights at Haleiwa and even here at Backdoor and Pipe.
Such a great story and a journey for Ethan Ewing. 3 straight years in the final 5. Runner-up in the world in 2023, and that's after he fractured the L3 and L4 vertebrae about a month out. Talk about resilience. You know, sometimes it's those little moments through adversity you really get to see what these athletes are made of. As we check out the CT by the numbers, surprised that Ethan's not at the top of the list, but when you look at the average, it's very close. With patience paying off for Ethan. Doesn't catch unnecessary waves, understands the lineup and the conditions so well.
Well, it tells me that, the opposite would be an Italo or a Gabriel. You know, guys, or Kelly, the guys that just hunt the lineup and they're okay with catching 12 waves and only getting 2 good scores. They want reps. They want to get, the nerves out of the way and look for everything. Whereas guys like Ethan and that list you just seen there, they're more patient. They're out the back. They're from that school of like Jake Patterson. You don't take off. You don't waste priority until you find a really good keeper score. So there's a lot of ways to win a heat out here.
Some surfers like to get a flow going, kind of surf their way into rhythm.
Yeah.
And it's all up to the athlete what kind of approach they want. Ethan sticks to it. He'll just drop anchor. And it's paid off a lot. I'd say the only thing you'd look at Ethan's year last year is just not closing out wins. You know, when you compare him to Jack Robinson, Jack's got 7 wins already, where Ethan's still sitting with 2 for his caliber of surfing and even being a world runner-up. Yeah. You'd expect him to be a little closer to Jack and the crew.
Yeah, and it's not just about surfing great. If that was the case, Ethan would have 50 world titles. You know, that guy surfs so perfect, but getting a win, sometimes you got to do it dirty. And, Jack Robbo he knows how to get it done.
Matty McGillivray from J Bay throws some water to the sky on that first connection and hops out. Just his 2nd scoring ride of the morning. Qualified as a rookie, fell off tour, but was able to get the call up as a replacement surfer and made it count and was able to keep his job on tour. And since then, we've seen him peak at a semifinal finish on tour. 4 of those in the last 4 years or so. But the good news was 2 of them were just last season. So he's still feeding off that momentum of getting very close to a CT final.
Yeah, he's underground hero on tour. Guys like him, Liam O'Brien, there's these guys on tour that sometimes they get outshined by the superstars on tour, and next thing you know, you see them in the lineup warming up, weeks ahead of the event, and they're just incredible surfers. And Matthews, he's also pretty good in the air. Right here, you see him getting pretty radical for not your standard wave you'd see at backdoor in a contest, straight up off the lip, very unique, but we're gonna see that a lot today, Joe, because of the size of backdoor. It's a short interval swell, so you're seeing a lot of like A-framey peaks out there, and that was cool. That was a bit of an old school move right there, straight up.
Matty McGillivray hops out, starting his 5th season on the championship tour. His semifinals last year came at Bells and also El Salvador, and that's almost to the paper. You know, the scouting report from growing up at J-Bay, where you'd expect him to do well. However, it doesn't speak for what he can do. And that 10-point ride he got at Teahupo, you know, he's not afraid of the bottom dropping out and putting his head down.
He was so impressive. He charged in Tahiti. Really brave guy. Joe, you know all about his favorite hobbies. This guy's a little bit tapped.
Jumping out of planes for fun? Goodness gracious. Base jumping? Yeah, that's even scarier.
That's one of the sketchiest things you can do in life. That guy's got no fear.
Wasn't there a story, Ross, where you and your friends got your skydiving license or something back in the day?
I went with
you and Kelly, maybe?
Potts, Kelly, and Shano. We went right before the awards in Australia in the early 90s, mid-90s.
Whose idea was this?
Potts, because Potts was hosting like a TV show in Australia, like a surf TV show.
Yeah.
I forget the name, but so we went with him gladly. We were like, yeah, let's go skydiving. That sounds epic. And we went to this little podunk airport in the middle of Australia, and we took a class for 3 or 4 hours. Luckily, we all passed. We even had to take a written test, and we did solo jumps. We jumped out of the plane and free fell for about 30, 40 seconds. It was insane. Definitely the most dangerous thing I've ever done in my life.
That is so radical, man.
We all avoided injuries somehow.
Love it. So I guess you got a taste of what Matty does for fun. Obviously, he does it all the time.
Oh, we were one and done.
Yeah, that's
it. That was probably like 94.
Closed it out.
Peace out.
What a legend. McGillivray in the 2nd spot, getting a 4 for that single turn. Ethan Ewing, a 5.5 for his opener. Jackson Bunch, the rookie, holding down first priority, needing a 2.84 to move into the top 2. So remember, opening round, you want to stay out of 3rd to make sure you're going into the round of 32. We're going to take a quick break. More action from McGillivray and the crew right after this. Watching opening round, heat number 2, the South African gets started, lip to the face, not really getting barreled, but he'll hit the lip. Nice composure, getting out of that messy start, and will swipe one off the open face, a bigger one, setting up for Ewing, lunging for the exit. The lip's gonna keep him honest, but he did some nice work to cover some ground and speed management from the Australian. Unfortunately, it will be incomplete after that effort. And McGillivray getting rid of a 1.0. See the next wave landing on the head of Ewing, and now into the replays, Ross.
Well, we saw the judges throw down a 4 for that old school straight up maneuver on a big set wave. So again, judges loving those critical sections. They want to see some juice involved out here. They want you on a bigger wave. Ethan dropped anchor, as we talked about earlier. He got his set wave, but little bit of crumble there. So this wind south, a little bit of southwest in it, and that added just a little bit of those chandeliers that slapped Ethan down, almost squeezed out Joe.
As we saw the split peak out the back, apologies, missed the left from Jackson Bunch, who was on the split. Now he's out the back with priority, and 7:52 to go. Ewing's last score will be in the 2 range on the average. McGillivray's last 2.67. Jumps up into the lead, but Ewing could have it back for his attempt in the pit on the forehand. Up next, we'll have Jack Robinson, Liam O'Brien, and the debut of the first Mexican on tour, Alan Cleland Jr. Just saw a cover shot that his dad was on from the 80s. That Surfer Magazine just posted. It was a big pit at Imperial Beach. As we look at live action, McGillivray with a lot of room around him as far as the hollow part of the wave. Didn't really get deep in it though.
Well spotted though from Matthew. You know, that was, it's hard to appreciate just looking at your monitor or your TV at home how big this reef is, but there's a wide spread. If you're Jackson and you're catching those little lefts at pipe and you pan all the way over to where Matthew just caught that wave at 8 at the back end of backdoor. This is what would you say, Joe, about 100 feet or so?
For sure.
It's a pretty big spread, so you have to sort of make a decision. Either you're going to hunt and paddle up and down the reef, or you can even sit pretty far down there. And sometimes in third or second priority, that's easier to do. And Matthew picked that one up.
Good job for McGillivray. You can see him right there working his way back out. Still on the Channel Island surfboard program at the moment, riding a 6'2", as we take a look again.
You can see just the shape of the barrel right there. That was a solid wave. It was very square. Had he been able to keep himself in that barrel a little longer, the score would have elevated really big, but that wave shut down so wisely. Matthew went out the little doggy door there, but just a little unfortunate. He could tuck in for a couple more seconds.
5:50 on the clock. Let's get the sand report with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, we're down here on the sandbar at Ayukai. So all this, sand flow just completely changes throughout the day. It was just a few days ago with all the west swells, there was 0 sand down at Pipeline. Now all this sand is kind of moving back into it with the northerly flow, and that's kind of a, that's not exactly what we want. We don't want all this sand to cover up that reef out there. And as you can see, it's just pulling out with these rip currents and how quickly it does move. By tomorrow, there will be a lot of sand out there, but then as soon as that west swell blows back through, it'll become nice and clean and groomed again. But it does take about 6 hours to 8 hours for that sand to groom into something nice. So, it's a toss-up on whether or not the conditions will be good as this thing gets back underway in a couple of days. But this sand moving really quickly around here. But for today, we're looking pretty cherry out there.
Thank you, Waz. I like Waz on the sand. I mean, Strider, does any other beach change as much as it does right here on this stretch?
I don't think so. I think the sand here is really granular. It's really thick, and the flow of the sand can move really quickly. And also the size of the swells here are so big and so powerful that we got a lot of movement with the sand, which is what it's known for. It's really quickly to change, and these conditions can flip on a dime. And if you don't like the weather, wait 10 minutes.
That's right, Strider. In the summer, it's a crazy moment when you step on the sand and it's like 2 football fields and there's volleyball courts set up everywhere, and then the wintertime comes and everyone's trying to get their volleyball nets down before they end up in the ocean. It's changing all the time. If you take even a few days off of not going to the beach, you'll be sometimes walk down and be like, what just happened? It'll look like a completely different coastline.
It's wild, and that's why we love it. It changes constantly and always. But yeah, the current out here on this stretch of reef is really strong. It's like a river, and that moves that sand, like Strider was saying, really fast. Within hours, the whole landscape of a beach, the shape can change. So the swell is supposed to be pretty steep north over the next few days, and that will cover the reef out here at Backdoor. So we do have that nice west swell in the back end of the waiting period, but we're going to have to take a close look at that sand. It's going to be treacherous.
3:30 on the clock here. Ewing out front. Jackson went to second once Ethan had his incomplete barrel scored at the 197. Bunch, though, 517. He had that left on the split. And McGillivray is down to third, needing a 3.35 to avoid the elimination round. There's a pipe champ right there. Jack was in the final with Leo Fioravanti a couple of years ago. And those were really tough, scrappy conditions that day. Even though we know what Jack is made of, it showed how much he can adapt in the lineup.
That's what I meant by he's got that X factor. He doesn't mind getting dirty. He'll just go for a big old float on a reef, or he'll do whatever it takes to get the win. He's got such a crazy passion for winning. He's very competitive, and he's got a taste for it for sure.
World number 3 last year. He's had the taste of the Lexus WSL finals multiple times. Whole story with Jack is how much more he'll be favored this year if he can keep his spot in the final 5 with a venue like Cloudbreak to finish up on.
No joke, good call. Saw a really clean blade under his arm there just now. Eric Arakawa, beautiful surfboard, some of the best boards here made in Hawaii. And Jack, surfs for Sharp Eye and gets those beautiful little high performance boards all year long, but he likes to lean on Eric when he comes to Hawaii, and can't blame him. Those boards work good out here.
Got to see Eric in the water a while back. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
He's so mellow.
So
very
cool.
humble. Yeah, he's made some boards for the legends over the years.
As we look at Ethan Ewing pulling in, nice clean section to enjoy. A smaller one compared to his attempt previous, but a nice clean make to ditch the 197.
Yeah, on backup patrol, trying to get a higher score than that 1.9. Kind of a funny heat, Joe. With these guys in the water, you'd think, okay, everyone's going to have 7s and 8s, but it's tough out there. That the waves are being a little bit elusive. I think Ethan definitely was waiting for those premium, bigger barrels, and this heat's been a little sleepy, so it's grindy here with the scores. Everyone's still in it. Look at those scores needed.
Real close heat at the moment. Heat number 1 won by Seth. Edgar got second to go straight to the round of 32. We saw the high seed of Iago Dora get sent to the elimination round. Jackson Bunch holds down priority, only chasing a 2.31, but he'll probably pay attention to where McGillivray is. McGillivray, though, has got some room to get this effort into the pit. Nice big pumps, driving through, and he makes it. McGillivray lays down the rail. Nice clean hook on the open face. Drives into the lip line again, and hanging on to that board to ride away. Only chasing a 3.35 to try to send the rookie into the ER.
I was curious. I haven't seen Jackson catch a ton of waves at backdoor, and that bit him a little bit. He's kind of clinging a little bit to the lefts at pipe, and that wave snuck underneath him. So sometimes you get that as a goofy footer. If you really pay too much attention to the lefts, you can miss those ain'ts barrels. And that wave shifted right to Matty, and he scooped it because Jackson had priority there. So a little mistake from the rookie.
So right there, we're into the countdown. Jackson wearing the white jersey won't have enough time to protect second with the wave. He'll just wait to see how the judges are going to react, and it'll most likely be Jackson down to third with a brilliant performance from the South African.
I'm guessing, Joe, that he's going to get a mid score, so that 3.35 is gone. There you go, bumps up.
6.5 takes the win in heat number 2 to get reseeded into the round of 32. Top seed Ethan Ewing drops to second, and Jackson Bunch will be sent to the elimination round to compete another day. So McGillivray working hard. He's already tested with his heart rate under pressure and comes through with the victory. Jack, Liam, Al Cleland in the water coming up next. We'll bring in Kaipo, Flick, and Shane Dorian for the call.
how do you eliminate pressure and expectations and all the head noise that comes with it.
We are not from the surf industry.
She has a very cool, calm exterior, but she internalizes.
Drive is a big word. I think from being a single mom, he carries that weight with him.
Surfing's so hard to win a contest, win a heat, win a world title. He's a little bit tortured by it, like almost destiny.
He wants to put on a show. He wants to surf his best. He wants to do it for himself. He wants to do it for the fans.
He sees things differently to everyone else.
A lot of sacrifices for sure.
There's a ton of pressure. But a ride that's only just beginning, it feels like.
Welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI as Jack Robinson finds a cavern and finds an exit. Bravo, paddle battle on the way back out with a new rookie on tour, Alan Cleland Jr. Hey, it's opening day here at the Pipe Pro, and the 2025 World Surf League season is underway. I'm Kuiper Guru, along with Felicity Flick Palmentier, and a legend in surfing. And I'm not just saying that, Shane Dorian, because you're sitting right with me. Shane Dorian, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Good morning, guys.
And check out that YETI French press. That's been so impressive there.
It has.
Flick.
But there's been a few comments about how impressive that's been this morning.
It's calling out to you, Kuiper. that could fuel you for the whole day.
Yeah, that's an incredible piece, and we're having a great start to the year. This is the opening round, heat number 3 for our man. We got Jack Robinson, a former champ, out here, along with Liam O'Brien and a new rookie, and the first Mexican full-time on the championship tour, Alan Cleland Jr. Your assessment of this heat, Flick?
It's a great heat. I mean, already we've seen a couple of Jack already, with that opening wave, and a past winner as well. We've got Liam, who we know is absolutely charges, and there's been a few diamonds in the rough this morning. It's been slow, but there has been a couple of waves. So yeah, I'm ready to get this heat underway. And then obviously Al, the rookie, who absolutely charges in waves of all sizes.
Well, let's check out some replays, Shano. We're going to start right here with Al Cleland Jr.
Yeah, I love this matchup. I've been watching Al out here for the last month, and he's just been putting in tons of time at the sandbar, gums, Aukai, pipeline. Super impressive every day. And Jack, yeah, he's such a magic man out here. He just reads the reef and reads these little peaks so well. He's always as deep as you could possibly be, and just magically rides over those foam balls just like, I don't know. He's one of those guys at Pipeline is just like a magician.
And then Lobby, Liam O'Brien, Flick.
Yeah, so Liam getting pretty deep on this one there. A little bit of travel time. Gets a nice jam in the pocket to finish. And a little bit more work done here on the inside. So that's already a really nice exchange between Jack and Liam. Obviously this one, not as big as Jack's, not as probably technical, the takeoff, but he had to move to get through this section. You can see he's just pumping, all that weight to the front of the board here, just maneuvering through this bigger section here. And I like the work that he got done as well. He didn't kick out, realizing that today, it is going to be a lot about turns. It's going to be a bit grindy. We've seen it happen in the first couple of heats, and yeah, some nice rail work done here as well on the inside.
Yeah, sharp surfing on the DHD for Liam O'Brien. Lobby, 4th year on the championship tour. And he checked in with a 6.67 for coming out of that replay for Liam O'Brien. But meanwhile, Jack Robinson, Shane, opens up with an excellent ride. 8-point ride for Jack Robinson.
Yeah, I think the judges just really loved that late drop, just that intensity. It's so critical. Like his positioning as that wave was coming in, he put himself in a spot where he had that elevator drop where his fins disengaged into the face, and then he was as deep as he could get it. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was great surfing from the 27-year-old. There you go, Jack Robinson, 5th year on the championship tour. Took out a win here in 2023. We got a surfer that took out a win in the opening round of competition. J-Bay's Matthew McGillivray with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. Wow, great way to start the year. You're under the glass right away.
Thank you. Yeah, it felt good to put the rash vest back on, and we have such clean conditions today, so
yeah, I was super stoked to be out there with 2 other guys in the water. It's such a treat.
It could have been the exact opposite going into the elimination round. Talk to us about that last wave under a minute left.
Yeah, I kind of struggled to get the ball rolling out there, and I was in 3rd place, and then yeah, right at the end, like last minute and a bit, this wave came through. I was in 3rd priority, and thankfully I think Jackson was a little bit too far out, and the wave didn't really look like it was going to hit the inside nicely, and then I took off because I had to, and then it just hit the inside slab perfectly and gave me a nice barrel. So yeah, I was really lucky to get that last wave.
And what about the equipment?
I'm on a modified CI Pro. It's a 6.2, just in case there's still some bigger sets. But yeah, board feels magic. I've been really stoked with my CIs. I mean, Britt and Brent are here, and they've been working on boards all winter. So everyone on the team is really dialed in.
All right, on. Congratulations. Can't wait to see you the next time.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, Matty McGillivray taking out a win. And Shane, I think what that heat illustrated is, especially when the heats get grindy, they can get flipped within the last minute of these 30-minute heats. Exactly what Matthew did.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny when you look out there, Kaipo, because it's like it's very tricky, super tricky conditions, and you know, you would think that I don't know, it's just, you know, when I was watching it this morning, it's like you're kind of searching and waiting, and if you have like first priority, you're kind of sitting in the spot, so to speak, and a lot of times you kind of get, you know, you just have an idea of what the wave that you're waiting for kind of looks like visually in your head, but really, like, it can be such an advantage to not have priority and be able to hunt around. It's, you know, it looks tight from the beach, that little takeoff spot, but really on a day like this, there's probably like 60 to 80 yards of area where you could get like a 7 or 8 point ride. So you really want to be dynamic out there and mentally flexible and be able to hunt anything down. And, you know, we saw Matt get that wave right in the dying moments of that last heat, and it paid off.
Yeah, great insight. Shane, you're coaching here. You're working with a few of the surfers.
I am.
Comp.
Yeah.
Who are you working with?
I'm working with Isabella Nichols from Australia, Cole Hauschman from San Clemente, and Erin Brooks.
All right. So you got your hands full, and I know you can't give out all the secrets and stuff, but just give me a basic 1, 2, 3 of what you need to do today to take out a win, or to be competitive even.
Yeah, I think just really activating right away. I think everybody's very excited, and it's like this, you know, that excitement factor. It's the first event of a new year, the first heat. Everybody's pumped up. Everybody's been practicing, and it's kind of like a little bit like a euphoric energy. But being able to just activate right away and grind it out, and it's just another heat, and just get into that right mindset right away, that real competitive mindset, and hit the ground running. You really want to be like a self-starter right away. You don't want to be like waiting for something to be happening. You want to be making something happen.
Right, and you know, and we did get the word no restarts today on these 30-minute heats, so to your point. Flick, your fellow Western Australian surfer is in the lead right now. It seems like he's just magic. I mean, the guy, we know surfing's physical, but I'm just always impressed with what Jack Robinson brings to competition on the mental level.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, you know, that he's dropped an 8 on his first wave. But if there's a barrel to be had today, the one person that's going to find it is Jack in any sort of conditions. You know, it's pretty crazy. He's pretty incredible out there. And you spoke about mindset, and yeah, Jack's definitely one who's got it dialed in.
And we're seeing if we're going to have a ride right here, and it's going to be Jack looking for a backup, makes this little barrel, and he's going to improve upon his score line. Just has a fractional score, so that's enough to improve upon his scoreline. Smart surfing, Shane, just to get that back up by Jack Robinson. And the smart surfing by Jack is oftentimes equated to his numbers that he puts on every year as we look at the analytics.
Yeah, no doubt. We can see there, you know, Jack has a 75% win rate. Was that what it was?
Yeah, 75% win rate from last year. That's our CT by the numbers, which is really incredible because look at John Florence won the world title, but Jack Robinson won at a higher percentage of heat wins throughout the year.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible when you look at those stats like that. I mean, it's a great graphic, really, to break it all down. I guess, you know, it sort of almost says maybe a little bit hot and cold at some points. You know, he's having those amazing heats, but then it's incredible when you look, you know, good for Jack to know. I mean, if he's looking at those stats being like, okay, you know, like as we have a look here, so this is Jack's last one. Obviously smaller little wave, and he eyes off this little section down the line, and it's a little shampoo. You know, that was a bit foamy. It was a little bit ugly, that wave, but he's just trying to find a backup.
Coming back to live action, and Junior, Al Cleland Jr. coming out of that barrel. A young man, just 22 years old, who's really comfortable in hollow waves, Shane.
Oh, yeah. I'm a big fan of Alan Cleland. Spent a lot of days last year surfing in Tahiti at Chopo with him leading up to the Olympics.
Yeah.
And watching his performance in the Olympics. And I mean, he could have won the Olympics. His performance level is so high and really hollow, tricky to ride barrels. He just has like an effortless style about him and flow, and he just has like a synergy with the waves. He's super similar to Jack Robbo. He just has like this innate feel for reading the ocean, and you can just kind of feel it when the waves turn on.
Yeah, a little replay of Al Cleland Jr. Comes from a great surfing bloodline. Al Cleland's senior dad, Big Al, graced the cover of Surfer magazine back in 1987. Barrel shot there in Imperial Beach. Rob Gilly, I think, took the photo. Back when print, Shano, was king. The mags were king, and senior, Big Al, had a cover there. Since then, he moved to start his family in Mexico, and that's why we have Al Cleland Jr. representing Mexico. Jack Robbo got another one, Flick.
Yeah, so he's staying super busy. He's just speaking to your point, Shane. I guess he's really just trying to get that back up at the moment. I mean, that 8-point ride, as we have a look here, Al again.
Oh, has to get past that foam ball and unable to do it. What's the struggle there, Shane?
Yeah, just, you know, some of those barrels, I'm not sure if we could get another angle from the channel looking in, but a lot of those barrels at backdoor will fill up with foam on a day like this. Some of the barrels will stay completely hollow on the inside and be a bit easier to ride, and you can get really deep. But some of them just kind of fill up with foam, and sometimes there's nothing much you can do. But yeah, here we go, right here. I'm not sure if we'll be able to see it, but yeah, it's really tricky on a day like this. That looked like the heat-winning wave, didn't it? It was bigger and heavier and hollower than the waves so far in this heat. But yeah, I mean, I really love this matchup. All three of these guys are absolute hammers. Liam O'Brien is incredible out here at backdoor. Over the years, he's had this insane evolution in Hawaii. I'd say he's one of the very best guys out here for sure.
Jack finds a shack, a second section. Robinson punches out the back. He's going to, again, continue to grow in his heat total and continue to extend his lead over Liam O'Brien, Alan Cleland, 3-surfer heat. Remember, third place goes to elimination round. First and second onto the round of 32 for the men, where we will reseed that round. Oh, and actually that last wave for Jack Robinson, Flick, did not improve upon his scoreline, just a 2.9.
Yeah, look, I really like what Jack's doing at the moment. I like how he's keeping busy. Obviously, judges preferring the wave before last, 383, but I think it's just, you know, at the moment, you got to think about this heat, right? I mean, to speak to what Shane was saying, I mean, this heat is absolutely stacked. All these guys charge. If another wave comes like that, I mean, you got to think that for Al right now, I mean, it's pretty difficult because Liam's already sitting there. He's got that 6.67. He's got a pretty good, nice, solid score. I mean, if Al, it's so close though. If Al would have made it out of that last barrel, that sort of bigger, meatier one, I mean, he'd be right there in it. But at the moment, Al's sort of just trying to play catch up right now to Jack and Liam.
Yeah, and I believe, you know, we talk about Alan and we talk about the whole rookie class amongst the men. When we look at the analytics for that is the stop number 1 has not been very favorable for Pipeline. At stop number 1 has not been very favorable for the rookies when we look at those analytics. So that could change this year because we got some exciting rookies, but Al Cleland Jr. got some work to do. Just needs a 2.85. We're going to be back with the conclusion of this heat. More talking with Flick, more talking with Shano. This is the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Jack's getting barreled. Lexus Pipe Pro zooming down on the Mokupuni of Oahu, down to the Moku of Po'olauloa, through the Ahapua'a of Pupukea to the beach here called Ehukai, also known as Bonsai Pipeline, or you could say Ku Kananalu Oka o Pulu Pulu, the Huatlena Gulch. The original path was what made this channel here and created the most famous, dangerous wave in the world. And the fascination continues through generations. You can see no continental shelf. So all these swells come from the north, northwest, west, nothing impeding them. Full force of ocean power, and that's what makes the North Shore so special. And we have been having surf competitions here since 1971. It's a tradition. It's one of the most celebrated events in the surfing world, and we're getting it underway today, the start of the World Surf League Championship Tour, day number 1. Kuiper Girl, along with Flick Palmentier and Shane Dorian, talking you through all of today's action. When we went to commercial, we had Jack Robinson out in the lead. He's still in the lead. Liam O'Brien looking good. With a little bit of heat control. He's in second and advancing position, Shane, and he's holding priority. Put himself in a pretty good position.
Yeah, I mean, we have 10 minutes left, so anything can happen. You can get real sneaky out there in the lineup, as we saw in that last heat. A little flip right at the end. But, yeah, I know this has got to be a really tricky heat for Liam O'Brien and Alan Cleland with someone like Jack Robbo in the lineup. He's so dangerous. It's almost like it would give you anxiety, because Jack, without, you know, especially when he doesn't have priority, he's going to be just steadily like hunting the lineup, and you know he can turn any wave into a score, and he doesn't need much to better that second score, and he's going to put him in a really commanding position.
And what do you think about Jack's positioning right now, Flick? I mean, he's sitting right next to the man with priority, Liam O'Brien.
Look, that could be also Jack in my books is, you know, mindset obviously comes to words, Zen comes to words. He's obviously very calm, very controlled, but I believe that he's probably one of the most competitive surfers on tour. Just the way he puts together his heats, he's not silly, right? And I think maybe even he's going to try and force Liam's hand right here and try and sell him a bit of a dodgy wave. I mean, Jack has so much experience out here, like what Shane was saying. I wouldn't be surprised if he's trying to balk Liam right now. Just sit a little bit closer in his personal space, make him think about things, because, you know, if you're not sitting next to Jack, you're giving him, if you're not sitting next to Liam, you're giving him space, you're giving him opportunity, time and room to think. And right now, I think Jack's just applying that pressure.
Coach Shane, what do you think about his positioning?
You know, I think it's also a lot easier for Jack to force people to lose priority than other people.
Right.
He's so dangerous. He's so good. His positioning is so perfect that if you're looking at a wave, like if you're Liam and you're like, hey, I'm really looking for like something like a 6 right now, and a wave comes in, it looks like a 5, and you're like, oh, I'm not going to go on this one. It's not really good enough. But Jack's right there, and you don't really want him to turn that 5 into like a 7-5 because he's such a freak. It's a lot easier, I think, for Jack to fluster somebody out of priority. So I like where he's sitting, to be honest. I feel like he's been catching a lot of these kind of little ones, trying to better his score. And I think he wants that priority to kind of be a little bit more patient. So when a good one comes, Jack will be in the spot.
Yeah, Jack definitely taking the alpha position. I would think that the person that really needs a score right now in the pack, and now it looks like he's doing a little bit of separation, is Al Cleland Jr. Needs just a 2.85. And I feel, Flick, that, and Shane alluded to it at the beginning of this heat, there's not just one peak right now. And as you can see, the surfers starting to reposition themselves.
Yeah, they're all paddling down to the left of the screen to a little patch of the reef called Aints.
And an Aints bowl comes through for Al. He clipped him on the head. It looked like he was well on his way to getting into that second place need. Just a 2.85 is all he needed. He found that one under priority. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, it kind of was, and he's had a couple of waves like that. He's sort of had a couple of sliding doors moments. You know, if we rewind back to that bigger, more meteor wave he took off on, if he would have come out of that, he'd still be right in this. As we see maybe something else. No, that kind of looks like it's fading away, but here we go. Let's have a look here. So this one just goes straight up underneath the hood there and just sort of gets clipped in the head. He sort of gets clipped in the head there, but a little bit of foamy, a little bit of whitewashy sort of foam ball situation to deal with there. But yeah, he's had those sliding doors moments where he could be a totally different scenario right now.
That ain't part of the reef. Why? Because it ain't backdoor, and it ain't off the wall, and it ain't proper grammar either. But that's what they call that spot right there, Shano.
That's right. I love that part of the reef, as do many other people watching this broadcast right now. It's such a fun wave, and you know, when the big dogs are at the peak of backdoor, a lot of like the younger guys maybe a little bit lower in the totem pole will be kind of sitting over at that Aints Bowl, but oftentimes you get incredible waves there. So it really is, and you can win a lot of heats. Kelly Slater has won multiple world titles at Aints.
It's I feel like, oh well, let's take a look at some live action split peak here. We're going to go with the left, and Al Cleveland Jr. getting clamped again. Liam O'Brien took a right at backdoor. Jack now put himself into pole position. Clamps both ways. Now Jack Robinson, Flick, with ultimate heat control. He's got a big lead, and he's holding priority in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's exactly where he wants to be. I'm interested. I wonder if he sold. I didn't even really have a look at it, but Liam says, thank you, I will. And you can just see super deep here and just gets, he sort of shoots out in front of that foam ball there, but when he was right on that foam ball for a pretty long time here, so deep. I mean, if he'd made it out of this, I mean, he'd be on his way well and truly, I reckon, to that 517 he was chasing. So good effort there by Liam.
Yeah.
Looked like Liam put it into four-wheel drive on that foam ball. It's just like steady going.
Well, you talked about it. In North Shore performances, Liam O'Brien is really under-celebrated because day in and day out, what you see Liam do is he's a charger. And it doesn't look like he spends time out here is what I want to say. And I think that's the only recipe to being successful out here, Shane.
There is no shortcut at Pipeline. There really isn't. I mean, some of the athletes I've worked with in the past, it's so frustrating out here on normal days when there's not a contest, when there is no priority. There would be 60 to 80 people out here today, super savage, lots of testosterone, lots of egos, really difficult to get any sort of a decent wave. And if you do, good, high chance of getting dropped in on by whoever. And so, I mean, you really have to just put in the time. And there's a lot of really frustrating surfs for Liam. There's a lot of like out of your comfort zone, getting burned by locals, getting burned by people. And it can be really frustrating and easy to avoid. But Liam's put in the time, and over the years, like, spent a lot of time off the wall, like really getting to know a right there at off the wall, right next door to backdoor, that's very similar to backdoor. Gets great backdoor practice, and over the years he's incredible on his backhand out of Pipeline as well. And it does, Kaipo. There is no shortcut, like I said, and he's just put in a ton of time.
And he's been staying busy, just on the hunt under priority. Here he goes again. Lob. And that thing's going to clamp him through. But I like the effort. Because really right now, like, the strategy is just be top two. I mean, we're going to reseed, but you skip that deadly elimination round by just being in the top two.
Yeah, I mean, you can sort of see, oh, here we go, Jack out the back.
Well, that may have just sealed the deal for Jack Robinson.
Oh.
Yeah, everything went according to Jack's evil plan out the back. He just like, I'm going to force the priority, and I'm going to sit there and wait. I'm going to be patient. There's plenty of time. Surely a good one has to come in, and just like that.
And I think this year, I mean, hey, this is the opening round of the year, and it's almost like a scouting report for me when I look at all the surfers, where you're just like, okay, this guy's looking in form. And with, John not taking a full year, Flick, with Gabe out with an injury, guys like Jack Robinson, Ethan Ewing, coming up, Griffin Colapinto, those guys know there's a huge opportunity in 2025.
Oh, completely. I mean, it's wide open, right? And, the last few years, those guys have been in that Final Five picture, and they've been in that conversation. And I think I heard Ross and Joe talking about it in that last heat, but hey, finals is cloud break. And that is a very different wave to trestles, and that is right up someone like Jack Robinson's alley. And, if it's big and heaving, I mean, you'd be thinking that he'd be a good shot for a world title.
It'd be really, really, really difficult to bet against Jack Robbo at Cloud Break. You do not want that guy in your heat, no matter who you are.
Yeah. And I think that got illustrated. You know, we had that CT by the numbers pop up where we saw, you know, the heat winning percentage, but not all heat wins are created equal, because the heat wins that matter are at the end of the year in that one-day WSL Finals event. That's when it all comes down. So it's an interesting thing because you can have all your heat wins all year long, go in at number one, but it all comes down to that one-day surfing Super Bowl.
And can you imagine Jack's win rate if all the events on the CT were at Cloudbreak, right? I mean, he's such a freak out there. Like, if you put him in a hollow reef break left, his win rate is going to go exponential. Like, he's so difficult to beat. It's crazy. I went to a little sidebar right here, but I went to Narraloo in Western Australia with Jack Robbo a few years back, and we had such a great trip. And I remember he surfed one day at Narraloo. It was like 8 foot, and nobody surfs low tide there, really. Like, I surfed the high tide in the morning, I surfed high tide in the evening, and he surfed all day, and I'd never seen anything like it. It was insane.
Cleland. Wow. Finds a barrel, gets a hack. Let's see the numbers. Need a 4.35. Did Al Cleland just turn the heat? Flick?
Look, I think I'm going to have to rewatch this barrel, how deep it was, how not deep it was. Just looks like Liam's going to have a look too.
Liam taking out an insurance policy just in case pulls into a barrel, needs to come out of this one. Tracking Liam O'Brien. Lobby doesn't, so everything's going to lean on that last wave for Mexico's Alan Cleland Jr. Shano, 4.35. Did Al do it?
I think it's going to be close. I didn't get a great look at it. I need to see the replay, maybe from multiple angles, but I mean, it was a good wave and a nice turn and a full completion in the dying seconds.
Here it is. One more time for you, Flick.
Yeah, this is what we asked for. So I just wanted to see like the depth, how deep it was, the travel time. I mean, obviously he gets the finish here too. It's spectacular because he pulls it out at the last minute, at the last seconds of this heat, right? I mean, it is a bigger wave, shorter barrel, but it stayed open. And I mean, it's a nice layback jam in the pocket. I sort of am like, I'm going to Jack's 5.51. I know that's a little bit higher, but I'm sort of trying to see, you know, is it sort of similar to that? Is he going to get the score? What do you think, Shane?
I think it's very close.
Yeah.
I think it might just be the number. Having said that, I think it was, like, that wave was the number. I think if he could get that wave again, he could have arm barred it slightly longer and got a little bit deeper, got a little bit longer, and did a stronger turn even.
Yep. Guess what?
But
there's the numbers, and it looks like Viva Mexico for Alan Cleland. And that is quite a task from a rookie there, Shano.
He just got the number, right? That's crazy.
Just got it. 4.6, need a 4.23. Got it. And sending Liam O'Brien into the elimination round. Jack Robinson, Alan Cleland into the round of 32. Jack Robbo looking good at backdoor. We'll be back after this.
I think for every surfer, at some point when they're paddling out there, they're looking at that wave and going, wow, is that wave possible to ride? Can I ride that wave or not? Of course, these guys have such a high level of skill that comes with a very high level of confidence as well. But at the pipeline, it's the pipeline. You know, pipeline's scary. No matter how much time you spend out there and how good a surfer you are, you know, at some point you're going to feel intimidated. And if the surf's big, that intimidation factor goes up.
Words from Mr. Pipeline, Jerry Lopez, and celebration on the beach for Mexico's Alan Cleland Jr., a rookie on the championship tour and just had a great start turning his heat in the last minute. New heat in the water and new surfer coming out of the barrel. Maui's Ian Gentile on a nice start. And looking for a finish. Rides through the convergence for Gentile, so score that. For the Maui boy, he's out there with Leo Fioravanti, Griffin Colapinto. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. I'm in here on the set with Flick Palmentier and Shane Dorian. Take a look at this heat, Flick.
Yeah, this is another great matchup. Obviously, Griff, you know, amazing performance all last year into finals. Leo, I mean, he's had a second here, runner-up to Jack. And then Ian last year as well. I think he ended up making the semis here last year.
Yes, he did.
So this is a great matchup again.
Yeah, good call on that. Ian Gentile, a WSL replacement for Gabe Medina, who said he's pulled out of the first 3 events of the year. And depending upon his recovery from that pectoral tear, we'll see how many more events Ian will be participating in. And we'll monitor that throughout the year. Ian Gentile, 28 years old, 3rd year on the championship tour. Like you said, Flick, semifinal finish here. Last year, 2023 Rookie of the Year, Leo Fioravanti, former runner-up out here at Pipeline, and a guy who's able to navigate a barrel at backdoor very, very well, Shane Dorian.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Leo's got to be one of the tougher draws on days like this at backdoor. That was just impeccable positioning right there from Leo. Love to see a replay of that. That he would have been properly on the foam ball for multiple seconds right there. He was as deep as he could have got. What a great start to a heat. I mean, this heat on paper is insane. All 3 regular foots. Very, very good out here, all 3 of them. Look at this positioning right here, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Shane. So deep in that barrel, really on that foam ball. And good read, too. I mean, straight up underneath it, you can see, yeah, right on that foam ball. I mean, like you said before, wow. Oh, wow. Put it in full drive mode. I like that call.
Yeah, sure.
Really riding that foam ball.
His positioning was insane. I mean, look at that. You can see that foam coming up the face in the barrel, and he just got a little bit wider stance, just really aggressively like, I'm making this no matter what. And some of those barrels are like, it's all mindset. It's like mind over matter, like I'm making this no matter what.
Griff got one too. So taking a look here at Griffin Colapinto's opener. And that was a 4.33. Another look at Ian.
Yeah, this one, I really like this wave. I mean, he comes out of this, gets we'll have another angle here. So short, sharp, nice little spit there. It always looks beautiful when surfers come out with the spit of the barrel. Nice little roundhouse there. And gets the finish. I mean, this was a hard section too, that converging bit of whitewater to right out in front of. So nice exchange between all 3 surfers.
You guys called it. This is a great heat because we haven't seen any of these surfers slip up as of yet. So all meaningful rides. We're still waiting for score for Leo Fioravanti and Ian Gentile.
I love the turns too. Like whenever you can bring the turn like dynamic into the here at Pipeline on a really good day, the turns really are minimal. They barely count at all. But on a day like this, when a lot of the barrels are going to be fairly similar and not of like the most consequence, when you can really like kind of set yourself apart with a really world-class turn out there. And like these guys are doing an incredible job. That 2-turner of Ian just then, that finish turn, that bang on the inside and riding out of that foam was, I really liked it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we get desensitized, I feel, on the North Shore because it's so epic, it gets so big. But even today, and it looks like, okay, it's fun, it's, a smaller day, but it's still pretty sketchy out there and pretty dangerous, Flick.
Yeah, I was actually having a conversation this morning with Sophie McCulloch, and she was, in the Rebel Athlete Zone, and she's coming back from injuries and things, and we were talking about it, even when it's small, there's also been a lot of lump and bump around, and you hit that wrong section with that bit of power, and yeah, I mean, you're going to know all about it. You can get hurt at any time. Even though it's been massive, you can definitely get hurt even when it's just like this small.
Yeah, always consequence. Coming through the last heat in a brilliant fashion. 13.1 for heat win Jack Robinson. He's with the Waz on the glass.
Thank you, Kaipo. Down here with Jack. Welcome back, Jack.
Thank you. Yep, Jack's back.
Feels good to be back, on tour, first event of the year, and to me, in your mind, there's never a doubt that you're going to win a heat.
Never, yeah, but still, we're at Pipeline and just try to be safe and go there and respect the wave too, because yeah, it's been a long time that I've been coming here, like 16, 17 years now, and every time you go out there, you still just respect it. But that was a beautiful way to start.
Great way to start. Also, just wanted to catch up on the off season. It looked like you spent a lot of great time with your family.
Yeah, I had a good time with my family. We did a few trips, Bali, and went all around. And then they're on the beach here now. So my son and my wife, and it's a good crew, good people, good team. So happy for them to be here.
Well, the dad training paid off. Congratulations. Can't wait to see your next heat.
Sure. Thank you, Strider.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, I love it. Made a reputation here from a very young age, coming out, also making a reputation here, a former runner-up in this event, Leo Fioravanti, getting a backup score. He opened up with a 6.17, straight back in the barrel flick and straight back out.
Yeah, he's looking fired up and hasn't put a foot wrong yet, no wobbles, and it's just to speak to what Shane said before, it's a great heat. Everyone looks like they're on.
It's an interesting dynamic. We just saw Jack Robinson. Now we see Leo Fioravanti. The surfing world has been aware of both of these surfers for a long time, since each of them were probably like 9 years old. Quicksilver had a program called Young Guns, and Kanoa, Leo, Jack were the stars at a very, very young age, and they're still here. It seems like they're way older than they are, just 27 years old, each of them, but they've been around pro surfing for 20 years.
Yeah, they've been around for a long time. I always remember that King of the Groms contest where all three of those guys, all competing against each other. I mean, it makes me feel old because I'm like, wow, I think like at least 5-6 years older than those guys, and I'm like, I still look at them as Groms.
Let's start feeling old all together. Shane Dorian, I'm going to help you with that one. When was your first pipe event? What year?
93.
Jerry Lopez may have still been in the draw.
Yeah, he was.
He was.
He was as a wild card.
As a wild card, yeah. Jerry would get the good one.
Yeah, for sure. And it's been, like you said, it's been really amazing to see some of these guys growing up, like going from boys to men. Really, like you got like Leo and Kanoa, and like we saw those kids grow up to become men, and it's really cool. Like that was insane right there. Leo just really well read.
And also someone who battles back, and we know that Leo's is a warrior. He's come back from so many injuries, including breaking his back at this wave flip.
Yeah, it's not that you forget, but sometimes you just got to remind yourself about sort of the resilience that comes with these surfers. I mean, yeah, he broke his back here, and then Margaret River, I think it was, where he dislocated his shoulder. He'd done that a couple of times, and just sort of the resilience it takes, and as an athlete to keep coming back and showing up after injury like that. And it's weird, right? Like how it happens. Just sometimes when you get injured, it sort of compiles all in one, and some surfers don't really get it, and other surfers just end up getting in this weird pattern, and Leo's sort of had that, and for him to come back and be as strong as he is, and obviously, he's had a runner-up finish here now at Pipe. I mean, it speaks volumes to sort of his mindset and having to reframe and reapproach this wave, especially after something so hectic here.
Well, and you've been through an injury. It messes with you psychologically. So to bounce back, not only physically, but to bounce back psychologically for Leo and bring that confidence back to Pipeline after breaking your back at this wave is incredible.
Yeah, sure is. Fioravanti, former runner-up here. And hey, I'm going to give you guys some tips for your WSL Fantasy lineup. Leo Fioravanti of the Surfers in the draw, number 3, with an average of 36 points that he will earn you in fantasy when we look at the average from 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. A sneaky pick if you want to pick Leo. He's been a performer. When we look at the analytics, make your picks. Remember, sure that you lock in your team before the round of 32 for the men and before the round of 16 for the women. Come on. It's going to be a great year on fantasy. And we'll keep on giving you fantasy tips throughout every event.
Leo's a great pick. Right before I walked on set, I was having a quick cup of coffee at my house, and my kid was finalizing his WSL fantasy picks, and he's like, "What do you think about Leo? What do you think about Leo?"
Yeah,
it was funny, and here we are watching him kill it.
Everyone has time, so make your initial picks. Remember, you can shuffle your team through that elimination round. Take a look at it. Take a look how the Surfers are doing. Another tip: really get to know your seeding and avoid friendly fire, because there's nothing like picking 2 tier B surfers and they come up against each other, or an A and a C come up against each other and you lose one. I guess that means you guarantee you win. Cole Pinto just made it look so easy. Griffin, love the fade carve combo too. Looks like he didn't even get his heart rate up there. Flick, that was so smooth.
It was super smooth. It was really controlled. And, I mean, it was a really clean barrel too, straight up underneath, and just really hollow that one stayed. So let's have a look here. I just love that, just so effortless. And yeah, to speak to what you're saying, Kai, it's just that fade carve there. But all these guys in this heat are just looking so on.
Couple of angles of Griff, of course. Griffin on a new Mayhem, and it looks like it's working really well. Live action, Leo Fioravanti driving and drives out of it. Second section there, and it is a nice back and forth, Shane, between Griff and Leo at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, these judges really have their work cut out for them. Like, these guys are making it look pretty easy. They're really finding waves, but they're all kind of similar size. I love that wave of Griffin. It had a little bit more grunt, kind of came together in a bit more of an apex where it was kind of wedging at him. So it gave that little bit later, more technical drop, and he was able to get deep. And I love that big old like kind of carve down. I thought that was beautiful.
And Flick, Leo is able to squeeze through this one.
Yeah, his read is really on. I mean, that was a pretty tricky wave to surf. Obviously very different to what we just saw from Griff. I mean, it was a more running down the line barrel, but no one is putting a foot wrong. And yeah, Shane, I agree with you. I mean, this is sort of splitting hairs at the moment. Obviously there has been those bit of differences as we're going to watch these scores come in, but all these guys are just looking so on. And I mean, even if you look at, Ian's opening wave, I mean, he's sitting on the wave of the heat right now, and he's only had one with that 717. That's a big, hefty score. He's sitting out the back with priority, and he's not chasing a big score either.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Patient Ian Gentile still with the single highest wave score, so being picky, and that Griff's just going to explore the bottom there at backdoor.
Ian, Griff, not so picky.
Not so picky. Not so picky at all. Griffin Colapinto.
On that one.
Colapinto, 23 and 24, finishing number 3 in the world. Could 25 be his year? We had a little bit of that conversation, and we're going to see if it's going to. I think so. I think he's looking calm. He's looking together. He's grown into his body. The boards are on point. Griffin's going to be the one to watch. But right now, it's about Ian Gentile, shacked up. Easily comes out of that one, and the nice finish for the Maui boy. Ian Gentile opens up with the 717. He's going to grow that heat score. Leo also exploring the bottom at backdoor. But how about that? Like, for patience and then execution for Ian Gentile.
Yeah, I really liked it. I think what he did in the barrel was pretty technical. It looked like to me that he really slowed himself down. That was a really short barrel. It was a peaky wave. But he really did a good job at maximizing that barrel time, and then, yeah, got the turn on the end and on a bit of a critical section. So my thoughts are is he's probably going to jump up into that #1 spot. I really liked what he did.
Yeah, so we'll wait for that score for Ian Gentile and see. He will very likely go into first. By how much is going to be the question. We'll take another look at a couple more replays right now.
I was just thinking that Ian really had priority for kind of a long time, and I was thinking if he uses his priority wisely, he has a really great opportunity right here.
Yeah, and here it is. Here's the score we're waiting for.
The wave wasn't very big, but he really maximized, as Flick said, he kind of positioned himself and read the wave perfectly to maximize the depth he was able to get in the barrel and the time he was able to stay behind the curtain and had that really great finish turn as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's heating up with only 12 minutes left.
Yep, 5.57. Gentile goes into the lead. Let's hear from a rookie on tour, Al Cleland Jr. with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you very much. Down here with the Mexicano, making Mexico proud. Here you are in your first event ever, and you're already making it through heats.
Yeah, I'm stoked. The waves are kind of firing. It's really clean. The conditions are really nice, and there's some really good backdoor runners. And I mean, for it to be my first heat in a CT ever, can't ask for more. Being with Jack and Liam, it was a great heat, and I was just stoked to get a couple waves under them and kind of play my thing and do my thing out there, and just stoked to be a part of it.
Tell me, first to win the U.S. Open Mexican surfer, first to be an Olympian Mexican surfer, that must make me feel good. Do you have any pressure?
No, not at all. This is my first time being a part of something so big, so I'm just coming here with an open mind and relax and, just trying to get a couple waves, and most than anything, just kind of represent my flag and my family and where I'm from, and just Pasquale's and everything, and kind of show everybody from Mexico, you can make it. You can come from the smallest town in the world, and you can just put the hard work in and make it happen. And stoked to just be a part of this and hopefully get some more waves.
I love it. Belief is everything. Anything, do you want to say anything in Spanish back home?
Yeah, thank you, Strider. Sí, un saludo a todos en México. Aquí andamos representando una vez más en las grandes ligas y ahí agarramos un par de olas. Ojalá nos toque mejor para las siguientes y saludos a todos. ¡Ánimo! ¡Viva México!
Muchas gracias, señor.
Gracias, ánimo.
Back to you guys.
Love it. Love it. Rookie on tour representing Mexico. It's going 2 chains, too. Couple of
3 earrings.
Couple of links right there, bringing some flair. I like that.
That's some man jewelry vibes happening. It's been so fun to watch Al's story unfold from a Grom to here on the big stage. It's really neat. You can see the enthusiasm, that youthful enthusiasm in that interview just then. He's still a Grom at heart, and to be out here with the big boys, with his name on his jersey and his flag, just repping, it's pretty sick.
I love it, and I hope that you're loving opening day at Pipeline as well. Stop #1 on the World Surf League Championship Tour. We're going to come back with the end of this heat, but currently it's Ian Gentile coming in and leading. Heat number 4 continues after this.
The most important thing is developing our surfboard designs, and that's on the ground. So with our local crew, we do this all year round. Like Shane Picaro has been indispensable in that area. And I have not worked with someone as particular and sensitive and being able to analyze what he feels under his feet. I haven't worked with someone like that since Michael Hope. Mike was brutal, and I started building boards for Michael, and he took me through boot camp. But it was so necessary.
With Eric Arakawa, the professor, with Dave Proden on the lineup podcast. Leo Fioravanti currently in second in this heat in advancing position. Taking a look at that one, not able to find an exit. Our heat leader, Ian Gentile, doing it right again. Kuiper Girl, Flick Palmentier, Shane Dorian on the call. Ian coming in as a replacement and not wasting any time. Flick.
No, that was an amazing wave as well. That one was even more open than I think that 557. I mean, it was bigger. He's just had impeccable wave selection, really. I mean, we've also kind of started to see a couple of little mistakes from Leo as well. So interesting sort of, it seems like the energy sort of shifted in this heat a little bit towards the back end view.
Yeah, and in the hot seat right now, Shano, is Griffin Colapinto, currently in third. He's got priority, not going to use the priority. Leo's going to swing again. Nice line through this barrel. Ooh. Sucky section for the end, and a fist pump. He knows he's bettered his heat score right there. Well, that's my feeling, but I get caught up in the emotion. What do you think, Shano?
I think that was the best wave of the heat as far as like wave size and shape. Just the intensity of the barrel, the size of the barrel, really open. Yeah, as far as a proper backdoor wave, that was probably the best one we've seen.
And that spells trouble for Griffin Colapinto, who currently has priority, needs a 4.6, but that need could go up when this next score for Leo Fioravanti checks in.
It's only a matter of time for someone like Leo at backdoor when it's like this. Like, it's only math. Like, if he has enough time, he's going to get a nugget, absolutely ride it perfectly. It's so interesting, those other guys were just like a couple feet too deep right there, and Leo was just in the sweet spot. That's such a great wave. You can see that little fist pump right there from Leo, just fired up.
We're still waiting for this score on this wave, Flick, for Ian Gentile.
Yeah, so it was a nice wave. It was well ridden, but when you compare it to that one of Leo's, I mean, this wave was just a lot more peakier, right? It wasn't more of a, that sort of north angle that's moving down the reef more like what Leo had, that sort of more traditional backdoor wave. So I'm interested to see where the scores go and what the split is between these two.
I'm stoked right now. You know why? Because I feel the waves right now have exceeded the expectations that we came into this morning. They've gotten cleaner. The wind's hanging in there. The swell lines, Shano, and you can talk about the swell lines. They look like they're more connected. I was expecting more of a broken up swell.
Well, it's just broken up enough to be super peaky, Kaipo. I kind of like that it's not like these long, super long period ground swell ropes that sometimes we get here at Pipeline, where there's not really a peak. It just kind of closes out all the way to off the wall. Today is super peaky, so it's almost like a beach break, and yet when it comes together in that apex at backdoor, you still get those kind of throaty nuggets like that one we just saw of Leo.
Yeah, and Griffin Colapinto, he's going to need one of those nuggets. He's got 4.5 minutes. The scores came in. Leo Fioravanti at 6.13. Ian Gentile got a backup of a 5.73. Now Griffin, you can see it in the third column, needs a 5.7 to move into second and avoid the elimination round to start the year. Tense times for Griffin Colapinto, Flick.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, he's proved that he is one of the best in the world, the last few years. And I just think back to the earlier couple of heats of the day. I mean, I think back to Matt McGillivray absolutely turning the heat in the last dying seconds. Griff's positioned him, he's got the 6.6, right? And he's positioned himself great. He's got priority. 4 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
There's still opportunity. There's still time. I mean, Jack as well, right in that last few seconds of that last heat, getting another score.
Look, let's take a look at the CT by the numbers when we're talking about Griffin Colapinto. It's pretty peaky today. Shano, you were talking about that. Chances are, if it's a peak, Griffin's going right. Look at the CT by the numbers. Highest percentage of rights taken in 2024. Griffin's on top of the list.
Doesn't surprise me. I mean, he's got an amazing forehand. I mean, Matt,
Matty surprises me at 71%.
Yeah, it actually does surprise me. Matt does surprise me because when I think back to last year, I associate some of his big, crazy big, lefts on his backhand. But I mean, you think his two semi-final finishes, though.
Yeah, there you
right
go.
hand point breaks.
Yep, there you go.
I love all the stats, though. It's really insightful, all the data.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing in the off season, Shane.
Yeah.
Crunching all that data for you.
Crunching the numbers, old
crunching the
school
numbers
style.
and bringing it to you, the surf fans.
Manual spreadsheets.
You see, it's right here. I have an abacus and just a pen and a composition book. That's how I run. 3 minutes remaining for Griffin Colapinto. Good news for Griff. Here comes some lines. And is this one going to... No. Actually, Shane, you can talk about this high up view. It looks like that there's a 4 running wave in front of the actual wave.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a mixed swell. You know, the last like 4 or 5 days, Kuiper, we've had a lot of kind of bad wind, stormy conditions, and there's a little bit of that kind of leftover condition out here today. A lot cleaner on the face. That was actually a pretty good wave right there, but Leo was just a tiny bit
Just
too
a little
late.
too deep. Yeah.
Yeah, a little too late, a little too deep. But yeah, there's a little bit of residual bump from like the last 4 or 5 days of like kind of substandard conditions out here. But I mean, this is a lot better, I think, than even the forecast was saying it was going to be. It's been really difficult to kind of read the forecast. There's been so much noise on the maps as far as like lows here and fetches here and storms there and winds are going all over the place. It's been really difficult.
It's really interesting because you have all these computer models, right? But then the models are like reset themselves. And then you're in a whole kind of different scenario. And you know, Keone Downing, I love his quote when he talks about the North Shore. He's like, you can talk as much as you want.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't mean anything until it hits the buoy. Yeah. Don't get excited until it hits the buoy. And then we know for sure.
And really don't get excited until you can see the waves in the morning.
Yeah, honestly, the wakeupandcheckit.com sometimes is the best.
The way.
Wake up and check. All right, well, Griff, 5.7 is what he needs. He's got just over a minute to accomplish that. Will Backdoor and Pipeline do a favor for the San Clemente surfer? And looking out in the ocean, looking tough, Shano.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking this whole heat that Griffin needs to be a little bit more patient. We saw him get a little bit anxious and a little bit overzealous on a couple of those kind of late drops that he was out of position for, and yet kind of wasted a little bit of time going on those waves and took him out of the rotation of priority. And you know, like the time's ticking away here, and even though he's utilizing his patience now, time's just not really there.
I like that. So that would be, if you were Griff's coach, that would be your debrief for him on the sand.
For sure. I worked with Griffin before this event last year a bit, and that's something that we talked about a lot. Sometimes his impatience is a weapon at beach breaks, but in waves like today, you really need to get optimal waves to win.
And it's all about putting yourself in the proper rotation with priority, right?
Sure.
When the good one does come in.
And
although I can't really use that because Leo Fioravanti got a gem under priority.
Well, and as important as it is to know what the really good waves look like, it's really important to know which waves not to go on because they're a waste of time.
There you go. Well, it's all wrapped up there, and it's going to be Ian Gentile as well as Leo Fioravanti advancing into the round of 32. We'll see Griffin Colapinto in the elimination round. Thank you so much for joining us, Shane Dorian and Flick. Thanks again, but we're going to be talking all day. We'll be back with more action. Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. More coming your way after this.
Kelly Slater going for his 56th career win back in 2022. One of the best events at Pipeline in history. Taking this win about 5 days before he turned 50 years of age. Once again, showing that the impossible is possible. If your name is Kelly Slater, so dedicated, especially to this wave at Pipeline, make it 8-time champ at this venue. And a special moment for himself and Seth Moniz that was in the final that year. One of the all-time greats that we will be looking back on for the history of surfing, the history of pipe, and what a special part of the day. Look who we have here, just surrounded by greatness. Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist, but more importantly, our friend. You're back. It's so good to see you.
Oh my gosh, you don't have any idea how much my face hurts from smiling today and getting to see all of my family. How are you guys?
We missed you severely, but we are at the same time just over the moon for yourself and Luke. Once again, a big congratulations. How has this journey been, through motherhood and anticipating what to expect as a new mom?
Oh my gosh, well, thanks so much, Joe. I have missed you guys so much. Definitely really happy to be here and be amongst the action and see the first day of the season start. I'm super excited. It's been a huge change, especially from, is this Italo?
That's right, Italo getting started, hanging with wrists. The 5-time world champ joining us for the call. Italo, the 2019 world champ, also won pipe that year. As a heat with the GOAT, Kelly Slater, and also Samuel Pupo. But yeah, talk about a fun transition. Obviously, we're so used to you taking over your competitive energy and starting a new year, and we've just got such a beautiful chapter unfolding right now.
Thanks, Joe. As you know, having a daughter of your own, it's I'm so excited. The anticipation is building. She's due in a few weeks. I'm hoping sooner rather than later. But yeah, it's been such a wild change. I can't do the things that I've always done. I'm still actually surfing. A couple times a week on a soft top. I don't know if it's called surfing anymore, but it's keeping me sane and happy mom, happy baby, they say. So, yeah.
I love that. Have you been reaching out to other surf moms, throughout this journey and asking about advice and how to surf through, the pregnancy?
Totally. I actually reached out to Bethany, had a really nice coffee talk with Kaylia Moniz, who she surfed all the way until she, gave birth and has been a huge inspiration for me. And then, women like Serena Brooks and Chelsea Hedges and Jody Nelson, they've all done it. And it's been really helpful to hear how they've navigated it. But I still feel like I'm figuring it out too. And it's been fun, challenging. I hope that if there's any other surfing moms that come after me, I can help them on this path.
Oh, we love it. Carissa's here for the call. We watch Italo again, pushing through that solid backside turn. Now looking to maybe ramp up. And there it is. Almost on demand. That was a really tough section for that move, but he's won a lot of heats with that big backside full road, Jesse.
Yeah, just a weird angle that he kind of approached that section right there. He was a little bit late, and as he was hitting the lip, he kind of lost balance and just kind of came unglued with the board. It happens, it's Italo. He's catching waves all around, and at some point he's going to click into one. But if you see here, this wave, it's kind of running down the line. Nice first snap, drove through that turn smoothly, and here he's going to hit a little bit sideways and late. You see that? So that that lip hits his board and kind of pushes him off balance. But, yeah, great surfing. It's just the first day.
It's got a new model from Timmy Patterson, the all-in model. It's kind of pulled in the tail, pulled in the nose a bit. His previous models were wide and kind of really helped him do big floats, big airs, but he's so good in the air. This new model is going to help him really be rail-to-rail more in the pocket. As we see the GOAT doing what he loves to do, pulling in. Nice frontside tube, and Kelly's on the board. Carissa with a lifetime of, performances, but also a lifetime of relationships. When you see someone like Kelly, who's always been around for you, you've even collected your world title trophy alongside the GOAT in your early years. Is there a significant moment in those first few memories meeting Kelly of really when you realized his greatness?
Oh my gosh. I think just like it. I mean, obviously his performances speak for themselves. But just being around his aura, like in the tent and watching how he handles things, how he interacts with people, he just has this essence about him that is great. And yeah, he's always been someone that I've looked up to, how he handles and does it all, and how he's still doing it. It's incredible. It's absolutely insane.
Exactly. When we speak of longevity, you know, he was getting questions about retirement, well, in the early 2000s, and maybe that was fair, Jesse, because he did take a break from 99, 2000, 2001, but then after that, everyone was almost afraid maybe that he would go too soon.
I know, and he came back kind of swinging because, like, didn't he come back and win a world title like the first year or something?
Yeah, he had Andy kind of push him, so Andy won 3 straights, and then
he did,
and then he came back. That's what created one of the best rivalries we've ever seen, as we have Ian Gentile, WSL replacement surfer, making it count on the glass with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Down here with Ian. Ian, welcome back to the glass. Must feel good to jump into this event and take out a win.
Yeah, it feels really good. I was just happy to be here and really grateful to be at Pipeline. You know, it's always a privilege.
You got some new real estate on the board up top there.
Yeah, it's called Vi. It's something I'm involved in. Really excited. Still brand new, so yeah, I don't know. Should have some gear pretty soon, but it's early days.
All right, I like it. And you know, for you on your off season, we know you go to Maui. Did you go anywhere else?
Yeah, I spent about a month in Brazil with family. I have a lot of family over there, and it was really nice just to cruise with them. And then I don't know. I surfed Honolulu Bay a lot, which is one of my favorite things to do, and it was like just a bunch of Jaws swells back to back to back, which is great. It spreads the crowds out, you know, and yeah, I just had a really mellow like few weeks at home. It was really nice to just just do that. Cruise.
So you went big wave Ian?
Oh no. I make sure to be on the west side, you know, before all of my crazy friends call me. I'm there like early in the morning. They're like, oh, you know, you want to come to Jaws today? I'm like, I'm ready. I'm locked into a bay session right now. Like, good luck.
Well, good choice. Beautiful waves over there on Maui. Congratulations, and we can't wait to see you surf again.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Strider. Thank you, Ian, for ripping. Ian Gentile getting the call up after we heard the news of Gabriel Medina getting injured. Medina out for at least the first 3 events, so from Pipe to Abu Dhabi to Portugal. And then Gentile will hopefully have the phone ring. I guess on the other side, you're hoping nobody gets injured, but we saw Ramsey take advantage of those spots open up last year and create a year that we'll never forget. Big performance for Ramsey in Tahiti. Gentile, such a cool cat, so mellow, and he did mention Honolulu Bay, and I was wondering about this, Carissa, because there's been so many memorable moments, especially at the season finale when it was on Maui where Ian grew up, and I was sort of starting to think about the greatest heats of all time, and one that comes up in my mind is a crazy final you had with Sally, where you guys were going blow for blow, barrels. It was one of my favorite heats I've seen there, but I wanted to hear from your point of view of really living through those moments. Is there one that still gives you chicken skin?
I have to agree with you on that one, Joe. That one definitely sticks out of my WSL memories. Honolulu Bay is one of the best waves in the world, and I think what was so cool is I feel like it really suited the women surfing because it was super powerful. We had barrels, but it was also high performance, and I just remember that day, like, the swell was consistent. It's hard to get a consistent swell at Honolulu Bay. It was like 6 to 8 feet. It was barreling, and just being able to like trade back and forth with an incredible rider like Sally. That's how you want it to come down. You want to have it come down to your surfing, and so for it to come down to like, I think I had already won the world title, so it was kind of like the icing on top. There wasn't any nerves. It was just like pure fun and bliss, and getting to do that with Sal, who we've had a great positive rivalry throughout my whole career, so that was super, super memorable. And then my family was on the cliff, so that was special as well.
Ah, so cool. Reflecting with Carissa Moore as we get to chat with Ross on the water. Ross Williams enjoying the job out there. You feeling comfy, Roscoe?
Right, Joey. Strider has it really good out here. This is the best seat in the world. I'm super stoked. But just quickly, I wanted to give you guys a little conditions update out here. It's really cool to see Sammy and Italo and Kelly and how they surf so differently in terms of strategy and staying busy. You got that sort of frisky energy from Italo and Kelly looking for the waves inside here on the inside of the reef, that back door. And there is a lot of that. But that being said, it's super short interval. It's hard to appreciate that until you get out here. It's a little messy, and so these waves are surprising them. They only have a few seconds to adjust and kind of get in position.
Well, where are you sitting right now, Ross?
I'm sort of at 8, and there's the oddball wave over here. Like Italo actually looked really closely at one, and it's standing tall. Again, because of the storm surf short interval, they're real peaky and A-framey. So you got to be open-minded today. You can get a score anywhere.
Well, as we know, Ross, Strider gets smoked all the time. You know, you feel comfy where you're sitting right now, or does he just do that for the show?
Mike in the jersey, duck dive. Strider gave me a little breakdown. We're good.
We're good. Oh, we love it, Ross. We'll be crossing with you throughout the day.
Thank you.
Ross Williams, former pipe finalist, a super coach, coming off a world title year again with John Florence and the rest of the crew. Now John taking a break after that third world title. Gave a great speech at the Lexus WSL Awards, and we're going to be following to see what John's going to do. And we see kind of this opportunity now for new surfers to enter the spotlight with John, with Riss in her new chapter. You know, Steph taking an extended hiatus. You know, you've got Gabe, unfortunately, with his injury. It's opening up the door for some prospects to maybe move into the top 5, Jesse.
I mean, if I'm sitting right there in that bubble of the guys qualifying for the top 5, and if I'm Iago, Jack Robinson, Ethan, and he took both of the biggest names on the men's tour out for this season, I mean, you got to be very excited. Mostly Iago, goofy footer, finishing Fiji. Probably the best high-performance surfer we have on the planet right now. Going left, I think his chances are just going up quite a bit.
I agree with you. John made a big statement, but you got to spend a lot of years with Florence since you were kids, Carissa, but maybe more closely in a different type of way, representing the United States Olympic team. You know, what was that like, getting to spend that kind of time with John?
I'm a huge John fan, always have been. Yeah, I mean, we competed together in like the Grom contest at Haleiwa to NSSAs, and getting to grow up alongside him and just see how just his trajectory, it's been incredible. And I just love, you know, what he's done and how he's remained authentic to himself and to his brand, and I really loved watching him surf this past year, but I'm really excited to see the kind of content he's going to create with his free time. Some of the edits he put out at the end of last year were like, oh, so fun to watch.
Oh, insane. Yes, he's doing a lot of great things for the sport of surfing, and we're going to be following that journey even outside of the jersey. John is coming up next against Gouveia and Eli Hanneman. Meanwhile, in this one, we've got Kelly Italo and Samuel Pupo as we check in with CT by the numbers. Looking at last season per heat, Italo averaging 7.3 waves, the second most on tour. That's really no surprise. We've known he loves to get busy and get going, averaging 6.5 waves per heat when it even comes to pipeline.
Which is crazy. Like, you think about pipeline, most of the times he surfs is like above 10-foot faces and massive. So you're putting yourself a lot on the line if you're getting that many waves out of pipeline. And for a day like today, it's actually a very good strategy. We'll see him up and riding and get back to that.
Italo now setting up wave number 4 in this heat. Belting the lip, nice clean composure there, and extend a slide on the backhand float, and he will get buried on the finish. I guess every surfer's different, Riss, you know, with whether you want to be catching a ton of waves or on the opposite side, at least on the men's draw, Ethan Ewing, who's so selective. You know, where did you find yourself as, well, first, what did you see in this wave?
I mean, his first 2 turns were beautifully timed. Through a lot of spray, and then this last section is so difficult when both of the parts of the wave come together on that really shallow inside reef. And I mean, applause for the attempt. If anyone could have come out of that, it would have been Italo. But yeah, I really enjoyed the first two maneuvers, and it's really interesting. I think what we have seen the last few years here at Pipe is like we get barrels, but then we also have these days like today where it's like a mixed bag of everything, and so turns can actually score really high in these kinds of conditions.
I love seeing your relationship over the years here at Pipe, and it goes back even before those specialty heats that would happen during the men's event, but you were really arms wide open with the changes and the new event and putting in the time. And then we saw, I mean, from our view, it always felt like whoa, she's already figured this out. You know, seeing you final, then win, and repeat that success. But and you obviously always humble about this approach. But tell us about that journey and the love that you do have for this wave.
Well, I'm really glad it looked that way because it wasn't exactly that way in my mind. It was a little bit of this like, oh, really, do I have to go out there? Because for me, waves of consequence like this, and especially battling with so many people in a lineup, it's just like not something that I find that enjoyable. But I think as the years have gone by, I've found ways to really enjoy that challenge. And then when you find that diamond in the rough or when things click and come together, it's just like extra awesome. So, no, I've always taken a very calculated approach to this lineup. It's slow and steady, just put in as much time, and then eventually, hopefully, it all comes together. I feel really fortunate that it has come together out here, and yeah, I'm really stoked that this is a stop for the women's tour now, because I think, you know, especially last year, seeing what Caity and Betty and Molly were doing in legit pipe surf was just, it's like this is where we belong. And I think the more you put women in these situations, you're going to see them rise to the occasion. And it's really amazing to see where the sport has progressed just in the past few years.
Oh, how cool is Caity? And, you know, leading the tour now, coming into this season. One thing that we always love is about yourself, about these people that are individuals. You know, she's definitely her own person. What about her surfing?
Oh my gosh. I think I saw, honestly, it was, my dad and I were talking about it on the way out this morning, as we normally do on our North Shore drives, break it all down. But there was one clip that was on Instagram recently where it was a roundhouse cutback. But her flare, the way that her body was positioned, the way that she grabbed her rail and then hit the rebound and did a full tail blow, I was like, it was just beautiful. So I love that she has this unique look. I mean, you could have easily just done a normal cutback, you know, but she was like, no, I'm gonna flare it up and make it look like simmer, give a little simmer to it.
Ooh, I like that. And it feels like she's so connected to the board. It's like just a transition of her body. Like, because like you mentioned, she put the rail, like grabbed the rail, let it go. And those are little things that you don't teach them. Like, you're just born with that feeling, and she does that very well.
As we look at live action, Italo spring-loaded, kind of a nice slow motion reverse, total control, lays into the open face again. And a nice little gouge on this inside corner, and now stepping off, looking to ditch a 2.7. Italo, as a rookie, was relatively unknown. He hadn't really had a major win back before 2015, and for some reason in that top 10 Rookie of the Year debut, he had some great wins over Kelly. I mean, not a whole lot of rookies can say that, especially when he paddled out at 6 to 8 foot cloud break and had never been there before. He just had that sense about him to figure out a way to win.
I completely agree with you. And the fact that how he was, like, for me, looking at him, I guess we'll get back to that after this, but he has to force through that first section right there. He had no angle to it, landed in the flats, whipped it all the way around. And I like how he has a little bit of a longer board right there, because it gives him a little bit more rail to lay on it. You think about Italo like on his forehand, just flicking the turns around, and that extended rail gave him a little bit more drive, which made it look good. Definitely very tough on the air. As you could see it, he had to force that angle kind of sideways, going to the flats, but hey, he made the most out of that wave. That wave had no opportunity whatsoever. And for the situation of the heat, Sammy still haven't stood up on the board yet.
Samuel Pupo, first wave there. Jams it off the lip and puts a little bit more into the second opportunity. 2 backside turns from last year's Challenger Series champion, former quarterfinalist at this event. He accomplished that as a rookie. But Italo at the moment still out front. The only man that stopped Italo last year was this man, now a 3-time world champ. John coming up next after this Bonsoid brew break. We love cracking open the WSL vault. Let's go back to the 90s. Well, 1999, Kelly had taken the year off, but he always wants to be in his favorite events. His old friend, well, still friends, his old rival, Rob Machado, in the mix. Remember, Machado ends up winning the very next year at this event and really was rewriting the record books. You know, going for rodeo flips. That board, I believe, is a 6'8". Board shrunk down over the years, but came very close to that move. It was Aki's time to win a world title, which was still considered one of the greatest sporting comebacks. So Aki had taken a big hiatus from the tour and came back to win in 99. Kelly getting a 5th world title. This was at the Mountain Dew Jerry Lopez Pipe Final, which was insane. Shane Weiner in the Final Four. Australia, an underdog, but always an absolute charger from that era. But the whole 90s was all about Kelly's reign at pipe, winning multiple times. All of his titles in the 90s came with world titles except for this one in 1999, where he was just doing select events. He would do the same thing for 2000, 2001, and then got re-inspired to really commit full time to the tour. He was just so far ahead of the field, and it kind of made sense that he would switch gears for a few years. As we've got Italo stepping off his 7th wave. Samuel Pupo up and out, still in 3rd. Kelly holding down priority in this one. Competing in this event for now over 3 decades, 32 appearances. It's unbelievable how you can stay in shape, stay focused, but ultimately stay so competitive.
And typically, the older you get, you tend to ride bigger boards, but Kelly's doing the opposite. You said he was riding a 6'8" there? He's probably riding like, what, a 5'11" today?
Well, you think about someone who's got this influence on the world. You know, when Kelly has one wave that's posted, you know, for the world to see, everyone's like, oh, maybe I should try that, you know? And it's like that footage would end up changing the surf industry at times. As Carissa, what'd you see in this wave?
I mean, Italo, he's one of the best to ever do it, and he did a really good job of doing something with that wave. It was a tricky wave. It had like a little bump in front of it, and there was some white water on it. But I mean, I appreciate that he keeps swinging because something will stick. I always found it really tricky to decide which approach to take, right? Take the Kelly Slater approach and keep priority and wait for that gem to come through, which at pipe it does pay off. Or do you just keep going and just try and then like create something? I think it definitely changes at the venues you compete at, right? Like sometimes, and the conditions of that day.
And that being said, how many times you feel like you went in the water with the plan and you had to kind of adapt to it because the situation changed? Like we have seen one barrel only from Kelly in this whole heat, which the previous heat we had seen plenty of barrels. It's not perfect waves, but they're still out there. What do you do?
I don't know. I mean, here we go. Kelly's patience waiting game is definitely, I mean, he found another one. So, and I think at pipe, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for a tube.
Well done and well said. He's just being really patient, not trying to rush things. He's understands the system so incredibly well, going through criteria changes. But one thing is just still growing is his relationship with Pipeline Backdoor, even that 8th section where he's won a lot of world titles in the past. As we take another view at the approach to this tube, Jesse.
I mean, just beautiful positioning right there, taking off, just being just deep enough, like not trying to force anything. He knows he doesn't need much. It's 4 minutes left on the clock, and nice rebound to finish it off. Give that exclamation, always kind of loses a little bit of control, give that drama to the judges, make them think like that turn was harder than it actually was. And that's just Kelly, like always finding those backdoor waves and paying off, like the patience paid off on this one.
Ross Williams in the water for that view of his good friend and rival, Kelly Slater, getting that last wave. What was your perspective there, Ross?
I thought it was interesting. Jesse brought up a good point. A lot of times you have to throw whatever strategy or plan you have for a heat out the window, and that's for sure what happened to Kelly. As you guys know, Kelly likes to stay busy. He likes to catch a lot of waves, especially out here at Backdoor. But he was forced with priority to sort of play the waiting game. But it did pay off. You know, that was a little bit of a TP. It wasn't the hollowest wave, but Kelly made the most of it. And there you go, 5-5. So paid off for him.
Ross, you're basically there from day one with Pipe really building in the relationship-wise for Kelly and yourself. Those early memories of you guys trying to push yourselves to charge and being intimidated to what you see today with your good friend.
It's amazing. You know, the biggest thing for Kelly is he's just been adaptable, generation through generation, decade through decade. You know, not only is he adapted, but he sets the trend. He leads the way. So there's not many of those in all of sports. You know, Kelly's a rare breed. He's a freak.
Love it. Thanks, Ross. Love the insight. I want you to stay in the water all day long. We'll send you everything you need. As we continue on with this opening round, remember the WSL Fantasy is still open. You can register and update your team even throughout the elimination round. So if you want to change anything, if someone really surprises you with a big performance, make those adjustments, make a club, compete with your friends all season. Riss, are you going to have time for that? Setting up a fantasy team this year?
I've set one up mentally. No, I'm definitely, you know, from the comfort of my home and nesting that I've been doing, I've been keeping tabs on what everyone's been doing, and it's been super, super cool to see how everyone's been prepping for this season and who looks good. And I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to see the new rookies on the men and women's side, and really looking forward to seeing Erin as a full-time CT competitor, as well as, you know, the last-minute call-up for Alan. That'll be really cool. I love his vibe and his approach, so just seeing what he's going to be able to do will be rad.
So tips from Carissa. A power surfer, you get double points. So who would be someone you'd be looking at for the men and the women?
Oh my gosh. Don't do this to me, Joe.
Yeah, we can think about it in a break.
Okay.
Yeah, you're allowed to do anything you want.
Come back.
Okay, come back. So power surfers are double. You did mention Erin Brooks, so that just dives us into the rookie class story. And you've got great relationships with these human beings. We've got Erin Brooks. We've got Vahine Fierro. Bella Kenworthy.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. I know you've known Bella maybe before she was born.
Oh, my gosh. Yes. I can't believe she is like my little sister. And so I'm just like, it's a really proud moment, I think, not only for myself, her whole family, but to see her on the world stage and to reach a huge goal and dream of hers, and to see her name on the back of her jersey, number 13, I think. I got to get myself a jersey. I got to get multiple jerseys because I'm a fan of a lot of these girls, and I'll be doing a lot of cheering this year.
You're allowed to walk right into the WSL store and, yeah, take whatever you want, put it on my tab. It's
Renato, Jesse, did you hear that?
19 seconds on the clock here, and Kelly calling it a day. What a masterclass of performance of just wave selection, understanding the reef. Never looked like he panicked. Ended up going with the thruster setup. Will change to a quad when he needs it. 52 years of age, is going to be turning 53 February 11th. 5.57 was his last wave to put him out in front. The GOAT still winning. Now his 99th heat win in his career at Pipeline. Going for a 57th title. And you know, things weren't really that comfortable for Kelly competitively in Cloud Break. You could tell he wasn't done yet. So this feels good. Off to a good start into the round at 32. John, Govea, and Eli coming up next. looking back to the Lexus WSL Finals. It was John Florence in his first appearance in this format, and he had to be lights out against the rampaging Italo Ferreira. Remember, Italo came in as the 5th seed, got past Jack, got past Griffin, got past Ethan Ewing, and then took on John. We had Italo going big above the lip, and then it was all about overall performance, giant layback power hacks, and John was officially able to clinch world title number 3, entering a special class in his legacy. Surfers like Mick Fanning, Gabriel Medina, Tom Curran, Andy Irons with 3 world titles. I mean, now John would be chasing MR, who's got 4, and then Kelly, who has 11. He will take the year off from chasing that, but he said he'll be back in 2026, and now in the wild, or in the lineup as a wild card to take on a friendly face that's back on tour. Ian Govea had a semifinal here at Pipe, and feels like a long time he's had to work hard through the QS and Challenger Series to come back. And then Hanneman, who was a rookie last year, fell off, went through some health issues, came back, and now feeling really good and 100%. Here's a wild card at Pipeline, Jesse.
Yeah, it's awesome to see him back. He actually mentioned in the beginning of last year that it was his last year trying to qualify. How's that for a finish, right?
Yeah.
Just back against the wall, last opportunity. Probably had the best year he's ever had on a QS going to Challenger Series before.
We've heard that a few times with some surfers. You know, one of your good friends, Riss, Joanne DeFay, this seems like forever ago, but when she qualified for a 2014 rookie season, it was like, okay, this is the last year, and then everything happened. William Cardoso, he had made the same statement. What is that release, you think, in a competitor when they go, well, this is it, and then it all falls into place? And can you relate to even a statement like that?
I think that there's a few things that probably go into that statement, but I think releasing that pressure on yourself, just kind of like, hey, this is it, whatever happens, happens. But then also holding yourself accountable, like, okay, this is finite, like this is it, I'm gonna actually put my head down and give it everything that I have, and then kind of that same thing, that surrender, letting it happen how it's supposed to.
Really cool. And I remember Kelly, even with, as far as the opposite side of that, even in world title campaigns, the pressures that you can feel. He had a movie that came out that was called Letting Go, you know, because he was learning how to be a superstar, how to, you know, continue to be in the limelight and then live up to the expectations if you have to win again and again and again, which we'll see in a moment here as we've got a rider up in Ian Govea. Just a little setup turn and looking a little confused there. Jesse, what are you seeing?
Well, I actually kind of saw an issue right there. Eli paddled for that first wave with John. Took John out of that first wave and paddled back out. A few waves came in and he was like kind of on Ian's way. Like, I don't think it's a major statement that I'm putting up right now, but I'm sure Ian's kind of bummed with that situation because he kind of had to go around him, and you could see he was frustrated a little bit there. And Ian's just coming back from kind of a big gash on his legs, so he's been out of the water for the last, like, at least a week.
Well, interesting, but you can kind of tell in his body language as well, Riss, that he almost seemed a little confused. So there's the late decision. John asked for a call on a block. Not seeing it yet.
And that's why remember before you should have like the no priority before the heat, and no one will lose priority if you try to attempt to go on a wave. But nowadays, the last few years, if you block someone from a wave, even a heat without a set priority yet, you're gonna get penalized. But the judges didn't think to, like, that wasn't like enough of a block, but John obviously thought about that.
Yeah, we'll keep you posted if there's any decision made upstairs. So far, we're seeing a clean slate on the scoreboard as we got a great opportunity to catch up with 11-time world champ Kelly Slater's with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Welcome back to the glass. I think it's been since 2022 that you won a heat out here.
Thank you. Is that right?
Yeah,
I don't remember.
Stats,
yeah. Cool. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. It was actually a little bit tough to get excited out there because I watched heats all morning and it looked super fun, and then our heat was really slow. I was telling you before, I only saw 2 good waves out there. We missed both of them, so probably lucky that we missed them if I wasn't on them, you know. Lucky for me, but yeah, there were a lot of good peaks in some of the heats, but ours just seemed to have a little funny lull. But try to pick the eyes out of it before the wind gets funky the next couple days.
Do you have to get ready for a heat? You said before your heat today, you didn't feel like you were ready, but I mean, you've been in so many here.
Yeah, I mean, it's to some degree like riding a bike, but each day is different. Conditions are a little different. You got to remember, you know, not every wave at pipe and back door is in the same spot, and depending on the swell direction and the size, you know, it moves around a lot. Like there was a left that came and Italo took it. It was my priority, but I let Italo go, and I knew from there they don't barrel, but you know, and I'm out there looking for barrels, but he does a big air on the wave, so you're looking for different things, but you got to just kind of refresh your lineups a little bit, how far out you're going to be and how far wide or deep based on the direction. And I did see a few waves earlier that came from really deep, like a north, into a little bit of a west at the end of the reef at back door, and I was trying to look for those, but I didn't have priority most of the heat, so I was kind of playing second, third fiddle.
And Mother Nature doesn't really care how many world titles you have. It looked like at the end of that heat, you took a couple on the head.
You know what? I was fine with it. I was fine with it. I need to get back in shape. I haven't surfed in like 5 weeks, so yeah. It was saying, all right, we're gonna let you through this heat, but we're gonna make you work at the end. And then I just kind of gave up and came in with a minute to go. But yeah, it was fun. Good conditions and always nice to surf with Italo and Sammy.
Well, congratulations. Great to see you in the water. As always, it's an honor, and we can't wait to see you again.
Thanks, guys.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Strider, and thanks, Kelly. 99th heat victory, and that's just at Pipeline. Let's see if you get number 100 in the round of 32 as it'll be reseeded into the one-on-one format. As we look at scores drifting in, Gouveia kind of feeling a little out of pace on his first wave, little paddle confusion. As we look at the scoreboard, no call on any blocks to start off that paddle battle. And so Gouveia starts with a 1.5 and a 1.77. Florence, his opener, a 5.83. And now Eli holding down priority. The wild card from Maui, who experienced a rookie year on tour last year and ended up taking the rest of the Challenger Series off. Good news, he'll be back on the CS this year to try to crawl back full time onto the championship tour. One thing they were talking about was kind of feeling match ready and secrets to success when it either could feel mentally off or physically off before a big heat, Carissa. And surfing in a ton of heats, especially when you have all the pressure in the world on you. Well, before we get there, Riss, what'd you see here with John's wave?
I mean, this is someone who's surfed this wave his whole life. That was a hard finish, but the beginning part was amazing. He navigated it so well. And then we have Ian, frothy one. That was not the best quality choice, I think.
So Ian getting out of there, still not much as far as numbers are concerned. And you can see them paddle for priority. Hanneman with first. John's able to get second priority over Gouveia as he's duck diving that wave on the inside. We always talk about the art of tube riding, but what about for Goofy Foots, Jesse? Over at back door and off the wall, what are the major challenges there?
I think Ian just got another wave. Let's see, just under the lip a little bit. Beautiful technique for him right there, just stuck in. Gets kind of clamped, and once again, but he pulled through that off, almost came down. That was a good effort for him. We didn't see that wave live, but just saw it on the replay. But I think the trickiest part for you to be in a Goofy Footer out here at backdoor is just identify the wave that suits your surfing better, right? Like we talk about backdoor, you see that stretch of wave when it's coming towards you. Like it kind of goes from backdoor all the way to off the wall, which it looks like a straight wall of 50 yards long. So it's hard for you to identify looking over your shoulders, hey, this is the one that's just going to slow down enough for me to go through. So on a day like today, luckily, smaller day, a little bit of a lower period, so the waves are a little bit more teepy, which helps out the Goofy Footers 100%.
As we look at the scoreboard, John out front with a 5.83, and we've had a couple attempts from Gouveia. Ross still in the water. What have you seen so far?
Just a quick little snapshot of what I've been looking at with this heat with John in the water. I've been working with John for a while now, and I know him so well, and he's such a rhythm surfer. It's not super comfortable for him to start heats without priority because you're hassling and you're getting out of position, and that's exactly how that heat played out in the start, which was just weird. But then he finally found that nice little nugget and got a barrel. So I think now he looks pretty settled. One other thing to take note of, Joe, is it's really tough to paddle back out right now. Guys are getting smoked on the reef. So It's not your normal 4-foot backdoor. Here we go. Ian taking a look right now.
Good man, Ross Gouveia sliding right in on the backhand and actually not quite in. Staying a little bit out in front, just a moment where he pulled in behind the curtain. So a series of ones on these rights for Ian Gouveia, and great notes once again from Ross Williams. Talking about getting smoked, and it's always a quick reminder, even when that third reef's not capping, you're still dealing with some serious challenges and how shallow it is out there, especially on those finishing moves when, Carissa, you're thinking, hey, do I try to finish this or try to save my equipment and myself, as we look at Ian trying to slow down, Riss?
Yeah, I can't even imagine trying to surf backdoor on my backhand. That would be so difficult. I was actually, when you were talking about it, the one wave that really stands out to me of a goofy footer was Gabriel Mendina's, I think it was a 10-point ride when he was, I think it was a world title year. And that one was just so incredible because it was long, it was big, and he just like read it so well. But like you said, it's a really difficult wave to read when you're like taking off on the takeoff. You want it to be long, but then you don't want it to be too long. And then you have these like doggy door exits that are just really challenging. You could get really hurt. So, yeah.
I guess there's that dream scenario of backdoor, right? Like that TP wave that you're just a little bit behind enough to get that beautiful peak and come out on a spit. But reality is most of them are just stretching out all the way down. Like it's kind of like a pretty even reef break that it's very stretched out and straight. So it makes it very tricky. And the hardest part is sitting on a board and identify that wave is going to run just enough for me to get out right before it finishes. And on your backhand, it just makes double the task. Like you're a little bit slower in the takeoff. It's harder to doggy door. It's just harder to see overall. You're looking over your shoulders, and it's tough for the goofies.
I think too, there's also a place in the lineup that if you take off just behind it, it kind of closes out every time. So it's really understanding the boil and like the different lineups out there, and like, okay, even though this wave looks good, it's gonna do this weird thing where it's gonna warp and like close out and fill up. So it's being in the right place as well. It's just such a tricky wave. These guys make it look so easy.
It's so cool, but just referencing that relationship, even before you catch a wave, knowing where you are and that boil being your compass and your guide, depending on swell direction, you can try to figure out the best you can as we focus in on John Florence and the CT by the numbers. When you look at 17 plus heat totals, well, he had the most last season on the way to that third world title, 7 heats where he was flexing for the judges, and John always got big scores, almost comparable to like an Ethan Ewing start where they're getting 9s and 8s in the early parts of their career, and then John focused on overall heat strategy, started figuring out how to play the game really well, and then started breaking even more records. Definitely one of the highest scoring athletes we've seen, along with that third world title. Medina right behind him with 6 last year as we look at a nice backside hack flowing over that lip line. Once again is Ian Gouveia getting a little bit more out of that wave, Jesse.
Yeah, that was great for him. Like, it's a very slow heat. Once again, like Kelly mentioned, he was very excited about the previous heats, but all of a sudden everything changed, and you got to adapt to the situation. And, I mean, Ian is in third priority. It seems like he got that wave a little bit wider, almost to where Ross is sitting right now, and made the most of it. In my opinion, I think the barrels are still going to count. I think he should be a little bit selective, but he's getting his backup, and this looks like it's going to be a decent backup for this heat so far.
So best number for Gouveia about to lock in. Could be enough to send John to second. Remember, John has 1 score, a 5.83, still the high single score, but Gouveia with 2 is out in front. Here comes the 3-time world champ trying to hold back. And Eli still with first priority, waiting for his first wave with 14 minutes on the clock. But Carissa, thinking about those lineups, do you have houses, trees that you're always looking at and checking?
Let us know.
I'm really curious to see if you're ready to reveal those at the moment.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you know what's so funny? It takes me a little bit of time every season to reacquaint myself with the lineups. There's definitely trees and houses that I like line up, but it takes a minute. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head at this moment what it exactly looks like, but there is some method to this madness, I swear.
You see those 2 big trees right there? If they take them out, people are going to get lost in time. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
As we look at this one cupping out, patience for Henneman.
Nice.
Now standing straight up in the pit, it spits with him. and ends up hopping out of a gem of a wave. Florence behind him, stalling, double arm bar. Staying in the zone, he comes out comfortably. Big wind up for the fin throw, lands it without a problem. Fades the cut back, milking this thing for all it's worth, and he'll step off. So second scoring ride for John, solid, and patience paying off for Hanneman.
I think he's playing a smart strategy. You need guts to do what he did. Sit for 20 minutes on the board against someone like John and Ian that are just incredible at finding waves underneath and great tube riders, and pull off that. That's great for him. I would have liked him to finish that wave. Like, there's kind of a critical section there, and today it's paying out. As you see it right here, slowing himself down, arm bar that front end, that back arm. Beautiful speed, and then comes out right there. I thought there was a closeout section right there. I think he could have added a good like half point to 1 point over to his total.
And then a nice pockety one for John. Love watching his arms and how he just plays with his speed that way, Riz.
Oh, I mean, so smooth. I mean, he's surfing like a 3-time world champ. And someone who, like, this is his backyard.
Pretty cool. Just having that much familiarity with the lineup, with the jersey, and maybe just freed up beyond belief. He knows, he's staying home after this, Jesse.
100%. And I actually had a surf with him yesterday, and he's super excited for everything that's ahead of him. Let's check out this there. Look how flat that section is. He just somehow gets the pop. The judges are not going to love that so much because you can see the section is just pretty flat. But, man, you're adding points. And that's what I was saying about the difference of Eli and John's. I think Eli's wave's obviously going to come in better barrel, but he had a little bit more extra in that wave.
Now Hanneman already on a second scoring ride, so the patience paying off, now adapting his strategy to now react for a solid top 2 score line to see if he can move on straight to the round of 32. Still 11:15 on the clock. Eli loving his opportunity as a wild card and to deal with the reigning world champion and Ian Govea. Look at these Groms. Oh, and you can check out the WSL store and get the Pipe Pro collection right now. We'll be right back.
The coolest thing about Krista and what inspires me the most is that through her journey, she's just remained authentic to herself and her dreams and chasing her passions.
I don't know if I'd be the same person without all the good and without all of the really ugly experiences.
She sparks that legacy that she's gonna leave that inspires and empowers. If you believe in something enough and you work hard enough, then let your talent and your actions speak for itself.
I know who I am and I know how much I can handle and get through to the other side.
It's time to watch first in and last out. It's such a special story of Krista Funk on her journey of being a class act in the water in heavy conditions as a great water photographer swimming through the elements. And she gives you that spark, kind of like when you run into Carissa and you feel better about your day, just saying hi. Krista has that enthusiasm. She's always like, what is up? And she'll be swimming in a current backwards, and she just is so happy. It was cool seeing you in that movie. They had the premiere at Waimea Valley, and I'm sure you've had some special moments with her out in the water here, Iris.
I'm a huge fan of Krista's, and I couldn't make it up to the premiere that night. I was so bummed, but I did get a sneaky link, and I watched it at home that night, and I learned so much more about Krista and her journey, and I was just so impressed. Like, seeing her swimming out at like huge Waimea and like dealing with those closeouts, that just horrifies me.
Oh my gosh, it's frightening where she was sitting, and then you see her lens of what she's looking for. Her images stand out, for these heavily photographed waves. She definitely has her own line.
Yeah, it's awesome to see how people get so connected to the water in different ways, right?
And Krista was also in the Coast Guard before. That's a big part of the movie. You don't want to spoil it. You got to enjoy that whole thing. She's from Colorado and then went all in when it came to learning about this reef, and she was quick to thank her mentors, like the late Larry Haynes, showing his lineup spots and passing them on, as we see the slob punt from Eli Hanneman, getting that air accomplished during the break.
Yeah, that was beautiful for him. Just very smart, like having that front hand grabbing, which we call it a slob air, a straight air. The landing was very tricky. He's going to telegraph there and kind of project himself all the way into the flats, but landed with his back foot first, which is going to absorb a lot of that impact. And also in transition, if you would have landed and stuck it right there, like straight, no speed down, he was probably going to sink that board all the way down, but the transition really helped him to smooth out and get that extra carve, which for the situation of the heat right now, that was very smart of him to pull it off with third priority.
Seeing some ramps starting to pop up, Ross. Anything updating with the wind conditions at the moment? I think Ross dropped his microphone in the ocean. He'll find it. Great swimmer. Can hold his breath for a long time. And he's getting used to this giant backpack on his back and doing a great job. Ross dove to the bottom, got the mic. Is it still working, bud?
I got clipped right there. There's oddball 5-footers breaking like outer reef 8s. It's really funny out here with this swell. But one thing I did notice, and could be kind of cool to take a look at the heat draw and see who's really good at airs. With this south wind puffing in the back door, it's launch time. Like so Eli's doing slobs, John did that little air. Could be really fun. If the wind gets a little tricky today, it will be an air show.
Nice, dude. How's your training been, Ross?
Yeah, I'm out of breath right now.
So Strider's not joking when he's getting smoked over there. That's tough.
No, me and Strider, we should probably have a race. It'd be hilarious.
Amazing. Loving the insight, Ross. But yeah, what a great point. Noticing the wind direction. See the guys ramping up today. So all you fantasy players out there, consider that through the day. You can make changes through the elimination round. But you got a lot of guys coming up who might use that to their advantage. Rio Waida is really solid above the lip. We always saw those crazy videos he's throwing down at Karamas, but he could apply that today. And the return of Felipe Toledo after taking the year off. Can't wait to see him surf, a 2-time world champ, as we see Eli go up and out. Eli representing Maui. I ran into his dad Kurt at Foodland 2 nights ago. He had a pretty simple grocery list. It was 2 cartons of ice cream. Kurt's a legend. He's great. He basically built a Red Bull athlete zone at Eli's house, and he's got everything he needs to perform and train. And it was just so cool hearing from Eli's dad of, your parents are right there for the ups and downs, and what Eli's been through in a short period of time is so happy to see where his boy is today. As we look at the backside tube stretching out for Ian Govea with a lot of looks. His best one so far on wave number 6, chasing a 5.27 for Johns Lee.
I mean, and that's the type of surfer Ian has. Like, in my opinion, his strain is his tube ready, mostly backside. Obviously, he's nursing 22 stitches on his knees right now, so that probably makes it very tough for him to bend. And on that last wave, you could just see how he read that wave perfectly. Perfect scenario for him, just behind that section, right in front of him, which was a bit like 2 to 3 feet behind, went through that first fumble, second one, and comes out on that doggy door. And that's what's so tricky to find it on your backhand. Looking over your shoulders, he was a good 30 yards away from the end of that wave. How are you going to telegraph and think what that wave's going to do in the end and give you that opportunity to come out clean as he did. And that's going to be a massive score for him. I think that's the best barrel we've seen it so far as a goofy footer today.
And Carissa, as a competitor, to try and start building through a heat, what does that feel like?
Oh my gosh. Well, you can tell that felt really good for Ian. I give him extra points for the shaka claim at the end. But yeah, no, it definitely, when you're like kind of swimming or surfing against the riptide, it feels like nothing is going your way. And then when it finally does, you're like, ah. And so I'm really stoked it finally, Ian finally got one, and it was the best wave of the heat. I mean, deservedly so.
How's the family doing? Luke had a birthday, your husband. We miss him too. Tell him we said hi.
Do you miss those runarounds at J-Bay where he takes his shirt off and almost jumps in the water?
Exactly. That's exactly the moment. When it comes to competition, it's a family affair, right? As we see the score for Gouveia. Wow, 7.67. Easily gets the lead off John. Florence to second. Eli down to third, and he's chasing a 5.27. So a very interesting heat, down to 2:15 to go. And you rode over with your dad. How's your dad doing?
Dad's doing good. He's still very much in the scene. He's been doing more coaching and loving it. And yeah, I have a little brother now. I've been spending a lot of time with him, trying to get him to surf. So it's been fun. It's been a different season of my life, but I'm really enjoying it, and I'm excited to see what's going to unfold on the other side of this.
So cool with, your due date coming up in just a few weeks. And with taking, baby girl to the water with yourself, are you feeling some good energy there? And have you ordered the first quiver for the baby?
She doesn't have a quiver yet. Mom's still a little bit selfish. It's all about mom at the moment.
We gotta call Matt right now.
I actually just bumped into him at the Red Bull house. I'm like, after this, I need a fresh slate. Okay, are we on the same wavelength? He's like, yes. So I'm definitely, I'm not gonna lie, I'm excited to, get her out and get back to hopefully doing what I love at the level I like doing it. But that challenge in itself is something that really excites me.
Any names we want to release yet for baby, or is it top secret?
You'll know soon enough.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. We're down to the final minute here with the lead change of Gouveia out front. Remember, it is non-elimination, but seeding can change into the round of 32. So if John doesn't win, he's the number one seed in yellow. The number one spot could go to Jack Robinson in the round of 32. Late takeoff, going straight down is John. Gosh, even when you watch a wave crumble, you're still looking to see if he somehow pulled it off underwater, but it's looking like Ian's in an even better position.
Unusual for John right there, because he was kind of out of position on that wave, and that was kind of taxed him. And if we look back, Eli needs a 5.27. He has a 5.2. Would have that closeout that he kicked out on that first 6.23 would have been the difference if he finished that wave? That most likely would have been. So every moment counts in the heats, and that could count in toward the end of the year.
Down to 2 seconds on the clock. The number one seed will change in the round of 32. That's a big tip for all you playing fantasy. John will drop down, and Jack Robinson will now take that spot with that reseeding. And now we will set up for heat number 7 as this opening round continues. Solid effort for Ian Gouveia. He's not a rookie. He's been here before, but he's back on tour. And what a great way to come back to the championship tour. And we cannot thank Carissa Moore enough for hanging out with us today. We'll be thinking about you and wishing you the best vibes on this special journey.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks for having me, and best of luck for the season.
Thanks so much. We'll be back right after this.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be. By Vissla and Florence, official outfitters of the Lexus Pipe Pro. By YETI, built for the wild. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Opening day, opening round of the World Surf League 2025 season here at the Lexus Pipe Pro. Three-time world champ, John Florence, just exiting the water. Came in a runner-up finish, but that's good enough for John to skip the elimination round. And of course, John on the North Shore is always going to bring crowds to the beach. Hi, I'm Kaipo Girl. Welcome to the set, along with Felicity Flick Palmentier. Again, opening day. We're back at school, Flick.
Yeah, back to school, back to work, day one. And you know what? I've actually been pleasantly surprised. I, to be totally honest, wasn't thinking it was going to be as good as what it is today. We've seen really contestable conditions. We've seen barrels, and it's super clean still, which is really nice to see.
Yeah, we've seen some excellent scores already. Well, another matchup now in the 3-surfer heat for the opening round. Again, top 2 move on to the round 32, third place into that dreaded elimination round. We got a rookie in this one, George Pittar. He'll be out in the white jersey and blue. Imai Kalani DeVault from Maui, and Jordy Smith, the veteran of the tour, out in the red jersey as our top seed. Jordy Smith finished the season last year number 8 in the rankings, so he's just been a perennial. He's constantly at it. Hey, Flick, in the warm-up sessions, Jordy's been a standout.
Well, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, at the start of the season last year, I mean, he put on a good performance. I think he had a 5th here and then went to Sunset and got a 3rd. And he did that all while having that nasty cut. I think it was on his foot or his ankle, somewhere around there. And so he's always had this good start. He's got obviously a lot of good memories here over the years, as we see George having a look at this one.
Open priority, so Pittar on the inside, tosses that away. So the rookie already kind of, you know, maybe just sniffing things out. The 22-year-old from Manly, North Stain, George Pittar. But yeah, back to Jordy, you're right. Like, because he's a veteran, he's had 15 starts here at Pipeline. And he's made it to finals day 6 times. Quarterfinal finishes, also a semifinal finish in 2018. And so a place that he's very comfortable at. He has a house here on the North Shore of Oahu. So he, you know, nothing. We were talking to Shane Dorian earlier. Shane saying, hey, there's no substitute for putting time out here. 157th career championship tour event for Jordy Smith. 18 seasons on the championship tour. Runner-up in the world a couple of years as well. 2010 and 2016.
You know, one thing that last year Jordy really impressed me. I mean, he was right in it all the way through to Fiji. He was in that top 5 conversation. He was in the top 5 at some points in the year, especially obviously after Hawaii. He had an amazing start here last year. But then all through last year, through that whole season, he was in it, he was out of it. And then coming into Fiji, I mean, he was still in that conversation with a shot to make it into the final 5. And, you know, I think there was a couple of sleepier years there. But for me last year, I mean, he was doing some of the best surfing I've ever seen him do in a jersey. Yeah,
and just still connected, riding, collaborating with his father to make a surfboard brand, Smith Shapes, collaborating with his father, Graham. So have another label called G-Force, but they came together, put together Smith Shapes. So he's at just a great place in his life. And he is, you know, when you look at the chief on the tour, he's the chief. He's the most, with Kelly not being on tour anymore, he is the most senior member of the tour. Again, with 18 years on this championship tour.
And 18 years just means equates to a lot of experience.
A lot of really good, high heat IQ.
It's a super high heat IQ. And I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, Imai's had a few starts out here and, you know, is obviously great surfer in Hawaii. Obviously, you know, he's grown up here. But I think we've got a bit of a paddle here. Looks like George having a look.
Yeah, no, but you're right with Imai. You talked about Jordy making the quarters here last year. Imai made the quarters here last year as well. So 2 surfers in this heat who've had a good showing at Pipeline just last season. Question mark right now is, and I think that's really one of the talking points of this entire opening round, is how are the rookies going to perform? How is George Pittar going to perform. Jordy on the inside here. Gets a little shack. And follows up with a nice swivel on that gaff. And connects the dots on the way to the inside to a very shallow inside section, but nice completion by Jordy Smith.
It was a tricky wave to surf, that one. It was a sort of littler barrel. It had a couple of little foamy sections to deal with, and then once he was out in the face, there was even more foam to contend with. A bit of aerated water always makes it a little bit more difficult. You can kind of see that throughout those couple of last turns, but I mean, Shane was speaking about it before when we had Shane in the booth. You know, there's two different types of surfers out there here. There's surfers that want to surf their way into rhythm, and they're very active. And then there's the opposite with surfers that are going to play that priority card and really, wave selection. But nice little barrel there to start. But yeah, things get tricky here on the inside. Just that aerated water. But he does well to negotiate, and he gets the finish. So, I mean, obviously that's going to be the highest wave of this heat so far.
And another thing that we've learned with these 30-minute heats, 3 surfers in the water, it's pretty important to get off to a start. I mean, we've seen heats turn in the final minute, but if you want to put the odds in your favor, you want to get some scores on the board in the first third of the heat, first half of the heat.
100%. I just think today seems like one of those days. There's not a lot of those amazing waves coming through. They're a diamond in the rough this morning, and I mean, maybe there is some method to the madness, and maybe you're watching it, maybe you're timing the sets, maybe you've worked out that, hey, okay, there's going to be 2 really amazing sets come through, and they're sort of this many minutes spaced apart. But to me, it seemed a bit more random than that, and I think you could really get stuck waiting today. So I think, especially at the start of the heat, I think it's not a bad idea to get that wave count up, sort of surf your way into that rhythm.
Yeah, great. Jordy Smith puts a 4.5 in his pocket and is paddling back out while we're waiting for the next exchange. Let's hear from Ian Govea. Ian's with AJ.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Ian, what a way to make your return to the championship tour. Been a few years away. How good does it feel to be back here surfing at Pipe for the first event of the season?
Feels amazing. A bit emotional because, it was hard.
It's a lot of work you put in to get back to this moment.
Yes. Sorry. Since US Open, when I qualified, I went straight to get my body ready for this year. And I had a really hard time during my preseason. I thought I was gonna go for travel and have some good free surf sessions and get ready for the tour, but actually I was in São Paulo City for 5 months without surfing, without being in the water, and I came to Hawaii. I had 2 surf, and I came to Hawaii, and I really didn't know how it was gonna work out for me because I came here and I wasn't feeling 100% yet, my body and everything. And 1 week ago, I had a cut in my knee. And when first happened, I thought I was gonna miss the first two events of the year. And here I am, yeah. I was able to put the jersey on, which I was like, no one gonna get my jersey, man. I worked out so much to have this jersey on, and no matter what happened, I was gonna put this jersey. And I went there, and I didn't believe that wave came in the end, and I was able to make it and beat John in the first round of my returning to the tour.
What a way to start it off. Parabéns para o Brasil depois de alguns anos fora de Caity. Que está diferente neste ano por você?
Em português ou em inglês? Português. Cara, tudo diferente para mim esse ano. Realmente, 6 anos se passaram, então tudo diferente. Agora eu tenho 2 filhas, minha esposa também, tá todo mundo aqui. Eu sou um atleta agora, não sou um viajante, então realmente estou super empolgado aí para a temporada, para ver o que eu posso fazer, e sei que estou preparado e sou capaz de grandes coisas nesse ano, e vamos com tudo. Tenho que agradecer todo o meu time, todo mundo aí que está em casa. O time é grande, então cada um de vocês que me ajudou a estar aqui sabe quem são, então obrigado a todo mundo que me ajuda, meus patrocinadores, minha família que está aqui, minha família que está no Brasil, e é isso, vamos embora.
Parabéns, see you in the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Jan Govea. Hey, remember, Fantasy is still open. You want to pick your team, register, you can join a league, or we'll just see you on the leaderboard at WSL Fantasy. Jan Govea, is that someone you want to pick on your team? You're not going to be the champ unless you take some risks. So that could be a guy to eyeball. Third year on the championship tour, making it back after being off tour since 2018 was the last time he's surfed on the championship tour.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
meant a lot
hiatus.
for him.
Yeah, 100%. You could see the emotion in that interview with AJ. I mean, it means a lot, and obviously to start the season, and then he mentioned he had a pretty bad cut to the knee, and you're thinking, wow, okay, like I've worked so hard to be here, like what's going on? And you start questioning things like, hang on a second, like this doesn't feel like it's going my way. So that last heat win is going to mean a lot for him. He's going to take a lot from that, especially coming up against John as well.
Yeah, it's pretty rad because Jan Govea is actually a second-generation pro surfer. His dad, Fabio, was a Brazilian that probably took the first big win for Brazil on the international stage. He did that just up the beach at Sunset at the World Cup. I think it was 1990. Fabio did, Ian's father. So good to see there, and you can tell that win meant a lot to him. Imai Kalani Deval, representing upcountry Maui, pops into a bubble but can't find the puka out. So there you go. He sat for a long time, nearly half the heat, and Imai is going to have to get busy now. Actually, it's been a slow heat, so I don't think no harm, no foul on him because he had to pull the trigger. Oh, he's doing a slingshot on the board. Slap it back, but yeah, tough heat.
Yeah, it's been really slow, and even if you look back to the last, that last heat that Ian won, the one previous with Kelly, they were all slow actually. Those heat totals are a bit lower than those ones at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen a couple of excellent rides for a while, so be a little bit slow. I know that. Yeah, I mean, right now it's sort of anyone's game. I mean, Geordie's sort of got the 4.5 there. You could say, okay, maybe that's a backup, but right now, really, it's even Stevens. It's wide open still.
Yeah, as time goes by, that 4.5 becomes more and more valuable. Set coming through here, Jordy Smith again. It's gone through the rotation of priorities, so Jordy's got the lead and he's up. Let's see. Couple of ribs in the face of this one, so he's going to give it over to George Pittar. Pittar pulls in, and nice exit for the rookie. Quickly out of there. Wants to stay active.
Yeah, it was a nice barrel for George, and nice to get a completion because he's had those couple of, 0.5, the 1, so that's going to feel good. Hopefully getting a little bit more into that rhythm that he's probably searching for out there.
Another look at this flick.
Yeah, so Geordie let that one go, and he was like, thank you, I'll take it. And that one really stayed open. It was really A-framey, though. Probably did the best he could. He's had to weave a little bit, actually. He positioned himself really well, actually, for the kind of wave it was, for the TP that it was. He maximised that tube time. He was quite deep because you had to see he had to pump through a couple of little sections. But because it was such a TP, it didn't really offer, any sort of manoeuvres afterwards. And I feel like now those manoeuvres are really important on a day like today because it's not heaving backdoor and pipe where the only thing you're scoring is the barrel. I mean, the turns are sort of crucial today.
Yeah, and the thing that for George is, this is really my first eyes on George Pittar and his barrel riding. But the thing that's been impressive for me from George has been his acute turns. But it's all about the barrel as Jordy Smith drops into that one. Bottom drops out. Jordy fights past the foam ball, puts it up, throws it away at the end. But that was a difficult barrel to negotiate. Well done, Jordy Smith.
Yeah, technically, that was incredible. That takeoff just slid straight up underneath that lip and so deep, too. I mean, I thought it had actually caught him, but he did... Oh, as we see Imai, back to Geordie, he did such a good job at muscling his way through that. He just stronghold that through that barrel, and it was just a shame he couldn't stick that last little floater there because, obviously the barrel's going to be a good score, but if he just made that last turn, I think he would have been doing a good job at cementing that first place position. Yeah,
I've been spending a lot of time on the beach here watching Jordy, and, the other day I spoke to him and said, hey, you're surfing really well out there. He says, yeah, bro, I rip, but... But it's his ability to pick the good ones
So,
and do stuff like that. That's just a magic carpet ride. He levitated over a foam ball there.
yeah, he did, but that was hard work. Technically, the takeoff, super hard, straight up under the lip. I mean, the amount that he rode that foam ball the whole entirety of that barrel.
And you talked about it, Flick, the aerated foam, how hard that is. He did that, rode over the aerated foam in a barrel at the same time.
I mean, small wave, but technically, you can't get any better than that.
There's 1% of the surfing world that can make a wave like that. That's why these are the best in the world that you're watching. This is the very top of the pyramid, because that was a nearly impossible make. Like you said, super technical.
Yes, so technical. I'd say like just the barrel itself is probably going to fetch quite a good score. I mean, if he'd made that last lip line, I mean, it was pretty tricky. He went into that with not much speed, so when you're going into a lip line, you kind of want to match that same sort of speed. But super impressed by Geordie, and just, you know what, wave selection. He's really showing all that experience, all that time that he's put here on the North Shore, because I mean, he let that first one go. He let George go because he's like, no, that one's pretty A-framey, and knowing that, okay, there's going to be a better one come, that one actually went underneath, it hit that ledge.
Yeah.
Smaller, but it stayed open.
And you're right about wave selection. That's what I was commenting on when I was talking to Geordie. The last couple of days, it's been onshore. It's been really crossed up. It's actually been horrible out here. And somehow in Geordie's sessions, he was able to find waves. Now, they weren't barrels because it was all maneuvers, but he was able to find open-face waves to perform maneuvers on. And that's what when I was talking to him, I'm just like, that was so impressive. We all know you surf well, Geordie, but the thing that impressed me was just the ocean knowledge. And that comes from a lot of time here on the North Shore. He spent a lot of the COVID time he spent here on the North Shore. Oh, let's go out to the water with Ross on the water. What do you got for me, Ross Williams?
Well, Kaipo, as you know, we've been seeing the local news the last few days, and the biggest storm of the winter is definitely coming. So it's very eerie out here. It's like that calm before the storm. The wind doesn't know what it wants to do. I just felt a puff out of the north. There's wind coming out of the south. It's sort of all over the place. And it's affecting the swell lines. You know, typically at pipe and backdoor, you get these real strong lines where it's predictable and the wave heaves. And I heard Flick talk about it earlier. Right now you have these little teepees and these like kind of thin-lipped A-frames. So you're looking for that meat and potatoes on the reef to give you a little more space in the barrel right now.
Thank you so much, Ross, for the insight. Hang tough out there, and we're hoping the wind cooperates, but it looks like it could be a little kapakahi, our Hawaiian word right now. A little mixed up. Oh, kapakahi. Now, you don't want it to go from kapakahi, mixed up, to kapulu, because kapulu is just messy.
Okay.
So we don't want to get through that range right there. Let's hope everything sticks down. We're down to 10 minutes, 6.5 checked in for Geordie. We thought rewarded, smaller wave, but rewarded for a technical barrel ride, and Geordie with a strong lead in this heat.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you take into factor that there is this sort of storm on the way and when that might come, you really want to be paying attention to stuff like that right before, you know, if you're the next heat, even if you're in this heat, because those sort of changes during a heat where the wind's fluffing around can really make all the difference. You know, if you didn't capitalize at the beginning of the heat when it was, you know, glassy and clean, and then all of a sudden halfway through your heat, you know, that wind kicks up out of the north or whatever that change may be, it can really be a disadvantage. So it is going to be really interesting to see what happens here. Hopefully we've got a couple more hours up our sleeve.
Yeah, let's see if George Pittar and Imai Kalani can get back in this heat. It's been all Geordie Smith so far. You can call him Bra, you can call him Brew, no matter what, he's going to come out of the barrel for you. Geordie Smith. Download the new True Surf, a new graphics package there. Let your fingers do the ripping on True Surf. You can virtually surf all the championship tour spots on True Surf. Download it now, either Apple Store or Google Play. Back, Kaipo Girl along back with Felicity Palmentier here with the final 7 minutes of heat number 7 in the opening round for the men. Jordy Smith, the veteran of the crowd, showing why this is not his first rodeo. Jordy got to work quick, got 2 scores. We thought it was a meager 4.5. As this weather's turned around, that 4.5 is valuable. Backed it up with a technical barrel ride for a 6.5. Strong showing for Smith.
Just, I mean, he's showing, you know, all the experience over all these years and so selective, really. I mean, 2 waves, that's it. That's all you need. But, I mean, in today's, well, currently right now in this heat, in the context of this heat, those 2 waves have been super valuable. And, I mean, less than 6 minutes almost on the clock. And, I mean, it's still wide open, though, for Imai and George. I will say that much for sure.
Yeah, speaking of Imai Kalani DeVault, he's in the Channel Islands camp, and Britt Merrick's been here on the beach, really tuning in all the boards for both Imai as well as George Pittar. And George, sneaky little barrel there on his CI. So the rookie wants to hang on to that second and advancing spot.
Yeah, I'd say he's probably looked at Al, you know, from, you know, Al's opening round heat. He did well to advance through. So trying to keep at pace with the other rookies as we see Britt.
Yeah, there's Britt with supporting both George Pittar and Imai Kalani DeVault in this heat. Shaper for both those surfers, second generation shaper. Dad Al Merrick started Channel Islands, and Britt has took the baton and kept on running. Imai, rare left. A couple of bangs on the backhand, but cannot hang on to that finish. Yeah,
I mean,
funny story.
Oh,
Like, I saw Al Cleland, and I'm all, hey, congratulations, you're off for a while and stuff. And Al's like, really, why? I'm all, well, you skipped the elimination round. And he thought that only
good.
first
oh,
went to, so I got to give him some good news. He's a rookie, and he just got thrown into this, so he was like figuring everything out. I'm all, bro, like, you gotta round off. You're cruising.
that's so good.
So good, yeah.
That is so good. I'm stoked that he's on tour, and then he got that, you know, obviously John, you know, taking this year off, and it's allowed this space for him to come on as a rookie. But not only is he an amazing surfer, but probably one of the best personalities to be injected onto this tour. You know, just so fun, heaps of energy, and loves to have a good time.
Yeah. It's a surfer. Let's take a look at the CT by the numbers. We got another stat for you, and it's the stat you actually don't want to be in. This is the combo heat losses in 2024, and Imai is on top of that list. So he wants to shake off all of those memories right there. That's the one stat that you don't
the
like.
leaderboard you don't want to be leading.
Yes.
This is not good at all.
Yeah. No matter what happens in here, it's not going to matter because this is head-to-head heat only. But still, again, another statistic that you don't want any part of.
It's never good when you hear you need a combination of scores, is it?
The only combo I want is a combo plate lunch. That means mahi-mahi, terry beef, and sometimes fried chicken on the side of it.
Wowzers. Sounds delicious.
Yeah.
Slash also sounds like a bit of a heart attack.
We started breakfast with a heart attack. Have you had a Loco Moco?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
They're delicious. They really are.
Nothing like brown gravy for breakfast.
I gotta really limit it to once a Hawaii trip, you know? Just once.
You got to do it, though. Yeah. All right, so here we are at 3 minutes, and Imai in a tough position because he's in third in the rotation, and he needs a fairly large score of 5.47. The rookie, George Pittar, happy in his placement right here. He's above priority over Imai, and he's got the lead over Imai, so he's got to play these last 3 minutes as a rookie. Very, very smart.
Yeah, he does. I mean, it's dangerous, though, right now because might see a flurry of waves, and George is going to have to make a decision, and with not as much experience as someone like Imai, I mean, it does give the opportunity for Imai to sort of force George's hand there. I mean, that's what you got to be doing. You got to be thinking that if you're at Imai.
Let's go to AJ McCord real quick. She's over at the Ehukai Beach Park. AJ.
What do we have to say, AJ?
Yeah, that's right. We're over here with Leo and Jack. We are in the Red Bull activation at the Ehukai Beach Park. And this is a pretty sweet spot because people can enter a sweepstakes to win the best seats in the house, Leo.
Yeah, but they got to complete these exercises. And me and Jack were trying. We did it after 3 or 4 tries, but first try to win, good luck.
Jack, what's the trickiest?
I think the slack line and then this ball right here. You got to like try and get the ball in the hole right there. And then the slack line, I had like 7 goes at it just to try beat Leo. So, yeah.
Did you do it?
I got there.
Got there eventually. So come down here to the Ehukai Beach Park, give it a shot, because then you too can enter the sweepstakes and win a spot, the best seats in the house for the Lexus Pipe Pro Finals Day, Kaipo.
Oh, there you go. Reunited Young Guns back there on the slack line. Watch your ankles, boys, okay? You're competing right now. Even 6 inches off the ground, that thing can be scary.
Yeah. I don't think I'll be having a bar of that with my track record, but
I'm not touching
it does look fun. If you're a grommet and you're having a run around here, I'm giving that a crack.
Yeah, if you're a grommet, you're rubber. Go ahead. Bounce off the ground. That's the time to do it. Down to a minute. We saw Imai get a quick wave during that interaction with Leo and Jack. 1.93 did not turn the heat. Imai still in a desperate situation. There he is, needs a 5.24.
Things are looking a little bit sleepy too, so I'm not sure if he's going to get that other opportunity that he's probably searching for.
Yeah, it looks like at this moment he's going to have to prepare himself. Unless, okay, I don't want to jinx him because, hey, you got 30 seconds, Imai. He's got to break away, though, from the other 2 surfers with priority over him. And that's why we're tracking him right now with this beautiful angle from up above. Imai on the breakaway. These guys know what they're doing, though. They're going to chase him down. And Jordy Smith, veteran, uses priority, pulls into the barrel, streaks through there. Nice snap for Smith. One more time to the lip. Shows his flexibility at 36 years old. No problem for Jordy Smith. Horn blows, and it's going to be Jordy Smith and the rookie George Pittar on to the round of 32. Imai Kalani DeVault, we'll see him in the elimination round.
Another rookie. Through.
Hey, it's been a test for the rookies, and George Pittar passed the test. We'll see you in the round of 32, George, as well as Jordy, as we expected. And we'll see you right after these messages because we got more action from the North Shore of Oahu on the way.
Shall we?
keep your fantasies in check. We're talking about the WSL Fantasy. Get it on the app. Get it at worldsurfleague.com. Come on and play. Compete with the rest of the world. Pick the winners. Is it going to be Joel Vaughn? He's up and riding right now, the rookie from North Shelley. In heat number 8 here at the opening round, I'm Kaipo Guerrero, joined by former Triple Crown champ Jesse Mendez. And thank you again for joining us. We got another great heat in the water. It's kicking off right now. International affair in this 3-man heat. Indonesia's Rio Waida, Japan's Kanoe Igarashi, and Joel Vaughn representing Australia. Your thoughts on this heat, Jesse?
I mean, this is a great heat. I'm excited to see Joel Vaughn. Obviously, it's the rookie in this heat, and we haven't seen so much of him. I obviously seen a lot of him in video clips and how good he's in the air, mostly throughout the last years on the Challenger Series. Had a few 10s and is just going through broke, but this is a different scenario. There's a lot of added pressure to it, and let's see how it's going to pan out for him.
I guess that speaks also to the conversation, number 68, Joel Vaughn, of the transition from that Challenger Series, where it's mostly performance-based, to the Dream Tour, the Championship Tour, where it takes a lot of bravado in a lot of these stops. You know, it's a different kind of surfing.
I'll tell you something, Kaipo, it's very hard for you to keep yourself on tour for plenty of years if you're not a charger. Like, it's almost impossible, because every other event you're gonna have big conditions and very challenging conditions for you to have to put yourself under the ledge, and this is one of them. Obviously, it's a small day, but still very shallow. Like, the end of this wave is about knee-high of water.
Yeah, so we're going to be testing this rookie right here. 21 years old, like I said, from North Shelley Beach, Australia. Number 68 is the number that he chose for his jersey. His mom was born in 1968, so that's as an ode to his mom, Joel Vaughn, part of a super talented surfing family. Watch out for Huey, his younger brother as well.
Yeah, like, that kid looks scary. Like, if I'm sitting on tour now and I'm that mid-20s, like, I'm expecting him to come in pretty soon and just do some
He'll be
damage.
drafting off a big brother, I'm sure.
For sure.
We're going to take a look here at Rio Waida. Way deep on that one. Would have to be superhuman to make that barrel. Rio Waida. Rio, third year on the championship tour. You can see him paddling back out. Number 45 on Rio's jersey. He chose that number because he's the first Indonesian to make it to the championship tour. 45 representing 1945. That was the year that Indonesia gained their independence as a country. So proud Indonesian, and I feel like Rio Waida is one of those surfers. There are surfers that ignite a whole region. I feel the fact that Rio made the championship tour is going to open the doors for the possibilities for other Indonesian surfers. We already have a newly crowned Indonesian World Junior Champ, don't we, Jesse?
Yes, and I was actually there in the Philippines, and the type of surfing that Bronson was doing is out of this world. And for him to have someone that had led the way already makes it that much easier.
Air drops into this one, just staying busy.
He broke the ice. He broke the, like, what seems impossible for an Indonesian to do, and that's the hardest thing. So now you have someone to actually look up for. It's like, hey, that guy has done that. He just lives down the street or on a different island that I live, but just the same culture, and I know what it takes for me to get there, and I can follow his steps.
And because we have a tiered system at the World Surf League, Bronson, winning that World Junior title, is now invited to the Challenger Series. He's got a fast track right now, and the surfing that Bronson Mady did over there that I saw in the Philippines, that was the first time I really watched. I saw some clips of him and everything. He could be on tour in 2026. I mean, I think he's going to excel in that Challenger Series.
Mostly with the type of surfing that he's capable of doing, obviously amazing in the air, second to none, very consistent. I don't think he might have felt 2 or 3 airs throughout the whole event in the Philippines. And if he can put that game into the Challenger Series, which it's going to take
that's what it's going to take on the stops on the Challenger Series, yeah. Well, one challenge this morning was for the senior member of the championship tour. I'm talking no other than Jordy Smith, and Jordy showed high heat IQ, went out there with a great performance and taking a heat win. Let's hear from Jordy. He's with AJ.
Kaipo, high heat IQ indeed, Jordy. 18th season on tour, and you're still mixing things up here to start out 2025. Talk me through the equipment change.
Is it 18 years? Shit, and I haven't won yet? Hey, what's wrong? No, the equipment, I'm riding my dad's boards with shapes. It's got Futures fins in it, Futures grip, Foo Wax, O'Neill stickers, Red Bull, M, BB. That's pretty much the breakdown of the board.
Well, the key word that I just heard is you haven't won yet, because this time last year you looked at me and you said, I still got it, and here you are to start 2025 on the glass again. Where do you get that energy and belief, and what have you done to set yourself up for 2025 to believe this can be your year?
I think, to be honest with you, I kind of tell people all the time, like, I'm just such a mad surf dog. I love surfing, I love competing, and the life we have is incredible. So until something better comes along, bro, this is it.
And 11:43 p.m. back home, you have any special kiddos you want to say hello to?
Oh, of course, always my family. My son Ziggy, our boy. He might be sleeping, he may be up, I don't know. Dad said I could, Mom, who knows?
Congratulations, Jordy. What a way to start the year.
Thanks.
You know what? I enjoy Jordy Smith interviews.
It's very real, and for him to keep it fresh every year, he kind of needs to be like that, right? Like, what else can he do?
Yeah, he's a great guy to be around, and yeah, I wouldn't want to give up his spot. You'd be a fool to give up your spot on the Dream Tour. We could see Jordy Smith for another decade on the tour with that kind of surfing.
I wouldn't be surprised, really. And every year brings something new to the table, right? Like a little bit more aggression, like whatever approaches as a strategy, and that's what those guys need to do in order to stay that long on tour. Like, you always need to bring something new to the table.
Yeah, speaking about a guy who's been on tour for a long time, Kanoa Igarashi, 9 years on the championship tour, just 27 years old, so most of his adult life he's spent on the championship tour, Kanoa, and he's just holding on to priority right there, sitting there very stoic, has not ridden a wave yet, no big scores on the board, so I guess that's working into Kanoa's favor. But what do you think about Kanoa's strategy, just being patient, sitting out there, controlling the lineup?
I think so far patience paid off. From what the heats that I've really paid close attention to, the guys that had a little bit of urgency, they maybe started to heat a little bit better, like with 4s and 5s, but then that good barrel wave for the guy that was keeping the patience and being a little bit more selective paid off. So I think for a guy like Kanoa, that this is bread and butter for him. Yeah. The best that he has in his game, no doubt, is how to read the ocean. And Jake Pedersen already mentioned that a few years back. And look how calm he looks. Like, it's just another day in the park.
And look at his history at Pipeline. He was a runner-up to Michel Borez in 2017. It was kind of a shootout at the back door that year with Kanoa, and he had great barrel riding technique. Waida down the reef, and not much there for Rio. So he continues to search under priority. And Kanoa Igarashi just waiting for that one gem. I'm happy to see that we talked to Ross in the water a little bit, and he was feeling different puffs of wind, but I'm happy to see everything kind of still being fairly variable right now when we look at surface conditions.
I totally agree with you, Kaipo. And the problem that we have today, we do have the possibility of the wind turning south. And if it goes a little bit to the southwest, that's when things get blown out.
Especially you're 100% right, Jesse, because the southwest direction, and it's primarily rights today, that's pretty much a devil wind.
A devil wind. So for the airless, they're going to be stoked because they're going to be boosting. But for the overall, they want to get barreled. You hear a backdoor, like, you want to make the most of what you have the opportunity in front of you. And to see it all day kind of, like nice and clean in some fun little barrels, like to go into kind of like a cross shore to on shore, like, you're not going to be happy with that, and we're not going to be happy as well. So hopefully, fingers crossed, this stays the way it is, because we have a beautiful, nice offshore that just got a little bit stronger, the less heat, which is going to be nice for us. It's going to keep that wave hold on a little bit longer and get a little bit steeper and cleaner, and we
You can see the nature of this swell where it's a bit broken up. So again, wave selection, you identify that, Jesse, is key. And within this half-hour heat, there may only be 2 or 3 waves at this tide in this direction that are going to be above a 6-point ride in potentials from what I'm seeing right now. So you want to be on priority when that wave comes through. And that takes nerves, though, to just sit out there and let waves pass you by.
And that's another advantage for Kanoa. He's obviously been on tour for way longer than. If you combine both of those surfers together, they haven't been on tour as long as Kanoa has.
Yeah.
Kanoa has been on tour for a long time, and he has that maturity. He knows. He's been through the point that you still believe. You know, when you're a rookie, you still believe you can nurse through heats. And yeah, that's gonna get you out of jail once or twice throughout the year, but it's not going to be relevant in the end of the run. So he knows the fact that he needs to have guts and wait for the big waves in order to beat big names.
Yeah, there
and
you
he's
go.
doing that right now.
Number 50 on the back of Kanoa Igarashi. Igarashi, translated into English from Japanese, means 50 storms. So he chose the number 50 on his back. A surfer that was basically raised to become a pro surfer. And that's exactly what happened to him. He was making surf news when he was 6, 7 years old. High expectations from him. 2-time US Open champ. He took his one big victory in 2019 over, you were still competing, I think, in that event over in Karama's.
He took me.
Karama's Bali, yeah, that's right.
16 points total, I was in combination.
yeah, but you took John in that heat, in that event, didn't you?
Yes, it happened.
It happened.
Once.
Hey, that was a big one.
Count. It was, definitely.
That was a big one.
Definitely my biggest win, obviously, against someone like him and a buzzer beater, but it's not easy to beat those guys. And Kanoa had figured that out already, and that's a huge step and advantage in front of the opponents he has in front of him. Rio is on the path there as well. He's been on tour a few years, so he knows, but still doesn't have that experience that Kanoa has.
Yeah, and Rio like when I feel like about energy, should be coming with momentum, because Rio's last year on the championship tour, the last regular season event was held in Fiji, and that's where Rio had his best result, runner-up to Griffin Colapinto there in Fiji. Let's take a look back in 2024, and Rio with his best CT result.
Yeah, that's just beautiful surfing from him. And I'm actually not surprised at all, because he's from Uluwatu, and his backswing is his weapon, and not to mention his bottom turn, the way he's able to actually generate speed, has a little bit of a wider stance, so he keeps that board very balanced and drives through the rails very well, and look how critical and aggressive can he get.
It was the type of cloud break that at times mirrored Uluwatu, and that's when Rio Waida had that connectivity, had that tempo and rhythm on the backhand that just had him beat surfer after surfer after surfer. The only person that could top him was Griffin Colapinto in that final.
Yes, and I mean, another amazing backhand surfer right there. And both of them have a similarity that they drive through the bottom turn with so much speed and very controlled. So it's a setup for success.
Yeah. And Rio's been committed. He's come here to the North Shore. He's been doing the hard yards, you know, no matter what the conditions are. He's been out surfing. I think that's for the whole championship tour. Some surfers arrived earlier, some arrived later, but everyone's just had to throw themselves at the ocean. And at this particular break, every single day, it's been, even on the off days, I mean, if you're on Oahu, it's kind of cool to come down here and just watch the surfing.
Well, remember the first off day we had, it was about 6 to 8 foot.
Yeah.
Completely on shore, probably 50 miles knots winds.
Yeah.
Sorry, 50 miles winds. And I went down to the Red Bull athlete zone, and he was there actually thinking about paddling out. Like, he puts down a lot of work. Like, it's very impressive, and it put him in the situation he is right now. 30-year on tour and doing damage, making finals and surfing for his country.
Yeah. Best finish last year, number 9 in the world. That's yeah. Anytime you make a top 10, just a second year on tour, I mean, you got to be feeling good about your surfing. You got to be feeling good about your future as well as a professional surfer.
And I'm sure proving a lot of people wrong, you know, like a small guy in his stature. And I mean, you've seen him obviously ripping in a bunch of conditions, but in waves of consequences, not Indonesian type of perfect waves like Hawaii, Tahiti, Fiji. Like, those waves are hard for you to put in the work and actually do well. And I'm sure there's people that are doubting, and he proved them all wrong, because he had amazing performances at Chopu, Pipeline, Fiji, and good for him, because he deserves one of the hardest working athletes we have on tour at the moment.
Yeah, that's hard work pays off. We're going to break away right now. Actually, we're going to take a bonsai brew break. We're going to froth it up. Maybe we'll use the almond bonsai. Sounds good to me. We'll be back after this brew break. wave. Welcome. It's the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Stop number 1, the World Surf League Championship Tour. Here's our fans on the beach at Ehukai. Kaipo Guerrero, Jesse Mendez on the call here. And a challenging day at Backdoor Pipe. While we were gone, a couple of rides went down. Here's Rio Waida, Jesse.
Whoa, trying to sneak out there. Seems like he's gonna come out. Not clean, smaller barrel, but hey, made the most of it. No priority, and looks like here Kanoa on a bigger wave. Nice runner, beautiful double up. Nice way to read that wave, and looks like he's gonna finish off strong with a nice tail slide. A lot of control, and thank you for being patient, Kanoa.
The patience paid off for Kanoa Igarashi. Waited past the halfway mark in this heat to take his first wave, and it paid off in big way. 6.33 for Kanoa, and this heat being a little bit of wave starved, that's 6.33's big, valuable score.
No doubt about it, mostly with 10 minutes left, and I just loved the way he approached that wave. You think about pipeline and backdoor, you think about people taking off under the hood. Barely any time to connect your board with the surface of the wave and get barreled, but that wave itself was very unusual. He took off, the wave was kind of running down the line. As you see, he was doing the turn, setting up for that barrel. It was very smart of him, read that wave perfectly, and he was very calm to actually notice that the wave was going to run down the line and not like try to get ahead of himself and maybe pull the trigger in the wrong time. Beautiful surfing there for Kanoa.
Yeah, just reactive, right? In that you kind of you want to plan a little bit before what you're going to do on a wave, but actually real wave riding, you just got to be reactive to whatever, you know. And if anytime, it seems to me when I see people try to force a preemptive thought or try to force what they think they want to do on a wave, it doesn't work out, because a lot of times the wave's not going to offer that. I mean, I think the only place you can plan for a wave is going to be stop number 2 on the championship tour.
Yeah, that's true.
When we go to Surf Abu Dhabi, and that's when the whole script gets flipped, because that's all wave planning. 100% wave planning.
And that turns a lot to a different strategy for us surfers, right? Like you have the amount of waves that you're going to take off on, and you know that for a fact, and it turns into almost like a skateboard in mind mentality. Like you set your line before the event, and you hope to make that line when you put on the jersey.
Yeah. Well, let's get you caught up with Kanoa Igarashi down the reef. Pops a front side air, just looking for a backup for that 6.33 with 8.5 minutes remaining. Let's check out the World Surf League Pulse and get you caught up with what's happened so far today. Jack Robinson in control, 8-point ride. Bravo, looking smooth. Great barrel riding technique, and Jack Robinson wins his opening heat. That was heat number 3 of the day. Heat number 5 featured the GOAT, the winningest surfer at Pipeline and Backdoor. Kelly Slater comes up on top. We're going to see Kelly in the round of 32. That dance never gets old. Kelly Slater.
And playing the patience game as well. He's set for that wave for probably about 10 or 15 minutes.
How about this? Ian Govea back on tour. Backdoor. Finds the doggy door, gets out of there, and beats John Florence in his first heat back on the championship tour. John put up a fight in his backyard. Florence gets second. We'll see both Florence and Ian Govea in the round of 32. And that's the pulse. Back to live action here with 7 minutes remaining. And glassy conditions still hanging in there here at the Bonsai Pipeline.
Yeah, and like what a situation Joe just got himself in, right? Like you expect your first heat to be, you have so much expectation. So you come into the heat, hopefully the waves are going to turn on, and so far nothing for him. A 2.33 and nothing against him. There's nothing he could have done besides just waiting for priority rotation, and now he has to pull the trigger on the right wave, but everything keeps building up inside of you, and it's very hard to pull the trigger when you're under pressure and you want to perform and you want to prove to yourself and to the world that you deserve to be there.
Yeah. For a rookie, I always feel there's two two big moments for them. One is your first heat on the championship tour. The next big moment for you is the first time you have to challenge the elimination round, when elimination is what's at stake. So I think those two moments are huge for a rookie.
Yes, and how you dictate yourself throughout the year, right? Every moment counts. You got to make sure you have a good balance of pushing and showing the judges that you're here to stay and you're going to go big, because in order to beat big names, you have to do that, but not overdo it.
Here's a guy that's been here to stay. Long time on the championship tour, and still one of the best in the world. Had to come back through the Challenger Series last year to get back to earn his spot back on the championship tour. Miguel Pupo did just that. Rio Waida is going to go to turns here. Slashing on the sharp eye. And a nice lip glide into basically waist deep water right there. Shoulder first. And looks like he's got a little bit of padding. I wouldn't be surprised if he stands up right now.
Well, he's on that hole in between.
Oh, he's found the hole, yeah.
Yeah, but like that's almost like a worse spot to be, because like, you know, if you get pushed anywhere, you're going to hit some rocks. So like right around him, everything's basically knee deep water, and you're going to see him like duck diving right there. See, he barely duck dives. He's just wanted to go through, trying to decide if he's going to pull the trigger and try to make it out from backdoor, in between backdoor channel and off the wall, where we call it aints. There's like a little bit of bath of sand right there that makes the wave slow down a bit, or go to the pipe, which that's what he's making right now, paddling to the right of this screen as you see it. And it's so much further away, but it's so much easier because the rip helps you, brings you back around. There's a big channel for you to go through on a day like today that it's small, but it's you got to make the decision quick. You don't want to waste any time, mostly in a heat where he has only 3-point rides.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at this last ride, Jess.
It was a nice spaced wave, just lacked energy on the wave. Like, beautiful carve, but you're going to see the wave's going to flatten out right here. He has to keep moving the board. You're going to see one pump, two pumps, and then he finished it off strong, but puts too much weight on the front foot. You have to be front-footed in order to land those turns, but he went over, a little bit overboard, and that's what made him go over the handlebars and fall on his chest right there.
So as Rio's paddling back out, this is opportunity for Joel Vaughn in the white jersey with priority. You see him sitting there at the peak, needs a 4.17 to turn this heat. The first real test for the rookie, checking his Apple Watch, checking his heat time. That Apple Watch would have vibrated once he also got priority. So it also, not only does it show you on the display like where you are in priority, but it actually, when the priority turns to your favor, the watch vibrates. So it's a nice feature of that Apple Watch.
But for him right now, just don't look too much at the clock, because that's going to keep your heart beating a little bit too much, and you want to keep yourself calm to make the right decision. And I think what do you say to a guy like this? You know, like, you're playing a smart heat as much as you could have done, you know, like maybe the one decision of getting the 2.33 in the first minute of the heat could have changed the pace of the heat, but there hasn't been much. He just needs to be calm and select the right one now.
You can probably tell by the t-shirt right here of the man in the second box. That's Joel's dad with the North Shelley Board Riders t-shirt. Kanoa Igarashi, our heat leader, zooms off the top. Beautiful carve. Little downtime here, but Kanoa just reactivates through some very shallow water, looking to improve upon a 1.93 that he has a backup. The crowd likes it, and I think he improved upon his scoreline. Yeah,
I agree with you, Kaipo. I don't think it's going to be a massive score, but that carve was damaged. There was so much amplitude. He drove through that, and that little 20% of the carve is what really made the difference. He really dig that rail. You're going to see right here, he's going to take off, and he's going to eye it down the section way down the line, and what that does, it gives him enough speed to actually burn all the way through right here. That last 20%, he's going to put all his weight on his heels, and going to really drag that board in, and just very aggressive and knifing. Beautiful surfing from Kanoa.
Yeah, beautiful technique, right? To tilt the board and ride the rail through the entirety of a turn and not give up on it. Get that back half of the turn is always so impressive.
And that 10%, usually the last 10% of a carve like this is what differentiates a very mature surfer to a surfer that maybe just got on tour, most of them. Like, he has the calmness to drive through the turn, keep the speed, and that last bit, he's just going to push that heels, what Kanoa did right there, and really dig that rail, and the judges love that. and you're going to see reflect on your scores. Mostly in a day like today, you expect 4 barrels, but still, it's going to be a good backup for him.
There it is, a 3.73. Kanoa increases his score line. Rio's going to take this one. Rio wants to hang on to second in this heat. He's driving down the line, finds a little shade there in the barrel. Nice roundhouse cutback. Scores the rebound and gets the finish with a lip glide again. Joel Vaughn going to the air on the left. Little unorthodox there for Joel, so he may have just had to go for it. And yeah, maybe he wasn't in position for that right, but that right's going to be a score for Ryo Waida.
No doubt about it. I agree with you, and that's the first mistake for me, in my eyes. Speaking out this heat, that's the first mistake he had, and it's going to cost him a lot. That right was running down the reef. As much as that barrel didn't got wide open as your Rio was probably hoping for, but that wave had the shape. It was that low rotor that every regular footer wants to get out there, and guys like John, Griffin, Jack Robbo, they always find those waves, and Rio identifies, look at that, low rotor. He can't even get underneath enough, and it's kind of running down the line from gums from the right of your screen and growing through the backdoor section into ends, and he gives him a bonus section even. He got wobbly right there, but finish it off strong, and he's going to probably get his best score of the heat, and that was no doubt about it the wave Joe needed to get in second place right now.
Yep, because that would have put Joel in second place. 4.5 for Ryo Waida. Waida and Kanoa Igarashi advancing into the round of 32. It's going to be a test for the rookie Joel Vaughn, as we'll see him in the elimination round. And we'll see you after this break for more action from Pipeline. Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI continues after this.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
What a great day for pro surfing. Kanoa Igarashi picking off a win to kick off his season. Ryo Waida second, Joel Vaughn getting sent to the elimination round as heat number 9 is just getting started. Kanoa, what a class act. Been ripping and competing for a very long time. Dominated the series in Southern California and then really just traveled the world. Spends a lot of time in Portugal, spends a lot of time in Southern California. Another great year to kick off a world title campaign. We've got Jake Marshall, Connor O'Leary, and Miguel Pupo ready to get things started here. Joe Trappell and Jesse Mendez. As we break this one down, some goofy footers to talk about in the next couple of heats. Connor O'Leary already out there with a 3.5. Big guy that's accomplished a lot and excited for another season on tour. What are you looking forward to for Connor?
I mean, as usual, like obviously lethal backhand, right? Like very powerful, probably one of the most powerful surfers we have on tour, and drives off his back foot a lot, very good at pivoting and getting very vertical, stabbing the most critical part of the wave usually, and just mature. And that's what's going to play out on a day like today. You're going to have to be patient when you need to, and also try to manufacture waves when you're under priority. So I think that's what I would expect from him, and nothing less than that, I guess.
That's right. What a great surfer, great human being. He's going to be a dad soon as we look at that effort in the pit, Jesse.
Yeah, beautiful positioning from him right there. Unfortunately, the wave ran a little bit too much. He probably wanted to add some points to that barrel. The barrel got a little bit tight, not as clean as he was hoping for in the end, but so far, good way to start, and looks like he's taking off once again.
Connor O'Leary once again drawing into a beautiful section to frame how vertical he can go. We like to reference 12 o'clock when you look at a clock going straight up, and the degree of difficulty it takes to be able to get that vertical, to get majority of your board out the back. And when Connor hits the lip, usually you can hear it from the beach.
And that's what I was saying. He's probably the best in the world on his backhand, but being able to pivot off his back foot. And the problem is not even getting your board up there. The problem is to bring him back down. It takes so much power, it takes so much ability and technique to bring that board back under your chest. And he does that better than anyone, in my opinion. That straight up snap, it's beautiful from Connor.
Representing Japan on tour, his mom competed for many years. She's Japanese, his father Australian, and he was able to change his flag to represent Japan. He's proud of his culture. Growing up in Cronulla in Australia, had a lot of ways to prepare for the World Tour, as we see a fin blast there from O'Leary. Driving into the next section and ends up overturning it and going down. He did kick off the year last year with his best start ever to date. Not just at the season opener, but also at Pipeline, showing up on finals day. The waves were maxed out and pumping, and it put him in a good spot to feel a little bit more comfortable with a mid-season cut approaching. Last year was at stop 5. This year, it'll be at stop 7, but same venue at Margaret River.
Yeah, and what a start for him last year, and the conditions were absolutely fire. It was massive for 2 days, and one thing is to do well at Pipeline and backdoor when the waves are small, but once you have those conditions that go overboard and the feelings, the scariness, the intensity turns up to another level, what it really matters for surfers.
It's always good to be a really balanced surfer as well, as far as really loving your forehand and your backhand attack. Connor O'Leary is the most well-balanced athlete on tour. Loving rights and lefts the same. If you talk to him, he talks about lefts more often and for dreamy locations, typical for a goofy foot. But when it comes to competition, like you mentioned, Jesse, with a backhand as dangerous as his, he's made a lot of money heading right as well. O'Leary's last, the 3.6, open with a 3.5, as he's the only surfer with waves so far.
Yeah, that one single turn, 3.6, that's just how much damage he's capable of doing on his backhand. And this is going to be an interesting heat because we have Jake Marshall and Miggy Pupo, which are very selective surfers, guys that tend to sit on their boards for 10 and 15 minutes without an issue. But the problem today, we don't have that many sets coming. So one of these guys are probably going to pay if they sit there and don't catch that first good wave that comes into the lineup.
Non-elimination format, but the seeding's important for the round of 32. So if top seeds go to the elimination round, they could potentially drop down before that round of 32 begins. Last heat, we saw a good run for Kanoa Igarashi, 10.06 total. Let's talk to him.
Joey, Kanoa Igarashi coming in here and starting on the glass at Pipeline for the first time in a few years since you've won an opening round heat, Kanoa. Just how much of a tone does this set for you in the first event of the year?
It's so important. The first event, I was just talking to Rio about it. It's we feel so rusty because it's been such a long off season. But yeah, it's really important to just stay sharp and I guess fine tuning to make sure that this first heat you feel, I guess, as sharp as you can. And so, yeah, I feel like the last couple of years I've been coming into the first event kind of oh, it's a long year ahead, and sort of maybe underestimating the first heat and the first event. But yeah, this year I just wanted to make sure that I was strong and make sure that I was extra ready for this first event.
What led to that mindset shift about the way you're approaching this season?
I just have a really good team around me, and I mean, I'm the only one in the water competing, but behind me I have so many good people that are that are giving me really good advice and helping me out. And so, yeah, I guess, it's like a team effort, and I mean, it only makes sense to come out swinging in the first event. So that first heat really means a lot, and that's hopefully the tone that I can set for the rest of the year, and just make sure that try and win more first round heats, because I struggled with that the last couple of years.
Well, it's a great way to start. Congratulations. I know you have a lot of friends and family and fans in Japan. You want to say anything to them?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say hi to all my friends back in California and Portugal, all you guys watching. I know it's late in Portugal and it's midday. It's a workout hour in California, but hi to all you guys. I miss you guys. And yeah, みんないつも日本のファン応援してくれてありがとうございます。本当にこのファーストイベントというのは本当に大切で、いろいろのプレッシャー、いろいろのやっぱり考えることがいろいろあるので、もうその中で自分のやっぱりいいサーフィンを今回今できてすごい嬉しいので、これからもこのまま続いていきたいと思います。
Congratulations, Kanoa.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, AJ. Always love hearing from Kanoa Igarashi, representing Japan in such a great way. He had a lot of pressure on him, you would have thought, in the first Olympic Games, but he actually took that and almost went all the way for gold. He finished silver just behind Italo Ferreira, when he had people in the government flying him in to have meetings saying, hey, the country's counting on you. You think that would rattle you, but I almost think that's the kind of pressure that Kanoa is always trying to create to have big performances. Jesse, remember that year he had to make the final to double qualify, so Zeke Lau came on tour? The confidence he showed, and where he assured his good friend Zeke that, hey, don't worry about it, I got this, was so impressive, and he got the job done. Zeke got a spot on tour the very next season.
And let's mention that we got back to that after this wave.
And just a short one there, just a takeoff and a stumble for Marshall. So now first priority will go to Miguel Pupo.
That was very smart from Miguel, because he pushed himself a little bit too deep and a little bit too under. And that's what happened when the priority is not set yet. A good wave could come, but you'd be out of position because someone else is like, hey, like, I'm not going to give that easy for you. If you really got to earn that wave if you want to get a good score without priority right now. And that was smart of Miggy, because that wave had potential. Not a massive score, but it was a clean, nice TP wave that had a good barrel and probably a combination of maneuvers after. Now Miggy sits with priority. It's been 11 minutes. He now sits in that side of the heat that he doesn't really have another option. Like, he has to wait and be patient and pull the trigger on the right wave.
And as we were talking about, sometimes there's an extra motivation you can get your headspace into, like Kanoa, knowing he was surfing not just for himself, but for a good friend to go all the way into the final that year.
Yes, and I think also, obviously, the good friend really plays heavy into consideration, but for him, I think it was something to prove, like, right? Like, we didn't expect so much in the beginning, in the very few years that Kanoa was on tour, and waves of consequences. So he wanted to prove the world that he's capable of making finals out of Pipeline and Backdoor, and he did that. And from that on, it was just a leaning curve towards like the top of the mountain, because he's surfing this type of conditions as good as anyone and just reading the ocean very well as usual. So I think that was the biggest pressure for him, just to prove himself and everyone that he could do it.
Jake Marshall from San Diego, California, climbing turn to get out in front, chunky section for a big tail blow. And number 4 will just trim it shut. Clean surfing from Jake, who's provided some brilliant, strong season last year. Kind of embraced an underdog type feel, and he's taken down huge names, calm under pressure as well. And absolutely charges. Let's have another look.
Yeah, those are critical turns. Very technical, but the wave lacked intensity. As you see it right here, beautiful blow tail, bringing that tail all the way around, and he's going to adjust his foot right there to generate speed and finish it off again on the whitewash. So very technical turns, but not in consequences sections. So I think that's going to keep the score on the low parts of things, but he sits in third priority, and now he has the opposite of what Miggy has. He has the freedom of just riding waves and trying to better what he has, which is a 0.57. So make the most of it, and he did on that wave. But definitely the score is probably going to keep on the lower side because of the lack of intensity on that wave.
Opening day of competition's a great one to kind of see what people were doing in the off season. You get to chat with them, but you can usually tell in their first wave if they've been training, if they're match ready. They've got a long off season nowadays to really manage what they want to accomplish. You know, some surfers will disappear on just a good old-fashioned surf trip and just unwind. Yago did that. He went to Puerto Escondido, just no footage, just wanted to go surf. But then they start training. Then they've got to make sure that they've got their suits ready and dresses for the Lexus WSL Awards, which just happened the other night. And everyone arrived in style, especially in the Lexus GX. And you've got all the trophies, all the speeches, but you can tell this is a really beautiful family that travels around the world. Erin Brooks excited to make her rookie debut at the awards, treated by an amazing Hawaiian blessing to kick off the show. Liam O'Brien and Betty Lou Sakura up there getting the WSL Impact Award for doing a good job taking care of the environment in between big heats. And I really enjoyed just the speeches from Caity Simmers, from John Florence, a beautiful, tearful message from Luana Silva. Also Sawyer Lindblad, Kurt Griffin grabbed the Rookie of the Year award for his younger brother Crosby because Crosby got hurt, had to fly back to California. But it's a special room where you get to really see a lot of people that have really progressed the sport in a serious way and have one night of fun before everyone gets really focused competitively.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's friends outside of the water, but that doesn't happen when they put on the jersey. But very casual looking, everyone right there having a good time. As soon as they get in the water, it's game on, and it's a different story.
Nobody had a better entrance to the Lexus WSL Awards than Jesse Mendez and his wife Tatiana Weston Webb. That was just a magical entrance. If you missed it, you can find it on Instagram. You guys look so cool, man.
We tried.
We tried. No, you accomplished that. Here's Jake. Ripping in. Top turn carve, combos it up, looking nice and strong on the two-turn combination. Growing up in that Encinitas area, had an absolute playground at his house. Giant skate ramp. His younger brother Nick actually didn't mind living outside of the house. I mean, he had a room in the house, but he'd rather live in a teepee when he was younger. He'd like cook outside, just full adventure mode.
That's interesting.
Those guys always had a lot of fun, and they still are, and Jake's representing them all on tour now. What about this two-turn combo?
I just love the transition in between this car right here. It cuts it short, drives through that section and generates speed, accelerates through that lip line, and that was beautiful. Then that's all because of that tight transition he had from that first carve into the second turn. Once again, smaller wave, lacked energy to wave, but he's bringing the energy. It's just a matter of time until he links up into a good wave and makes it happen.
There's a time, I think, Nick Marshall was almost maybe being talked as the one that might go the distance as a pro surfing career. They both have different strengths. Nick, crazy in the air. Pretty wild what he can accomplish. Also is charging at such a young age. I remember running into their dad, and he's like, oh my gosh, Nick's out at Waimea right now. Am I being a good parent? But he was following, Nick's will to charge. Jake was right there leading it as the older brother. Connor, the youngest. They got a lot of love for each other, and it's really cool to see what Jake's done over the years. Learning a lot on the QS. There was that one year where I think everyone thought he qualified too early and even had some celebration moments, and then it got pulled away from him after the Hawaiian season. And gosh, that would have been one of the toughest blows in the world to actually go, hang on, I got to go back and on the Challenger Series and do it again.
That happened as well with Zeke Lau. That same year we were mentioning that Kanoe Igarashi had to make the finals at Pipe to double qualify in order for Zeke to get in from the Challenger Series. But it happens sometimes, and that's heartbroken. Like, it's heartbroken itself when you know you got that close from qualifying, but thinking you qualified, and then you're like, oh, actually you didn't, sorry. And that's all wrong math from people that were around him, or him itself, that just didn't pay attention to the numbers too much.
Oh, it's a tough one. You always try to keep your ears closed and just keep focused on winning heats. And one man that looks focused is one they call DVD, David Silva, the spring-loaded goofy foot. Just focused on another year on tour, back on the Challenger Series, got his spot back. He's definitely one of the warriors of the tour.
And a great heat for David, right? Like, you got 3 goofy footers, and we always mention about backdoor being a tough wave to be in her backhand because you're looking over your right shoulder, trying to identify that wave that runs just enough for you to get a deep barrel. And for them right there, no excuses. 3 of them on their backhand, no advantage to anyone. And as we see right now, I felt like there's a little bit of an offshore push, and then it kind of died out again, and a little bit of a texture into the lip. So that makes the barrel a little bit trickier. And you see the boys going more to turns right now. And paying it off so far for Connor and Jake. Small scores, but so far that's what they need. And Miggy's sitting with hands attached, right, Joe? Like, there's nothing he can do besides wait for the bomb, because if he tries to adapt to the situation with 11 minutes right now and go for 3-point rides, that's exactly when probably the set's going to come, and then the guys are going to just nail the coffin.
Great insight from Jesse Mendez, a CT competitor himself. Very close with Miguel Pupo when you guys were growing up, competing from Sao Paulo. And Miguel is in such a great position for what we've seen of Pupo over the years. We know he's actually in a great position with just 3s on the board, with priority, with the almost near perfect 10s that he's had in the past here. Kind of like the Kelly approach, where he got a couple, just enough to make sure he was getting the heat win to skip to the round of 32.
And they just lost a very good wave just about 20 seconds ago. Do you see that wave?
One right that went through, yes.
And that's what Ross was mentioning, I think, a little bit earlier when he was in the water. It's kind of a very open field right there, and because we have a very short period swell, there's waves kind of breaking everywhere in the reef. So that wave just coming unusually more deep than you expect for backdoor, and kind of out the back as well. So they weren't in position, and that was by far the best wave of the heat so far. But what can you say? Like, it's so easy from here. But out there, making those decisions of sitting in a random spot that no waves broke all day long, it's tough.
Still 10 minutes on the clock to finish the story of heat number 9 of the opening round. It's Connor O'Leary still out front with a 7.10 two-wave total.
My name's Dennis Pang. I've been making surfboards for about 45 years. Shaping is shaping when you drive a raw blank like that, and you go from that to this. But how to get from that to this is the real creation is really shaping and the design aspect. So using the machine, using the hand tools and the Skill 100 or whatever you want to use to plane the board down is really important. Then you can call yourself a shaper. You know, that's shaping, not on the cat. That's just like, that's cheating.
Loving the breakdown from one of the legends, Dennis Pang, talking about what it means to be a board builder, doing everything from start to finish, and that's what it's all about. Vissla Pipe Pro Shaping Space underway already, and it's so unique when you get to actually watch someone build a board right on the sand at Ehukai as we look at Jake Marshall up and down. 2.87 was his low score. And being in the back of the line for priority before we went to break, he really wanted that right that we saw reel through unridden. But since he didn't have a high priority, wasn't able to get involved with it. And he's still in second, needs a 3.17 for Connor's lead. So even with these guys in the water, still a couple can sneak by, really based on priority sometimes.
I know, and that's the problem of being in priority and being deeper. As soon as he would have taken off on that wave, the guys would have dropped in on him. You're going to see him right there. He's also a little bit underneath, but that's the best wave of the heat so far. Look how wide open, beautiful, and clean it is. He was going to come out and probably have a few turns on, and his opponents were just sitting with priority but out of position for it. So a huge missed opportunity for all of these three surfers because that was by far the best wave of the heat. And with 6 minutes left, Miggy still hasn't even caught a wave yet.
Interesting start for Miguel Pupo as we see Jake Marshall try to stay active. He'll hold back there. And Pupo will continue to hold priority until he sees something decent that may put him all the way from third to first. A class act and a rookie that we saw come on with John Florence and Gabriel Medina, one of the best rookie classes of all time. Worked really hard and broke free with a big CT win in Tahiti in a tube shootout over Cowley Vust.
Yes, that was very fun to watch. Mostly when the waves get that good, you're just so excited. And the situation of this heat right now, like I'm kind of, my hands are sweaty right now because it gets to this point with this low scoring heats, you just freak out way too much. Looks like Miggy's gonna pull the trigger right now.
After a long wait and approaching the 5-minute mark, a wall is lining up for Miguel Pupo. First turn, he squares up in the pocket, snaps it. It's going a little slopey through the end section, but he'll do what he can to try to force a score. So after a long wait, that wasn't really what he was hoping for. This heat's gotten even tougher for Miguel Pupo.
Hey, but like at this situation, you have to pull the trigger at some point, and he kind of had to. Like there's no more time for him to wait. And we were mentioning about in the beginning of the heat when both of them had no priority yet. There's probably one good wave coming all heat, and that wave already came, so he's probably thinking that in the back of his head as well. Good surfing, nice down the line turn, but the wave just gets very flat right here. Was able to get another crack and didn't finish. Opposite, he wanted just to kick out on the wave and get back out, probably not get caught by all those Aints waves that people are getting stuck, and now he's probably going to be, I mean, he's back in the heat, obviously, but it's a very low scoring heat and he has less priority. He's going to have to be very busy and probably try to get a gap in between the other surfers and try and find something sneaky at Aints or almost at off the wall.
So after a long wait with priority, Miguel decides to get started. 3.3. Still third, but at least he has that single score. Now he'll adapt. It was like you were mentioning earlier, Jesse. You have a game plan, and sometimes you got to throw it out the window. So right there, he's like, you know what? That wave I'm waiting for is not coming. I need to be in the mix if this is a battle of threes till the end.
I mean, it most likely, in my opinion, it's going to be battle of threes. Maybe someone will get a 4 or 5, or it's going to be one more good wave, but I doubt, like, I hardly seen a lot of waves coming throughout. So each one of these surfers right now, they have one shot, and that's all they have. They're not going to have more opportunities, so they cannot commit any mistakes anymore.
Miguel Pupo now 33 years of age, as we've seen him from just a teenager just take over the world. When he was really young, he signed a deal with Hurley International. That was a huge deal that got him going, and the event that he won at Lower Trestle was a QS at the time, which we'd probably call Challenger Series weighted or a 10,000. That name branding's changed quite a few times over the year. Remember the Primes?
Yeah.
And
I think that was
Primes. That was Primes back then,
Primes,
wasn't
yeah.
it? And that was kind of when you started hearing that phrase, Brazilian Storm, for the first time. When you looked at the round of 16 and before the quarters, the majority were all surfers from Brazil, and Miguel won on a close decision over a local boy, Tanner Gudauskas, back then, and it just spring-loaded his career. And over the years, you talked to Miggy, and he said sometimes he just would actually re-watch those winning moments to remind him that he has what it takes to beat the best in the world.
Yeah, and that's Miggy 15 years ago. Like, imagine just how much more mature he got. He had the air game, beautiful style always, but now tube riding, rail, power, he has everything it takes. In this situation, he just doesn't need all of that. All he needs is to get away from the opponents, which I don't think it's a smart idea to be out the back. because that's going to give the opponents that sit with priority and in first and second of the heat have to wait for him to make the decision and give them time to actually pull the trigger or not. So I think he should be just scratching for anything that comes in front of him right now.
Down to 1:45 to go. Remember, seeding can change. If a high seed loses the first heat in the opening round, they don't get knocked out of the contest, but if they sent to the elimination round, they could change their seeding in their bracket and have a different matchup in the round of 32. Ramsey, Cole Houshman, David Silva coming up next for an all Goofy Foot clash. And still the heat leader with priority, Connor O'Leary, trying to hold court out there.
Not just him and Jake, like they're going to be right on top of Miggy right now. And you see them, like they let him go sit in the spot that he wants, but just to give them more time to even decide if they should pull the trigger and lose priority on the next wave coming or not. And with a minute left, I don't see 3 waves coming in the lineup with a potential of a 3.51 that he needs.
All about adaptability. You have every board in your quiver ready for anything pipe and backdoor will give you. And right now it's coming down to turns for all these guys. And we're talking about the score not even getting out of the 3 range. So one big turn, one big section can change this entire heat with 30 seconds on the clock. But the pack staying tight. Priority Connor, then second is Jake. Miguel in the back of the order. Decision time, Connor doesn't go, but Jake will take it. Clean over the first section. Taps it in the pocket, but nice flow even on a small wave. And didn't look too happy with that one going flat. Chasing a 3-1-7 for the lead.
No, he's not getting it, no way. But he had to pull the trigger. It's playing defense right now. The heat was just warm throughout the whole time and no one caught anything. No one went a step ahead of anyone, and that's how it rode.
And now we see the tail end of Connor O'Leary coming through, held priority till the horn went off, so Connor saves his lead. Jake advances to the round of 32 in second, and the Brazilian vet Miguel Pupo will deal with the elimination round. Heat 10 coming up next.
My name is Caity Tokoro, and I've been making boards for about 40 years. I'd like to speak about the final, the 2004 Rip Curl Pipe Masters. It was really special for me, just because 4 of the All-Hawaiian finals were on Tokoro boards. I believe it was Kalani Rob's first Pipeline Master. Bruce Irons re-qualified for the World Championship Tour. Sonny Garcia captured his 6th Vans Triple Crown title. And Jamie O'Brien showed the world what he's capable of. So I was very excited and goosebumps, chicken skin. Yeah, it was very entertaining.
Oh, what an incredible shaper, incredible human. Caity Takoro reflecting on a beautiful moment in pipe history and seeing the images of Jamie O'Brien, Sonny Garcia, Bruce Irons. What a time that was at Pipeline. Joe Turpel with Strider Wasilewski. That's when Strider was always out at the second, third reef, seeing who was owning the lineup at the time. And it was so cool. It was like at the heightened part of magazine covers, rivalries, titles, local wild cards owning this environment. What a fun time to reflect on in pro surfing history.
Yeah, it was one of those moments where you had the best of every part of surfing involved, and the industry was at an all-time peak. And Jamie O'Brien did not take his jersey off, I think, for multiple days. I want to say a week, but he had his Pipe Masters jersey on, Pipe Pro, forever. He just would not take it off.
Oh, why not? Gosh, I hope he puts it on right now.
Oh, it was such a beautiful thing. I love that guy, and well, now he's got an awesome run on his own with his podcast and everything else that he's got.
Oh, Jamie and Mason? Oh my gosh. You guys, if you haven't listened to it, you could watch it as well on YouTube. They talk about great stories of growing up at Pipeline and all the things they've learned along the way. We've got Ramsey representing Morocco once again, showing off that incredible backhand, one of the best in the world, growing up on the right-handers in Morocco and coming off a stellar season, finishing 12th in the world in his first try at it. Unfortunately, it wasn't a battle in the Rookie of the Year race because he hurt himself right before opening day the previous year. And then with Joao Chianca getting hurt, he got the call-up as a replacement and ended up getting a quarterfinal at Portugal. Got to see all of the Euroforce get behind him because he did move to France as a young teenager. Speaks 6 languages. Everyone was behind Ramsey that day, and then peaked last year with a semifinal pumping chokes and even got past the GOAT that day.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance in Tahiti, riding over foam balls as deep as you could possibly get into the barrel, and in such a vicious place to ride the foam ball and executing over there. You know, he's a crowd favorite. I mean, he really is one of those kind of, I don't know, I feel like he's like a Roman god. Just chiseled, ripped, beautiful man, and an amazing athlete.
I love his passion and his heart. You know, he's ready to go first thing in the morning. Ramsey told me last year the hardest thing for him is being in the Jersey first heat and it not being on, because he's ready at 4 a.m. He's like, let's go. And he had to deal with that at France. Just go, nope, not today. And he didn't know what to do with himself. He was match ready mentally. Said the hardest thing to do was to relax. But he learned a lot last year, almost cracked the top 10. Wears the number 52 in honor of his late father who passed away when he was young. So that move from Morocco to France was an emotional one with his mom and his brother. He's always been motivated by making his father proud, and he's done that each and every day for all that he's accomplished. First ever to represent Morocco on the Dream Tour. And it's a great comparison when you got a guy that's just as big as him, maybe a little heavier in Cole Houshman.
I was just going to say, this lineup is pretty interesting. You got 3 hammer goofy footers, all different, styles, but the lead foot back there for Ramsey.
And now pulling in, this one moving quickly. Looks like it'll shut down in the closeout on Ramsey Bukiam.
I like he's staying active, I think getting in a rhythm on a day like today is everything, because it's not like you can sit there in the same place on the reef and catch, with priority and catch a set wave as they come. You got so many different swells in the water. You got so much to look at. And with the different swells, in and out is what the program is as far as where to sit. There's some sets break out further because of their direction. Some break in further. So it's really hard to really get one place in a heat. So this is a great time to catch a rhythm.
Rhythm is such a real thing in pro surfing, and especially in an unpredictable lineup when you don't really know when the sets are coming through. You're trying to adapt on the fly. When you see a surfer find a rhythm, it's a magical thing to watch. And some surfers like to catch a ton of waves. Some like to be fairly selective. And Cole Houshman, as a rookie last year, actually got the fewest waves when you average it out per heat in 2024 as we check out the CT by the numbers.
But making them count. I mean, the hammers he throws down, he's so sure-footed, and I feel like that's what's in, Cole's favor, is that when he gets up on the board, he's not getting knocked off.
Yeah, I was really shocked when Ethan Ewing wasn't at the top, but it's so close. 4.7 average to 4.8 where Ethan Ewing is. Being very selective and making it count. He was a little more active when it came to that Bell's finals day. He did catch two waves in the quarters, but he got pretty active with his good buddy Griffin when it came down to getting the big bell. A rookie wins rare. Let's see if he'll get one in his second season. Little onto the lip hook. Frames it more vert, crushes the second section. Big wind up for Hauschie, and he gets a little tangled up on riding away, and he'll lose that last turn.
It's tough. You really need to ride out of it to really make sure that the judges are going to give you those points. And each turn is so necessary right now. The tube's been pretty elusive this afternoon as we roll through the day, and those big hammers are what you're looking for. He was a little late to the top on the first one, but he was still dancing, and then second turn was all money. Third turn looked great, but just did not get the ride out. So you can take a look at it again here. A little late to the party there, but then comes around. He's on the dance floor, bang. And then the timing's perfect, but just kind of gets caught on the rail coming out of it. Loses a little speed. Whitewater takes him over, and then does not regain momentum, so won't get the count for that. Look at how shallow it is.
That's right. 6'3", 225 for Cole Hauschman. Big man, packs a punch, works with Luke Egan, learned a lot last year, and quickly gets a 3.67 on his opener. His magic run on his rookie season did not start here at Pipe. He actually left with a 33rd. Was really uncomfortable. Then he went to a 17th, then to a 9th, then to his win at Bell's. See that big 91 on his jersey. Picked that because of Dennis Rodman, the NBA star, 5-time NBA champion who played with the Detroit Pistons. That was that bad boy team back in the day with Isaiah Thomas.
Is that where the whole hair deal comes from?
That's where the hair deal comes
hair
from.
dye and the different styles, and I like it.
And then Dennis went to the Chicago Bulls to play with Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen in their second three-peat. Famous for being really good at defense, and I think he was like a 7-time rebound champ, but also a very colorful lifestyle that he lived. He was always in the news, different haircuts and styles, had big parties in Newport, and Cole's dad, Sean, was his next door neighbor for a bit. So he got to go to a lot of those parties, and that's why I think he's a favorite for the family.
You know what? One of our buddies, Sean Briley, was going to a couple of those parties too down there.
Wow. Remember that wave Briley got out here? I mean, he got a lot, but there's one in my mind.
That was the mic drop wave where
he in the old Lost movies.
Yeah, where he just stuck it under a 12-foot first reef cavern.
Oh my gosh. One of my favorite all-time waves I've ever seen at Pipe. Sean Briley.
Him walking up the beach after that?
Yeah.
He was just, if you don't know Sean Briley, you should. Go take a look. And he was a little, heavier set. But when he walked up the beach, he was 6'5" and ripped. If you could put a mental picture of a guy walking up the beach with pure confidence. I mean, it was just so fun to watch.
When I run into him, it seems to be at Costco YPO. You could probably run into Sean Briley. He's an awesome guy to chat with, really kind human being, and fun to ask him about that left. One guy that loves lefts is hanging out with AJ. Connor O'Leary got the big heat win.
A big heat win, Joey, which we'll get to in a minute. But first off, Connor, some big news. Since we saw you last here on WSL, you and Steph expecting your very first baby. Just talk us through what kind of energy that brings for you into the season.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I guess it's just that new chapter of life that everyone goes through. And yeah, man, it's exciting. And it was, unexpected but expected. No, we're stoked, and little baby girl, so she's due around snapper, which is really cool, and hopefully pregnancy all goes well, and deliver it at snapper and bring it to the contest or something.
There you go. What a plan for 2025, and starting out with a heat win has to be good for that plan as well. You did pretty well here at Pipe last year to start the season. Just talk me through how you approached this heat.
Yeah, I feel like I had a was like deja vu from last year to that heat. Just then it was really scrappy and slow, and yeah, there just wasn't many waves. But it's funny. I was talking to Dog about this the other day. Like, you know, you want to have those hero moments here, and you know, Chopu and all these heavy waves, but you know, like you said, Mother Nature doesn't always offer that. So I guess it's just a matter of how you try and navigate Mother Nature to get through heat. And I was lucky. I just kind of scrapped through a few waves at the start and fell on one, but yeah, managed to do a good first turn. So yeah, clean that up for the next one, and yeah, hopefully Mother Nature provides for my hero moment in the next round.
We'll look forward to that, Connor. Anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Yeah, I'll first say in English, thanks to everyone for support back home, back in Oz, Cronulla, Lennox, you know, the East Coast, Australia, whoever goes supports me. Thank you. Hopefully get some fun waves in the next coming days. Looks like there's more swell coming. And to my Japanese fans, 日本のファン、いつものスポーツ本当にありがとうございました。結構スローなヒットだったので、でもチューブじゃなかったけど、ターンの集中した方が良かったので、とても嬉しいですね。もう一個チャンスはあるので、もっと頑張っていいチューブを狙って頑張りましょう。
おめでとう. Congratulations, Connor.
Thank you.
Arigato. Thanks, mate. Yeah, that was legendary. Connor O'Leary's a class act. Fun catching up with himself, his younger brother, his parents. They all love being in the ocean, all love supporting Connor, and just great for him to kick off with a victory. And the family's growing, coming soon. Hopefully at Snapper Rocks we'll get to meet the baby.
It's coming around the corner.
That's right, man.
Wow, life.
Everyone's growing up quickly. Ryan Callanan, his wife Nina, also basically around the same time frame of having a baby girl as well. And they're pretty stoked. Connor and Ryan always stay together. They're best friends and going through it all.
Just think about that. Like, you got, oh, here we go. Let's get this replay. I mean, gets a little keg, little inside corner, gets the cover up, and then he just places the board so perfectly. It's unbelievable, David Silva, how quickly and seamlessly he can put the board into that lip.
It's fun too with three goofies. They all surf differently, you know, and especially with David Silva, he was one of those guys when we got to see him like at the Australian Open days when Manly was like 1 foot and gutless, and he'd do 2 alley-oops on the same wave, and you saw him get on tour and he could like get a wave that looked like there was 3 points on it and get a 6 because he was so powerful, spontaneous. We saw him get really close to a CT win when we went to Mexico on that running sandbar right, runner up to Jack Robinson, coming very close to a big moment for himself, but he never gives up, even when he's sent to the challengers. He'll keep up the fight. Here he goes again. Nice sweep off the bottom, attacking that first section, more vertical, goes up and under, but loses it.
Little speed bump on that one as he came down. Backwash hit, not expecting it, took him out. Oh, it's really shallow right there.
So David Silva losing that maneuver under the lip. That'll keep that score to 1.83. Started at 4.07, but look how shallow it is. You can't even push your board too far. And because of that, he'll get sent back over the falls as we check this one out again.
Yeah, a good wind up and kind of a setup snap for the money turn right here in the more critical section of the wave. As he came out of it, there was a little backwash lump coming up the face, and he went for the dive, lobster dive.
Since we got goofies, it's fun to be with you here, Strider. One of my favorite goofies to hang out with. Let's just focus on Pipeline and the goofy footers that you looked up to before you really started charging out here.
Well, there's the obvious Jerry Lopez, who was just an unbelievable stylish surfer, and really just kind of mentally got me prepared when he said it's a cakewalk. You just got to make the drop. So that's, you know, I think he's the #1 guy there. Marvin Foster and Liam McNamara. Actually, he showed me around this lineup and kind of tuned me in to how to surf Pipeline, which I owe him a lot for that because he did me a favor. You don't have to tell people what's going on, and he did.
A lot of people from around the world have stayed with Liam, and he always has liked to help them around the reef, show them where to sit, where not to sit, you know, when they can take off. And
I was with Made Suitra and Rizal Tanjung.
No way, that's awesome.
And he was showing us around Pipeline. And wow, does it matter to be in the right zone out there. And then you just got to get it together to actually put your head down and go.
Oh, man, that's a whole nother story. Speaking of put their head down and going, it's a guy named Barron Mamiya in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, defending event champion, and now working with Luke Egan this season. Not here at Pipe because he's got that one figured out, but he said from here on out, he'll be joining forces with the Australian Goofyfoot, who just got inducted into the Australian Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Louis. And I'm stoked to see how this partnership kicks off this year.
It's going to be fun to watch for sure. You know, Barron has matured so much as a competitive surfer. You know, we've seen him over the years on these little boards and surfing pretty scrappy and just going for it and putting everything into every single wave. But over the last 2 years, we've watched him kind of get a little bit more foam under his feet, slow his tempo down a little bit on heat choice and waves and everything that's coming through. And I mean, it's just paid off for him. Obviously, you know, his win out here at Pipeline was amazing.
Oh, that's right. And his off season was brilliant. He got the wave of his life out here. So day after Christmas, that was his best present he could ever have wanted. It's actually on his Instagram if you missed it. I think it's like December 26th post. It's a crazy pipe keg that looked impossible. That wave is still giving him energy as he's ready to defend his event title. He's got Felipe Toledo on Toledo's comeback and Alejo Muniz on Alejo's comeback to the championship tour. Cole Hauschman still leading this all Goofyfoot matchup. We'll be right back.
Fall is here, hear the yell, back to school, ring the bell, brand new shoes, walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens, I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Yes, I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Always fantastic to be hanging out here on the North Shore of Oahu at the Bonsai Pipeline, watching big events go down since 1971, when it was a single heat to decide the pipe champ. It was Continental Airlines at the time that gave up the prize money, about $1,000 for the winner. That slowly increased over the years, and rumor has it there could have been some misguidance to Jerry Lopez in that first edition. Maybe Corky Carroll told him that the contest was off, and he went back to town, but it in fact was on.
No way.
And Jerry missed it. I've heard that was true. I've heard it was false.
It's a great story
but I like
either
it.
way. Yeah.
There's a man named Mike Armstrong who was just free surfing that day, and Fred Hemmings was like, hey, you want to get in the contest? And he was like, yeah, sure. He finished runner-up. Not just that year, but the next few. pipe events. He kept coming back. He was runner-up to Jerry. Mike was really good friends with Jerry, still is. And once pipe got crowded, Mike Armstrong bailed. He's got a ranch kind of on the Central Coast, fairly close to a little town of Cayucas.
Nice.
But still reflects on the memories at pipe. At the time, he was pretty high up on the pecking order, kind of like right after Jerry. He was getting great waves, solid goofy foot, who, missed out on getting his name on the banner, but was definitely a gigantic part of this event in the 70s.
It's awesome. I feel like how savage of a human, are you when you tell Jerry Lopez that the contest is off when it's on?
And maybe that was true. I've even heard that story with Jeff Crawford, from Florida, longtime North Shore resident, where someone took the invite out of his mailbox. It was pretty competitive to get a spot. There's only 6 spots in the final. As we like to check in with the CT by the numbers, the highest percentage of lefts ridden last year. Not a big surprise. They'd all stand with their right foot forward. Italo on top of that list.
Yeah, he's a solid human, catching more waves than anybody ever known to man, I think, in heats or around in any session. Iago obviously right there with him, Gabriel Medina. Those guys are all just mad sharks in the water too. Connor O'Leary, Ramsey at the bottom. It's so fun to watch all those surfers surf. I'm just like, I can't believe the talent we have. The goofy foots are just, these guys, can't wait.
Yeah.
Let's go, goofy footers. World titles are on the way. Come on.
We've got 3 of them in the water right now. Cole just in his 2nd season. Ramsey got hurt in his first, so it's really like he's in the same position as Cole. And David, he's been off and on for several years. He comes from Sao Paulo. The wave he grew up on, he had to hike down a long trail. His friends would say that's why his legs are so strong, is he had to put a little work to earn it. But a fun wave that he got to realize he had a lot of talent. Got some surfboards from a team manager named Kelly Slater, and next thing you know, he's got everything he needs to really succeed on this tour.
That final against Jack Robinson in Mexico, when he was just dropping hammers, going 12 o'clock, over and over again. He was so impressive to watch. The only reason he didn't win that final is he did have the biggest waves, and he did have the most radical vertical turns, but it was the same turn over and over again. So the variation kind of held him back. So if anything, Silva's just going to go to the books and really change it up this year and have a lot of variation in his surfing, and he's going to do really well.
Well, if we remember, too, that event was the last event of the regular season abruptly, because Tahiti got canceled last minute. So all of a sudden, surfers who needed a result were finding out in the middle of the event, this is it. It's all on the line, and we saw David do this.
Absolute hammers. The placement of the board in the lip was just insane. Watching him he was having so much fun. I was in the water for this event, and watching his face and his body gesture and his feeling. He had fire shooting off his fingertips right there when he did the finger twack. He's feeling every part of his motion throughout his surfing, and really beautiful surfing that year was amazing.
You think of the right points that are going to help him. Snapper's back on tour. You've got El Salvador, where he can really show off that backhand attack again. And when you think about that event in Mexico, Jack Robinson, has been a world title threat since, but that win was actually to keep himself on tour. Yep. That was when he was just getting started, but that win changed everything. Now he's got 7 and a ton of finishes in the final 5.
His rise from there to now was quick, and he figured out a formula. And we're watching his, as Shane Dorian said earlier, his evil plan come together.
Yeah, he's quite a master of taking out the world's best, surfing-wise and mentally as well. Cole Houshman just lost out on Rookie of the Year to his good friend Crosby Colapinto. The Rookie of the Year award was completely dominated by surfers from San Clemente. Sawyer Lindblad getting it on the women's side, and look at this man, he's back. A 2-time world champ, Felipe Toledo, coming up next.
Looks like he's got the forefin too. That board, man, he is unstoppable on that board. The surfing he's done on those surfboards, I think the Dark Arts, forefin, They had that little channel coming out of the tail, sharp eye models. I mean, unbelievable.
Ramsey drawing hard off the bottom. There's that famous vertical swipe. Hits it with the oncoming section coming down, and he will celebrate. A combination of 2 big hooks. His best wave so far. Should put him into the top 2.
You know, these conditions, right? They're getting. It looks like it's getting harder and harder to find the right wave. The pace of the sets has slowed down. And this is just time to adapt and really turn into a mongrel. Really just attack everything that you can see.
As we check it out from the first turn, it's Cole Hausman sinking. So his lead, he might have felt was in jeopardy, felt the urge to go, but straight up and down. So he'll lose his lead because of that. Ramsey did enough with the combination for a 4.83. Cole to second, David third with priority, just needs a 2.07.
So fun watching these heats as you get to the, when the conditions deteriorate, you get to see these guys turn into competitors and having to position themselves, put themselves in the right place, make sure they're on the right wave, really watching the time, trying to, keep their priority throughout the end of the heat. I mean, there's so much that goes on in the last 5 minutes, especially 1 minute of the heat.
David Silva looking at his clock. He's always inspired by the Brazilian surfers on tour. Ian Gouveia had an emotional win earlier today, and he said when Ian cries, he cries. It's just they're so connected with that energy. And right then, Miguel Pupo walked by, and you just saw how this family is just growing over the years on tour. Silva needs a wave, though. 30 seconds on the clock. And it doesn't need to be much. 2.07. Elimination round is what you're trying to avoid, because it's another chance where you could end up with a 33rd. And now they're starting to split directions. Cole Hausman wearing the blue jersey. And heading up the beach is David Silva. So moving allows Cole to take a wave and get away from David. And Silva trying to get this one before the buzzer. From my view and hearing the horn, it just looked like it was a little too late. But judges will take a look at that video replay to see if he was up in time.
Yeah, that's why those guys are up there. And we're over here watching from the beach. You just never know, especially the delay with the sound on the horn and that you hear from the water.
And looks like it was just a second too late. Silva stays in third, goes the elimination round, moving on to the round of 32. Hausman and picking up his first heat win of the season. Ramsey booking him for Morocco. We'll take a break. We'll bring in Kaipo and Ross for the call.
Seat. Cut.
Oh yeah, looking back at 2024. Barron, the prodigy, Mamiya, on point in a wave. that he is always inspired by people like John Florence. Had an opportunity, he took it. Mamiya, our defending champ here at Pipeline. That's a perfect 10, by the way, right there for Barron Mamiya. And here we are. The beach still is packed with surf fans. Opening day for the WSL Championship Tour here at the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Welcome to the set. I'm Kuiper Guerrero. That's Ross Williams. He's just dried off and joined us here on the set. And that is Strider Wazalewski. Thank you for being here with me, boys. And we're going to talk about a wave that both of you know a lot about. But it's not the typical pipe right now, is it, Ross?
No, it's a little tricky out there, but we woke up to fun conditions nonetheless. And a little bit of wind moving around out there. But, you know, where there's a lack of barrels, it opens up more opportunities to be grindy, be competitive, and look for big tail blows, aerials. So, yeah, Felipe Toledo, he's all about it.
I like you being positive there, Ross.
Always. Glass half full over here.
The glass is half full. Strider, Barron Mamiya, second-generation professional surfer. We know his father, Barry, did time out here at Pipeline. Barron, at a very young age, started surfing out here, and he's got to be one of the favorites at this break.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, after spending as much time as he has here and with the lineage with his dad and everybody, you know, he's a North Shore boy, so it's kind of obvious that he would be expected to do good out here, and also his above the lip game with this little bit of southwest wind coming in right now could be really fun to watch.
Ooh, when we talk about above the lip, I like to talk about the surfer in the red jersey, Felipe Toledo, two-time world champ. Ross, with these change of conditions, could we see Felipe take to the air?
Dude, he's drooling right now. It is game on. He is tail wagging. I'll give you guys a lot of money if he doesn't do an aerial in this heat. It is a guaranteed lock that Felipe is going to have fun out there, and that means he's going to do an aerial. So let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, back-to-back world titles for Felipe Toledo. 11 years on the championship tour, and he has activated right now. Starts off with an air. So there you go, Ross.
Safe.
On the first swing.
Wow. Crispy.
And that's the stuff that you look for from Felipe Toledo, Strider.
Yeah, you know, when he walked down the beach, we got to look at the forefin setup, you know, on that
it's a quad.
sharp eye. Yeah, and he has done so much damage on that template and with those fins. I mean, they might vary a little bit, but he is just so money on that board.
Swinging and chopping the lip. Barron Mamiya, but comes unstuck there. Actually, I don't want to say unstuck. Everyone says that. He fell at he fell on the last turn.
Thank you, Kuiper.
Nice. Yeah, strive to be different. Just look for different words. It's good. It's a game.
You know, the lefts are a little tough for me out here. It's a little slopey and kind of pushing away from you, you know, and these rights have that kind of this wedge on them, right? Looking pretty good.
Yeah, Barron's out there. You know, we'd like to talk about boards. Barron's out there on a 6-1 CI Pro. But we're going to take a look at this sharp eye first, the quad sharp eye Strider under Felipe Toledo.
Boing. I mean, it's so fun to watch, but just even the end snap, the exclamation on that wave, it was just so perfectly timed and crispy. But, you know, his projection out into the flat of the wave, I don't understand how you can be so consistent to pull that down every single time.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess repetition would give you the muscle memory and the feeling, but it is just so impressive.
Here goes Barron, lines up here, settles for a nice carve, looking down the line, keeps the rail game engaged, kicks out there, just wants to continue to drop scores. Barron Mamiya already had 283 and a 2-point ride. Felipe Toledo for that air combo, 6-point ride. So we've seen the judges too, Ross, maybe shift, not the criteria so much, but maybe start rewarding the airs a little bit more, acknowledging the conditions.
I think they have to at this point. Otherwise, it's going to be a battle of 3.8s all afternoon.
Yeah.
So well done to the judges. And there is a good contrast. I don't want to leave Alejo Moniz out of this conversation. He's deadly. He's got that crazy whippy snap. So we'll wait for him to tap into this heat. But there's a really fun comparison between Felipe and Barron. Felipe is much faster. He's got that spring that you were talking about, Strider. He doesn't really need any speed, and all of a sudden he's way up in the air. He's really spring-loaded, whereas Barron's a slower speed, but he's got that wider cowboy stance, and he's not afraid to just launch to the moon. So very different styles of surfing, but both are going to be effective.
Yeah, and we're still waiting for Alejo Muniz to engage back on the championship tour after 8 years away. Grinded those 8 years to finally make it back at 34 years old. On paper, it's going to be his 7th year on the championship tour, Alejo Muniz. Last time he surfed pipe, 2016, Alejo made the quarterfinals. And there he is. And here he goes. Muniz looking down the line. Kind of trademark stance there for Alejo. Pops up with a double grab. And just lands a little high on that one.
Kaipo, let me test your knowledge. Do we know what kind of vehicle Alejo's riding?
He rides SRS surfboards.
Okay.
So not a brand I know a lot about, but he's taking that brand onto the championship tour, SRS.
So Brazilian shaper.
Yeah.
I know. It looked really fast. The second he stood up on that wave, he looked like he was ready to launch.
I feel like he's, he's pretty comfortable in life right now with family and the whole thing, and it's kind of translated over to his surfing. I mean, I know he was grinding away on the tour to get here, but he looks comfortable now, which is really nice to see. And he was just a little hair off of sticking that air right there.
Yeah, finished the Challenger Series last year in the number 4 position and earning his spot back on the championship tour. There's a lot of stuff we can talk about when we look at the numbers here at Pipeline and Barron Mamiya. Let's take a look at our CT by the numbers. And what we're going to look at now in our by the numbers in regard to Barron was 2024 and 9+ point rides out here. And the last time we had competition, Barron's top of the list, 3 9+ rides through all of his surfing to gain a pipe title. Callum Robson,
yeah,
high on the list. John just with 1. What happened, Ross?
I don't know. He got second, so I don't think he's shedding any tears by this stat. But let's give credit to Barron. He was on fire. He won the event.
Ross gets a little feisty in his coat. Yeah, you got to.
I got coffee in that cup right there.
I love it.
Sassy. You keep me in check.
No.
You've been sassy your whole life. Don't ever stop, Ross, please. Thank you.
It's true.
We love it.
Absolutely, we do. Okay, well, low-scoring affair so far, you guys. And nobody really making any impact other than Felipe Toledo, who's just like, okay. Like you said, Ross, he was licking his chops. He saw the conditions. He saw the wind. He was just playing right into his skill set. But with Felipe Toledo, interesting fact is, nobody thinks of Felipe as kind of a pipe guy, but he's made the quarterfinals here twice.
Got a 10 out here.
Yeah. In 2014, he made the quarterfinals, and in 2023, he also made the quarterfinals.
He's not obviously a big wave charger, but he's beyond capable in hollow, 4 to 6 to even 8 foot backdoor. He's really good and underrated even.
Yeah.
So he's going to be deadly. The one thing that I wanted to mention about Felipe is he can catch a really crappy wave this afternoon and still get a big score.
Yeah.
He's got that crazy firepower.
And remember, lock in your team for WSL Fantasy Tier B. Felipe Toledo could be an interesng pick. Take a look at the forecast.
Pick.
I'm throwing you guys some hints right now. Remember, teams lock for the men at the round of 32 and for the women around the 16.
Don't forget, a tip from Kaipo, this guy won the entire season for fantasy surfing. So that's a good tip.
Thank you. It was the short year, though. It was 2021, so I got
still a win.
Yeah. Hey, let's hear from Ramsey Buchim, the winner of the last heat with AJ McCord.
Kaipo, and Ramsey was just explaining to us what was happening with his board during that heat. Talk us through it.
Yeah, well, on my barrel attempt, I broke my board. I pretty much buckled the whole thing in the middle, but it wasn't cracked on the rails. So I called my brother. I was like, just get the second board ready, and then I ended up waiting for 16 minutes. And at the end, I was needing a 3-point something, and I didn't know if the buckle board was going to handle. So I took needing the score. So that's why I kind of played it safe I just wanted to place it, and he held on, and I got the score. So yeah, it was pretty stressful. First heat of the year, but excited to be back, and a win is a win.
Nothing like that to get the adrenaline pumping, and I know you've got big dreams here in 2025. How are you approaching this event, this heat?
Well, you know, I try to keep the same energy as last year. You know, always like focused, vicious, but also friendly. Want to enjoy my time here, and soak it in, and be in the present. Enjoy my time on tour, and yeah, it's my second year, and I'm excited. For sure, I have bigger goals this year. I really want to do good. I want to go clinch the top 5, and I want to do some big results because I feel like I can. So it's just time to go, enjoy, and go hard.
Great way to start. Congratulations, Ramsey.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, the rockin' Moroccan, Ramsey Boukhiem.
That's why he was so excited after that wave. I mean, the number was there, but he was more pumped on not breaking his board.
Yeah.
That was the fist pump.
The JS sled for Ramsey. Boukhiem, it means the owner of many tents in Moroccan. How's Barron?
There it is.
Throw the tail, gets a little progressive, wants to impress the judges. Hasn't broke a 3 yet. I think he may have done that. I don't know. I'm really impressed by that surfing, but to a really trained eye, what do you think, Ross?
Well, it is something fun to focus on, the contrast between Felipe and Barron. They're both good at doing airs. They both have this high strike rate at landing airs, but very different approach. Felipe is very whippy and springy. Barron does that kind of stuff right there. He's got a little bit of a wider stance. He kind of rotates a lot and spins around. It's almost like he's a snowboarder. He's going 50-50, and you don't really know which way his natural stance is. Whereas Felipe, he really just zings into his airs, and he gives him a little bit of an advantage over Barron because he's got that extra pop.
Oh, I thought it was Rad Strider, but judges, they said, 2.77.
It was cool. It was, it was cool to watch him ride backwards and have such great board control. But the maneuver wasn't really projected out very high or the full rotation. And so there was a lot of things that went against him on the scoreline because of it.
Takes a lot to earn a 3 these days on the championship tour, my friends.
You got to be involved with the pocket too, like where the lip
That's
is,
where it was,
where the section is. The judges, they'll keep it real modest if you're out in flats.
Right, and that's probably what hindered the score, like when we break it down, right? He wasn't the most critical section of the wave.
Yeah.
He was more towards the shoulder.
Same height, same maneuver in the pocket. That could have been, a 6 just like Felipe. But yeah, I liked it. It was, even Barron knew it. It was just kind of a half move and he kicked out.
Yeah, I like the breakdown here. And gosh, look, even though this isn't perfect pipeline and it's a competition, we've been through so many years here at Pipe, Ross, and this event, and I want to go into your memory banks. We've seen this event kind of almost run it off the wall. We've seen this event kind of run it gums.
Yeah.
Talk about some unusual years here at Pipe.
Yeah, for sure. I made the finals one year with Poto, Sonny, and Kelly, and we were at Aokai. We were by the lifeguard tower.
Yeah.
And it could have been July. There was no waves at all. It was dead flat during the waiting period, and we were surfing wind swell. Yeah, so you just never know. Sometimes the weather patterns are kind of cranky. You get no waves, and you got to get on the struggle bus.
Hey, you know what, you guys? I think it's time for a Bonsoy brew break. We're going to froth it up and come back more energized than ever. Stick around. Felipe Toledo, taken to the air. Let's look back at last year. Pipeline, check this out. Barron Mamiya and the perfect 10. And Barron walked away, not just with a 10 and a victory, but a YETI 110 cooler. Talk about being cool under pressure. Barron Mamiya. And the ice is still cold in that cooler right now. Check it out, our Pacifico fan picks. You can do it too. Go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the heats, pick your favorite. 55% of you said Barron Mamiya is going to win this heat. I'm Kaipo with Ross and Strider. What do you think about that, Ross? The pick.
Well, you said icy cold. That's a pretty icy number there for Alejo, 3%. Come on, my fellow Brazilians out there. Let's pump up that number for Alejo. That kid's got game.
That's right.
He can take this heat out.
Go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the heat, click on your favorite surfer. Here's Barron, currently in second place. Nothing going on there.
Ooh, a little bit of south puff there. You guys see that?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Launch time. It's going to happen. Felipe is psyched right now. Priority.
Could he get any more excited, though? He's already pretty pumped.
Where is he? Let's see him. Look at him. He's such a character. I love that guy. What is he saying to himself right now?
He's probably looking at the sandbar going, damn, that looks fun over there.
I love that he took a year off, to spend time with his family, re-energize, because, hey, surfing's great, but it's not everything, and you reset your priorities, you come back, Ross.
100%. Yeah, and he definitely chilled. Like, he hung out in San Clemente and was at home just hanging out. He 100% just got rested up.
And his kids, Mahina and Koa, they're young. You don't get those years back. So hats off to Felipe Toledo. And welcome back, by the way. Barron Mamiya tossing that one away.
I feel like Toledo's it's gonna be a wild year for him, because after taking the time off, went on a couple surf trips, hung out with his family, just really enjoyed himself. But now he's already got a couple of world titles. He does not have any pressure to perform. So he's kind of a scary, dangerous guy to me for the world title.
We'll see if he still has the hunger, too, because I feel you have to be very, very hungry. I'm going to tell you, stop number 2 at Surf Abu Dhabi. Watch out for Felipe Toledo.
Freakazoid. He's going to do like 8 ollie-oops and 2 loops. He's going to be almost unbeatable. He'll be such a freak. He's such an awesome, mandatory character on tour because of what he's capable of. He has that level where at certain events and certain waves, he's untouchable.
Yeah, and talk about front-loading your year. If he can pull a good result out of pipe, back it up where we feel he's going to have a good result over there, and that's how you set yourself up for success.
Right.
Now remember, this year we go 7 events before that mid-season cut where we reduce the field. So we got more time for the rookies to get their feet underneath them. We have more time for surfers to have a bad result and come back, after that bad result. And that's all going to happen. The cut happens after stop number 7, which is the Margaret River Pro.
Some comfy events too, I think, for the rookies to kind of warm yourself up on tour. I really like having Snapper back on the list. Warm water, it's performance. Everyone kind of feels at ease over there. So, this, and then, like you said, Kaipo, with the addition of the extra 2 events before the cut line, it does a lot of favors for the rookies.
Yeah, I feel that's a really good decision by the league. Here we go. Moniz. Oh, got ahead of himself there. So that was unfortunate. Alejo's still yet to get his bearings in his first return to the CT heat. It's going to be important that he doesn't let frustration sink into him. He's got 8 minutes to turn this heat, and there's no real giant numbers on the board at all.
I'm really surprised Felipe hasn't found another wave yet.
Yeah, let's take a look at our schedule this year. We're typing. It's going to be a busy year, you guys. 12 events total, 11 events in the regular season, 7 events before that mid-season cut. Strider.
Yes.
Walk us through this.
It is going to be a tour for the families. Everybody's coming because there's no time in between for you not to see your family. So you got to take everybody with you. Surf Abu Dhabi, I think straight to Portugal. Surf City's going to be, that's such an incredible wave. And then you get to Australia, you get the biggest portion of this whole tour happening all, in Australia. It's 3 events. That's a big leg right there for everybody. And then the mid-season cut is where it's really gonna, everybody's gonna be groveling off that last contest. And then, well, then it's into the luxury moments right there, Ross. You got luxury at Trussell's. Obviously Brazil is a huge event for us. J-Bay's back. Oh, baby, let's go. Tahiti Pro, and then we're gonna finish off in Fiji.
It's funny, Kaipo, because all these events, they're kind of biased towards regular footers. There's a lot of right points on tour. So the goofy footers better be really sharp on their backhand. Oh, there's that whip from Alejo. He is so good at that snap. But what's funny, I was going to just say, you kind of get set up all year long with these right-hand points, but then you finish on a crazy shallow reef on the finals in Fiji. So very interesting schedule.
Barron right here and bangs the finish. Yeah, very interesting schedule. I got to concur with you on that, on Ross. And, when we look to making that final 5, last regular season event in Tahiti.
Tahiti, right.
So we got some consequence,
nice
Strider.
curveball at the end.
We got some, yeah, that's the full curveball, right, Strider?
Yeah, it is just such a just nerve-wracking event, if you ask me. Here's some nerve wracks.
Let's see what he got. Tosses it up, and the amplitude is always huge. Just landed a little high right there, so it's going to have to sprint paddle back out and make sure he backs up that 6-point ride that he currently has, Felipe Toledo.
I actually think this is going to do him a favor, losing priority, because I think he was waiting for some kind of set wave in the last 10 minutes. So now Felipe's freed up, and he'll get a backup score.
I love the competitor in you, the coach in you. This is all surfers pay a lot of money.
It's weird
for
for him to sit and wait. It's kind of on shore.
Right.
I was like, where is he? Catch a wave.
Right.
He doesn't need anything.
That's great insight from a coach's perspective.
And the other 2 competitors know that, so they're like, shh.
And so what would you say to Barron right now, Coach Ross Williams? I mean, he's caught 8 waves, but it seems like it's been a struggle for a really talented surfer.
Yeah, he's has just as many fire weapons. Like he can do a big air too. So just find a section, do a big move. That's all you need. 5 minutes left. You got to get going though.
Here goes Alejo. He's got priorities. He's going to go left. Nice stab up in the lip. And bringing some of his Challenger Series surfing right there. There wasn't much on that wave, Strider, but he did the best.
It was a small wave, but it had a nice little cup on it. There was a little bend on it, which is nice. He did great. He surfed it pretty much as well as he could, but there wasn't much of a wave there.
His timing's good for that kind of wave. If that happened this morning, that's a 2. But right now the waves are a little more challenging, so that could be a keeper score. But he's always known for that speed and whip through his turns. He's got that wide stance and really kind of has a lot of flair through those tail slides. And Barron, poor wave selection there, just kind of a weird wave that he finished it to his credit. So he's grinding out there, 3.8 for his last wave. This is going to be another heat. It's going to come down to that, dying seconds of the heat. Anyone can win it.
Yeah, so this we're watching right now was a 3.27 for Alejo Muniz. It was not enough to put him into 2nd place. So Barron kind of dodging one right there. And we're down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Very interesting heat here.
Hey, let's check with AJ. I think she's down on the beach. AJ.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. I have a really important update for you guys because this is the UV Index report brought to you by Neutrogena Beach Defense. It is sunscreen that you will love to wear, and it is a bit cloudy. We are expecting those storms that you guys were talking about earlier, but that does not mean that we can slack on our skincare and making sure that our skin stays protected. So that's what Neutrogena Beach Defense is for. Right now, the UV index is at 4.4, and for me, these cloudy days are always the one that I can kind of get away with it. I can think like, oh, I'm gonna stall on the sunscreen. No, that's what Neutrogena is here for. It blocks 97% of the UV rays. So really important to make sure we have a long season, you guys. Take care of your skin. Starts right here, right now at the Lexus Pipe Pro.
Yeah, Neutrogena sunscreen you love to wear. And thanks for joining the tour, Neutrogena.
Yeah, it's so important between 10 and 3 in the afternoon. That midday is just Put some sunscreen. I don't care if it's raining.
Okay.
Got to get some on.
2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining here, and Felipe Toledo out in front with a 6-point ride, 2.57. Barron Mamiya hanging on by a thread to second, and Alejo Muniz just needs a measly 3.4 to turn the heat on Barron. You can see Barron slowly tracking Alejo Muniz as Barron has priority Ross over Muniz and maybe playing a little defense.
Yeah, very interesting, and like awkward scores to need, you know, so you can't just get too grindy and look for a couple of floaters. So if I'm Barron, I'm looking for anything in terms of a ramp. A nice big air right now will get the heat for him. Alejo, you know, same thing, 3.4. He can afford to be maybe slightly less aggressive. He doesn't need a huge air, but he needs a section.
If you were Barron's coach, would you be upset with him not being closer to Alejo? He does have priority over Alejo right now.
Yeah, the only thing that we can't see right now perspective-wise is if there's any set coming in. Yeah,
okay.
So Barron's protecting any wave of consequence that's coming in.
Okay, so that kind of tells the story a little bit more now that we watched that, right? So Barron knows this reef too, so
yeah,
he knows what section to protect.
Absolutely. He knows where the waves are coming. But you're right, he's not coating him. He's giving him a little bit of elbow room.
And the space between the peak at backdoor and all the way down to Aints Bowl is a really far, it's like almost 100 yards there, right? Like, so you're dealing with a big playing field where you can actually find a wave to get a score.
And Felipe is just chilling over by Gums.
Here goes Alejo under priority, uses his second priority. Big snap there. That's a nice start for the Brazilian surfer. Second big snap. Drifts the tail, times the backwash there for the finish. Numbers a 3.4.
What did he get on that left?
3.327 on the left.
Is that better? Smaller wave maybe? Less rake on the face?
The backwash almost kind of helped him. Because that last move was a nothing burger, but then that backwash kind of made it exciting. So I think the judges have to look at it closely. If I had to take a guess, I'll say it's under, but
a little smaller wave and had kind of a slope on it. You know, it wasn't really a bowl.
I love the whip though. He really grunts into those snaps. He's got a lot of power.
So we're still waiting for the score. Alejo's on the beach. And no indication yet. Let's take another look at it, Strider.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it from that angle, it does have a little, corner on it. Another big hammer.
Look at Barron looking back.
He's going so fast through those turns, which, that's what he's known for. Those two first turns, that's his money.
To your point, Kaipo, why let him have a chance? Yeah. Barron should have been on him.
Yeah. Yes, as we anxiously await, and the judges are taking their time with this because it's going to decide the heat.
Got the family with him. The schedule is so stacked that you're bringing your family everywhere.
He's got the right sponsor. Does that say ZA?
That describes his surfing, right?
His company.
Okay, well, this is one of those waves that we wouldn't be surprised if it's under. We wouldn't be surprised if it's over. But it is under 2.97. Okay. Alejo's hearing the news right now. He's going to go to the elimination round. Barron Mamiya, just a gentleman in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah. Felipe, too, was chilling over by Gums. They were just like, kind of cruising.
But there we go. It has been decided. So it will be Felipe Toledo as well as Barron Mamiya moving into the round of 32. We'll see Alejo Muniz again in the elimination round. We'll be back with more action from the Lexus Pipe Pro and a special guest. Yeah, it's more than just a fishing town. It is actually the home of some of the biggest rideable waves in the world. I'm talking about Nazare, the Nazare Tudor Tow Championships still in the window right now. And welcome to the set, Kaipo Guerrero, Ross Williams, and from North Shore Lifeguards, Kyle Foyle. Thank you for joining us, Kyle.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Well, hey, I'm going to thank you as a citizen, actually, and your whole crew. Thank you guys for everything you guys do, seriously, because I feel that the Oahu Lifeguards, Hawaii Lifeguards as a whole, really, really underappreciated. We want to always thank like our first responders, and you're part of that crew to keep us all safe here. And things go wrong really quickly in Hawaiian waters.
Oh, matter of seconds, yeah, especially when there's swell. And yeah, I mean, there's no off season anymore. Summer is just as busy as winter up here, so.
Yeah. If you have to give us a couple of tips for visitors to the North Shore, a couple of words of wisdom from a North Shore lifeguard.
There's a lot. Definitely visit guarded beaches. I feel like there's a lot of beaches, and we only have 9 towers on the North Shore, so it's like, and there's a lot of beautiful beaches, and people go there and they get in trouble, and it's going to take us a second to get there because we just don't have the manpower to be there. But and also the classic one is stay high and dry. Dry sand is your friend. Wet sand, especially Caity. A lot of times people get in trouble. They weren't even trying to get in the water. They just went a little too low, won that wet sand, and the ocean brought them in.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my top 2, I think.
Yeah, well, you guys do a great job, especially at this break. Now, when we talk about this wave right here, it's the most famous wave in the world, Kyle. Everybody wants to surf it, but I feel like not everybody belongs out at Pipeline. So your advice to just surfers visiting the North Shore as far as surfing or being a part of that lineup?
Yeah, it's like I snowboarded once in my life. I'm not going to go to Colorado Whistler and go down Double Black Diamond right out of the gate. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's a very cliche movie, North Shore. How he surfed big boards, smaller boards, like he worked his way up, and I feel like people, especially in this generation, are instant gratification. I just want to get an edit. I just want to get a shot. So they go out the pipe without actually working your way up and surfing Jocko, surfing Sunset, surfing Rocky Lefts. And I think you need to, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. Yeah. So people need to know their limit.
It's a step-by-step process as we see the first step for a rookie this year, Marco Mignot, in his first full-time CT heat, Ross.
Yeah, and smooth air right there. Well, he had to roll up the windows for a second, but credit to Marco, he landed it. And out the back, we do have a little bit of chatter from this west wind. The good news is it's really good for keeping that board stuck to your feet, so it's great for airs, but it is creating just a little bit of devil wind chop, so the boys will have to gauge that.
Marco Mignot, one of our rookies on the championship tour, just 24 years old. Comes from a great surfing family. Brother Nome was on the QS. Cousin Diego was on the QS. They're older than him, inspired Marco. Marco spent a lot of his early life, not even on land, sailing around the south of Australia with his parents who are also surfers. This is the Nova Castrian, Ryan Calnan. Quick feet on that JS on a difficult wave and section to surf on the backhand for Arcal.
Yeah, getting it done there. I think a lot of these surfers this afternoon, they paid attention to the last couple of heats going, okay, time to shift gears a little bit. Way less attention on getting a barrel. It's all about aerials right now into this wind or grinding through a couple floats and hits to get those scores.
Oh my, talk about a score. And he was giving some hand signals right there, Kyle. Was that any type of no. Can you interpret that, what that was? I know tapping the head means that you're okay.
Yes.
And waving the hand means I need help.
Yeah, that was more of a give me that score. That's what I think right there. But that was a sick error.
It looked like for a second he was, I don't know if you were onto that, but it looked like he said, I broke my board. Sometimes when you land in the flats like that, your board creases, but I think you're right, Kyle. He was just psyching.
Yeah.
Chumbinho, Joao Chianca seeking a tube, and it's nice to see Joao back on tour after, an injury right at this wave here. An illustration of how dangerous this wave is. It's nice to see Joao back in action, Kyle.
Oh, for sure, especially with the head injury. A lot of the things that's not talked about in surfing is concussions. And, I'm not going to say names, but there's been guys that have been hurt at pipe, and they never really fully recover back to their A-game point because, you can heal a knee, but a brain, man, that's a lot of work. And sometimes, oh, yeah, I don't know what that sign was. But yeah, it's I'm just glad to see him back healthy and competing at a high level.
Yeah, and I'm loving what I'm seeing right here in
This is
slow-mo.
cool, right here. Watch his feet. So much pressure right here, landing in the flats with a flat board right there. And that is a kid with young, strong ankles. Really tough here to land in the flats like that. A lot of sign language.
I think that's the double M right there for Marco Mignon.
Oh, that was a lot.
Here he is again. Looking for the ramp and mistimed that one, so just gets the ejection. But previous air that we saw on the replay, a 6-point ride. Let's hear from Felipe Toledo. He won his opening heat. He's on the glass with AJ.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. So much fun, Felipe, to have you back on the glass, back on tour. Talk to us about what was the most important thing for you to work through to accomplish in this year away, and how excited you are to be back here in 2025.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited. Good to be back. You know, last year was pretty good. You know, the biggest thing that I've worked on was to actually choose a really good TV show, because I watch it all and it was hard. No, but it was just good for body, mind, be home, be present, you know, not always like be home, but also working out because there's a next event, there's, you know, stuff to do. And it just felt good to wake up and, you know, I got to choose what I wanted to do, you know, and that was pretty special. As I said, worked on my body, worked on my mind. Felt really great today. Tough conditions. It was pretty clean the whole day. As soon as I was about to pile out from the heat, the wind turned around. I was like, well, I mean, I'm not complaining, but, you know, yeah, it is what it is. It's fun. A win is a win. Felt great to start the year with a win. And, yeah, just can't wait for what's next, and we're ready for it.
Yeah, talk to me about starting off this 2025 with a heat win. How much does that sort of justify and validate all that work you've been putting in the off season?
Yeah, even though like it's small and easy to surf, and you know, there's no big risks out there. You know, I felt the butterflies in my stomach before, you know, leaving the house. I was like, oh, okay, we're starting again. And I was like, oh, I gotta, you know, like focus on what I'm doing, you know, enjoy my time with my team, my family, and just felt great. Felt great. I'm ready for it, and excited.
Parabéns, Felipe. Bem-vindo de volta. Descreve seu mindset neste ano.
Bom, muito feliz de estar de volta. Obrigado a todos pelo carinho. Deus tem sido muito maravilhoso comigo. O ano passado foi incrível. Consegui descansar bastante, aproveitar minha família, relaxar e voltar esse ano aí preparado, corpo e mente forte e preparado para, né, mais um ano de batalha aí. E vamos que vamos. Obrigado a todos pelo carinho. Muito feliz com a torcida de todo mundo, com o apoio. E vamos para cima.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
There you go, Felipe Toledo. Notice his board in the background, that black board. I'm a board geek, right? So that is actually Sharp Eyes construction. It's the Sharp Eyes new C1 Carbon Tech. I know that sometimes Toledo was on those dark hearts, but that one is just an in-house Sharp Eye with their new C1 Carbon Tech construction there, and it looked good to me, Ross.
Yeah, he was flying high, and the forefin setup too gave him a little extra speed.
This guy, talk about a rookie making a splash, and someone who's willing to take to the air. Already has a 6-point ride, topped that with a 7.33, 13.33 so far. Heat total for Marco Mignon, and that's a very, very impressive start. But, you know, this is unorthodox backdoor right now, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of sand. This north swell just kind of changed everything. I mean, it's still shallow, as you can tell there in the video. Like, still some hazards of, especially those airs coming down. You know, we had an injury the other day at 1 foot Rockies. Guy got knocked out. So it's like, North Shore doesn't care if it's 1 foot or 50 feet. It will humble you for sure.
Yeah, Marco going through the motions here. He's already collected a 7.3 and a 6.
Yeah.
You can see his wave count. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 waves. So that's the protocol right now. Stay busy, look for ramps, get those numbers up.
Yeah, saw the Red Bull jet ski drive by there with our camera and our water safety. Talk about some of the tools that you have on the North Shore here, Kyle, as far as guards. You know, so I see sometimes you guys just have a swim, fin, and float. but sometimes there's skis.
Yeah, I mean, luckily we're blessed. We have 3 skis on the North Shore. We have one from Hauula to Sunset to Haleiwa, and so, but we have 60 miles of coastline.
Right.
That's the North Shore district, is from Kaneohe Point all the way to Kaneohe. So big area, unguarded. So yeah, our skis are a huge program. We got some of the best drivers that are actually on their days off are Hawaiian Water Patrol guys too.
Yeah.
And then yeah, classic fins tube and a board.
Yeah, I mean, and you can do it. I've seen you guys do it with fins, tube, and a board before, but the ski's a great assessment, and yes, some great ski drivers. Shout out to my nephew, Nolan Keolana, one of the few drivers that can actually duck dive a jet ski somehow.
He is a gorilla. He's probably one of the best I've ever seen on a ski, and I feel like him being the gorilla can actually manhandle that thing where I'd probably get tinked off like a little flea on the dog. For sure. He's so skilled. Those Keolanas, man. Best of the best.
He actually won an award, a Kahiao award this year, and Kahiao is the Hawaiian concept of giving freely and unconditionally. And he won that award because we lost the kid in a kayak on the South Shore, and it went dark. And throughout the night, the kids out there, Nolan never gave up, and he found that kid out there. How hard is it to find a single head in a vast Pacific Ocean, Kyle?
Needle in a haystack. I mean, yeah, Nolan's just one of those guys who wants to be in the action. He could be on every rescue and every incident. He will, and like he has a heart of gold. And I love working with that guy, and I'm so stoked he's part of our program up here.
And one thing that Nolan came up on the west side was the junior guards program when he was a kid. But you're doing that for our community here on the North Shore with your junior guards program.
Yeah, so it's been about 2 decades worth of NSLA. We have a nonprofit up here. We kind of did our own program separate from the city. And it's a wonderful program because we actually have 2 programs. We have 8 to 11-year-olds at Waimea and then 12 to 17. So we can have a kid, a North Shore kid, we even have them from around the island, can go through the program for 8 to 17 years. Yep. And I get kids all the time. Been doing it for 18 years. And I get kids that are 28. Makes me feel old. But like, Uncle Kyle.
But you're still uncle. And
I'm still uncle, yes.
You impacted their life.
100%.
And I think the WSL in Turtle Bay has contributed as well to that junior lifeguard program.
Yeah, so we run a grassroots program. I mean, we worked off of just nothing. And we were literally using U-Haul trucks and pods for the last several years to store our equipment. And yeah, WSL, Turtle Bay Foundation, the Ritz-Carlton came together and asked us, what can we do? And we were like, we just need a trailer. We want to look a little bit professional and have our stuff in one container instead of under people's houses and stuff. So huge. We got to thank you guys again so much for that, because you're impacting. We had 600 kids last year through the program. Just in one summer, in 8 weeks, we had 600 kids. So
600 kids.
You guys are impacting a lot. So thank you, WSL. Thank you, Turtle Bay.
And I think we made the trailer look good. I think North Shore artist Jack Sorn is going to do some art on that trailer as well.
No, make it look good. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we appreciate what you guys do. Because you know what? Here, and I guess it's everywhere, but here where our waters are so ferocious, Ross, there's a lot of kids growing up on this island that don't still have that ocean knowledge, not like used like ma'a to the ocean, right? And that's what the junior lifeguard program does.
Oh, for sure.
All 3 of my daughters have been through the junior program. And big shout out to that whole program. It really gets them that muscle working, which is upstairs in the head, to think about how can I help save someone else if they're in trouble, maybe use some CPR. Just that awareness that you guys help plant the seed when they're young is really, really key.
It's so cool to hear stories when they come back. Oh, I helped my auntie. Like, we teach simple things like Hayek maneuver. Not many people know that. And they'll come back, oh, my auntie was choking, and I got up in the dinner table and I helped her. Or I've seen it when we've pulled up on the ATV when we hear there's a rescue, and I'll see junior guards
already working on them.
Already trying to pull them in and stuff. So it's like we're just helping our community. And, you know, our #1 death in kids from 1 to 16 is drowning.
Amazing.
In Hawaii. In Hawaii. That's crazy. So if we can impact that, and 600 kids every summer, and maybe save some lives and change them, and they can save lives, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that is a great work there. Well, you guys, right now, Marco Mignot, he's in the lead. Arcal second with priority. Joao Chianca off to a slow start. We're going to see how this ends after these messages.
My name's Dennis Pang. I've been making surfboards for about 45 years. Well, this is a board from the late 80s, recreation for Marty Foster. 7/4 and 9 2/3 and 2 3/4. So this board has a kind of relaxed nose rocker to paddle in, but has, you know, tail kick, so it fits in the curl, the trough of the wave better at Pipeline because it's, you know, really vertical and beyond vertical. Modern nose and tail a little wide here, but we didn't have FCS or Futures yet, you know, and everybody had glass lawns. A pipe board. And this is what you were riding back then, mid-80s.
Yeah, legendary shaper. Dennis Pang, legendary surfer. Marvin Foster. Hey, Ross, when I was a kid, when you did a backhand grab rail, you were doing the Marvin.
Oh yeah.
That was the original name, I feel, for the maneuver, was the Marvin.
He was also known for the backside tube riding when he'd lean back too.
Yeah.
On his forehand. He had that forehand layback. Yeah.
Scan this QR code right now. Go and scan this, and that way you get into the sweepstakes for Vistla's Shaping Space. We're going to give away 2 boards shaped on site here at Eukai. Daniel Jones and Gen Asano. Scan it now. Give yourself a chance. Ryan Callanan, he's on his JS with his FCS JS fins attached to it, which allows him to do incredible backhand hooks just like that. Marco Mignot's been air happy and throws that JS away, also on JS Industries. It's never too early to talk about the Vistla Shaper rankings. Here's the CI under the feet, Channel Islands under the feet of João Chumbinho Chianca. Nice carve there for João. And that's not going to count.
Not clearly in front there, just ran out of juice there to push him ahead, but I like the extension on that tail slide. It was kind of unique. Caught him off guard. He almost pulled it off. So he's still searching Kaipo. He's got everything under a point.
Yeah.
Unusual for Joao. This section right here lays down, so he's forced to throw a carve. That probably felt a little irritating, so he went big on this one. But that end bowl there that goes into that weird little channel at off the wall, it's unpredictable. It's kind of real throaty little section that dumps on the reef. And hard work here for Ryan Callanan. This is just your textbook, get your grinder's hat on, finish it right there on the rocks. He needed a little backup score, so job well done there for Arcal.
And yet another air for Marco Mignot.
And it's hard to argue against his plan of attack. Just go on tons of waves, plant a couple airs, and I'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, and he's got a big lead. Kyle, as we look above here at the bathymetry of this, can you talk a little bit about what's under the water here at Pipeline?
Probably the shallowest, most scariest, looks like fingers. I mean, every spot's different. You go to the Rockies, it's got little holes in it. Here is just the gnarliest flat sections mixed with the fingers. And it's just like you never know what you're going to hit. I mean, the pipe flat section right there in front of the Volcom house, that's where we mostly get all our injuries. And then back door, it just goes, as Ross was saying, into off the wall, that place we call Aints. That's, you know, ankle deep at sometimes, you know, like we had Crosby get injured a little while ago, and he said he hit dry reef.
And I think when Joao went down, he was more in the Aints area, right?
Yeah, no, it's really, it's scary right there. Even on a 2-foot day, you go left off the wall, and you're like, oh, there goes my fin. You know, so it's I give credit to these guys that go back door and kind of shoot that area.
Yeah, and I guess it's always a conversation, Ross, you know, just to put out to just the surfing public, is never underestimate the North Shore of Oahu. I mean, it's serious stuff here.
Yeah, you got to give it a lot of respect, and I like the campaign that they're sort of putting forward there. Kyle, too, has been at the forefront of that lately on social media, but yeah, take baby steps. You know, it's easy to get in trouble here. The less experience you have on the North Shore, you're going to get in trouble. It's likely you'll get in trouble. There's really big rips around here. There's it takes so much local knowledge to get used to some of these heavy spots out here on the North Shore.
Yeah, and respect the uncles. You know,
respect the uncles. There you go. Yeah.
Don't have a sense of entitlement. You may paddle fast, and you might, you know, You might be young and springy, but still.
Easy
We're a
Tiger,
tribe.
yeah.
We're a tribe.
For sure.
Marco Mignot, he's new to the CT tribe, but he's doing a good job in this heat so far with a big lead over Ryan Calnan and Joao Chianca. Here comes Arcal currently in second place. He's got an air game too. Lines up. He's always got those corked backhand rotations. And there was another example of it, Ross.
Really like that entry back into the wave. So smooth there. It's kind of funny how every air has its own natural life form. And that one, I think the rad thing about that air is how he landed back in so smooth with that rotation.
Yeah, and he has that, you know, that particular maneuver on lock, and it's really almost one of his signature maneuvers, how he's able to get kind of off axis or corked on those backhand spinners.
Yeah, and Ryan's been on tour for a number of years now,
Yeah,
but I
7
remember
years.
his first couple of years on tour, especially in France, he had some crazy highlights with big air moves.
He was a wild card in that event with Julian Wilson in the final, where he got his way via airs like this.
Look at the rotation and just real buttery landing there from Arcal. That probably felt nice, but not a whole lot of amplitude. Wasn't very high in the air. That'll keep the score, you know, in that medium range. But again, very talented, very stylish. Even in the air, he looks good. It's a nice little rotation.
And by the way, Arcal, Ryan Calnan, and Nina, his wife, congratulations, they're expecting a child. So the Calnan family is going to continue on and building a family. Zooming off the bottom, slicing off the top, Joao Chianca with a single maneuver there that we caught up with. Looking good for Chianca. He's going to have to do some work. He needs a 5.14, but we're still waiting for the last score for Arcal. That could change the math at 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, Ryan's perked up there. He's waiting to hear the announcement of that score. Then he can dial it in and see how to finish this heat off with priority and all the trickery. Marco's just having fun. That's kind of a nice way to win the heat. Same with Felipe. He's kind of having fun out there. Looking pretty lighthearted.
Yeah, and you know, again, I'm promoting fantasy on at the World Surf League, and you know, you get at the top of the leaderboard going forward. We're going to give you guys a shout out too on the broadcast. We're going to acknowledge it. I want everyone getting involved, get some skin in the game. Go to worldsurfleague.com, or you can do it straight on your mobile app, your WCL mobile app, and look at this forecast. Think about Marco Mignot. Maybe a lot of people didn't pick him, but he's looking pretty good in his opening heat.
And we're all doing homework now because some of these rookies, a lot of people out there have never seen them surf before, and they're going, okay, noted. Marco is a beast in the air. So for the next event, that's going to be key.
Yeah, completely. This is kind of the fielding report, if you would. There's lifeguard. What number is that?
That's number 26.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great tower. That's probably one of the older towers we have here with Mamiya. Late great Tamayo Perry worked there 4 days a week, and we got Rob Dorr over there. We got Matt Sack. We got some great legendary. You know, Mark Cunningham held it down for years.
Yeah.
But it's definitely the busiest beach because it's not just pipeline. If you look to the right, that's sandbar.
I know how old I am, so I would say Dorsky has to have been there for over 30 years.
He keeps saying he's going to retire. I don't know when he's going to do that, but I'm going to miss him. He's definitely got like 30 years in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Legend of the lifeguard at Eukai.
Chianca blasts it off the top, and that's what he was looking for.
That was pretty cool. That was unique. Again, we were talking about how every air has its own little life form. He really projected out into the flats and off axis. Very cool air there from Joao.
Well, since Ryan had a 4.5 on his last ride, Joao needs a 4.94. Basically, a 5-point ride is what Joao needs. Was that a 5, Ross?
I want to see it again. I think it was kind of the trippiest, coolest air of the heat so far. Marco had that really wild air into the flats, which made it dangerous. Felt kind of risky, but this was a weird air. In a good way. Let's see. He got stuck behind here. He's frustrated, so at this point, he just wants to go big. Again, the second half of that air made it really cool. So a lot of the juice, a lot of the points in this maneuver are going to come right about here. Fins are facing towards the beach. Gets really wrapped all the way around too. For such a small section, he really boosted out to the flats.
Yeah, that was impressive. So we're still waiting for the judge's decision on that. Just needs to be halfway through the scale to turn the heat. By the amplitude and the progression, you would feel that he's going to get his number, but we have nothing to report to you so far. We're still waiting for scores.
Ryan Callanan is a good comparison. His last score, that error
4.5
reverse 4.5, that felt better than that to me. It was a little bigger, more tweaked out air. So, yeah, I agree with you. It feels like it's going to get there, but we've been wrong. We'll see what the judges are deliberating right now.
We're down to a minute, and this next number could very well decide the heat that we're anticipating for Joao Chianca. We know Marco Mignot. He's going to sail into the round of 32. Question is, did Joao do enough? Here are the digits, Ross.
Oh,
gets it.
Just enough.
Wow.
And it was close, too, because it was at the end of the wave. If that error was at the beginning of the wave, it would have been a 6.5 or something like that. So just got it done.
Well, there you go. That's how you turn a heat. And this is giving Ryan Callanan very little time to respond. And you can see Ryan just, you know, there you go. There you go.
Poor Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was sitting in an advancing spot the whole heat. Last 30 seconds, he just got nipped.
And he already knows he has no time to respond.
It's like I love surfing, man. It just changes in a matter of seconds.
Wow, buzzed the tower too right there.
Yeah.
A little mini flex. I like that.
That's coaching like that. I like that. Oh, man. Hey, Kyle, thank you so much. Thank you for all the North Shore lifeguards. We look forward to expanding on the Junior Guards program. Listen to the lifeguards when you come to the North Shore, and listen to us as we return. Ladies are going to be in the water. Women's opening round when we return.
This is kind of the day, I reckon, where the next generation is going to be like, yeah, this is our tour now.
Caitlin Simmers at back door. Ho ho! Simmering, boiling on the stove and coming out. Wow.
I was terrified out there, but I'm glad I got some.
Here goes Betty Lou.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel, pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
Best day the wind was, came 100% crazy.
Let's go. Opening round, heat number 1 for the women has just started. Tatiana Weston Webb, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Luana Silva ready to start off their season in 2025. Waves are fun and rippable. All want to get a great start and skip right into the round of 16. Brand new year on tour, a lot to talk about. Lulu getting a spot on tour because of the announcement that Stephanie Gilmore is going to continue her break. And we'll get Lulu back where she belongs. She's been on tour before. She just came off a big World Junior Championship title, gave a wonderful speech at the Lexus WSL Awards. So she's feeding off that momentum. Hi, everybody. I'm Joe Turpel. This is Strider Wazalewski. We're here at Pipeline, whether it's 1 foot or 20 foot. We still want to be right here at the Bonsai. Strider with a ton of memories. And now it's flooding your brain with all these flashbacks going back to last season. Caity Simmers, wow. Her quote was heard around the world, and the statement was made when she sat next to you in the water.
Yeah, you know, I feel like that was well worth it too. I mean, she really, her along with like Betty Lou, Molly Picklum, and everybody else in the lineup for the women really made sure that everybody understood that the girls were there to stay and they could do anything that they wanted. They showed us what they could do.
Tatiana Weston Webb likes to get busy. Got this 3.83 during the break.
Nice little whips off the top right there. Looks like Lulu out the back on another one. Replay of her wave. Nice vertical, heavy section right there. Got there a little early, so she was able to ride out of it. I like that. Timing on that was impeccable.
Now Sally Fitzgibbons, the Aussie vet, 3-time world runner-up, throwing down a carve. Patience for the second turn. She'll skip it, settle for one maneuver, and her first wave out of the way here for 2025. Was in a rookie class with surfers like Coco Ho, where Coco won it that year, but they both finished in the top 5. Fitzgibbons never afraid to redefine herself, never afraid of a Challenger Series. She never feels like it's a step down. It's always a new thing for her to get her head around, to solve the puzzle and just perform.
Loves the game. I mean, she is a true competitor. Loves every piece of it.
Now the backhand of Tati, silver medalist at Paris last year, as we see another belt off the top. Nice flow and continuing to throw down some turns before kicking out. As we heard for the message, our co-commentator Ross Williams, who coached John to the world title last year, has also been coaching Tatiana for years. Ross is going to do different things this year and stay home with the fam. So Tati's now has a world champ as a coach this year, Adriana de Souza. Left-hander up and down for Sal.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see the reactions of the interactions of, you know, a world champ like de Souza. He's just got so much knowledge, and he's going to be feeding Tatiana, who's been right there for a world title, right? I mean, just ready. She showed her ability in big, heavy waves in Tahiti. We've seen her on her, you know, pinpoint perfection on backhand walls like a J-Bay. So we know she's got the ability to bring home a world title. Now she's going to have the headspace of a world title in her camp. So that's maybe just that one little missing link for this year.
Tatiana on wave number 2. Any big differences from her start here?
Not a huge difference. I felt like, you know, good flow, but it's more, you know, the judges seem to be rewarding, you know, that one big single maneuver more than the, you know, it was basically a tink, tink, tink. You're kicking the can down the street, or you're just going to go up and just stomp the can down. And that's what Luana Silva did on her opening ride, so she got a higher score just for one maneuver.
The World Junior Champ throws in her first turn in the pocket. Lip almost got her there, coming off that first section, so she'll kick out. Opening ride of 4.4. Lulu representing Brazil, but born and raised on the island of Oahu. Surfing here, surfing Sunset, up and down this 7-mile miracle, so she's happy to be sleeping in her own bed, hanging with her parents. She gave a big tribute to her family for all the support over the years and brought everyone to tears on her World Junior title acceptance speech. 3.0 for that last, and is right in that second spot behind Tatiana. Tati's last, her best so far, of 5.33.
Yeah, the wave had a little bit more wall on it, so I feel like that's why the score got pushed up on that one as opposed to her first wave.
Tatiana, a veteran these days, came on the tour as a wild card originally, got 2 call-ups before officially taking over in her Rookie of the Year season. Always charged hard, but learned a lot with the connection with Ross Williams, worked on a lot of technique stuff, and actually changed up a little bit of how she was standing on her surfboard, how she'd even set up big tube rides. But one thing we've been learning about her when we check out the numbers, CT by the numbers, that she is the most active on tour. And this is just based on pipe last year. averaging 7.8 waves a heat. A significant jump over second most active was Tyler, Molly, and Sally with 6.
I guess, you know, when you can surf your way into a rhythm. I think that's what she's doing here. And getting comfortable on waves. I feel like the more waves you ride out of pipe, whether it's, you know, little 2-foot running backdoor nuggets or, you know, big pipeline, you still got to get to know the wave. You got to get to know the reef. You got to get to understand every part of it. And your relationship here is really important. It's an interesting thing, but you really do fall into a relationship with pipeline.
It's a beautiful one. Has its ups and downs. It's a love affair that never ends. Tati loves it. Big or small, she likes to pull into barrels, but also loves the power it gives her on her forehand or backhand. She's sitting out in front, as we know. We had Carissa Moore here, who's growing her family. Steph Gilmore taking another year off. Those are just big signs for Tati to really try to solidify herself in the title race this year. Let's catch up with another great rookie on tour with a win. A French Mexican, as he calls himself, Marco Mignot with AJ.
Thanks, Joey. Marco, first heat on the CT, first heat win. You looked like you just hit the water running out there. How did you prepare for this moment?
I mean, like, in my mind, I was like, okay, well, this is the first heat, first event of the year. I was just like, let's go. This is my moment. I've dreamed about this moment. I've manifested this moment. It's time to live this dream. I'm not gonna pull back and not do it 100%. So yeah, I said to myself, it's kill or get killed.
How did that affect the way you attacked this heat? Because you really did. I mean, even Felipe Toledo turned around and was like, oh, there he goes.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, like I've prepared myself a lot. I put a lot of hard work, and yeah, I mean, when the occasion comes, I try to be ready, and it's time to release everything I've worked for. So yeah.
Way to hit the season with a strong start there, Marco. You want to say anything to friends and family watching back home?
Well, I want to say, Mama, Papa, mis hermanos, familia, I love you guys, and Sayulita, puro power, baby. Et à tous les Français qui sont derrière, merci beaucoup. Ça, c'est juste le début, et allez, vive la France.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So great, knows so many languages. So there was a great example of being French-Mexican. So he grew up in Sayulita, a cool gypsy town where there's a lot of international people that have moved there. That's where he first put the jersey on, first got his first few waves. His parents from Europe, and also he carries a Canadian passport, which is amazing, a true citizen of the world, and happy that he's on tour officially. For his style, it's like he could predict a lot of big performances. Snapper, El Salvador, the guy loves hitting big sections hard. Also, he likes to put his head down and go for it. So you even felt his references of like kill or be killed. I mean, he's taken this extremely seriously this year.
Yeah, he said that, you know, his biggest idol was Kelly Slater. And, you know, Kelly has always had that art of war mindset. And I feel like he's trying to adapt as much of it as he can. And that front side air into the flats in his heat, are you kidding me? That was really a big risk maneuver. I mean, that right there could have taken you out for the season, and he rides out of it. So it's all or nothing for him. You can see it.
Now you can check out some of the seating for the men on WorldSurfLeague.com to see who's going to be in the elimination round and where the top seeds will be in the round of 32. And we'll get through about 4 heats today for the women. Caroline up next with Bella Kenworthy and Nadia Arostarbe from Basque Country getting the call up. Rolling into this one with some speed is Sally Fitzgibbons from the south coast of New South Wales. Longtime competitor, has been in the title race for so long. And in the more recent years has been dealt with what most people would say maybe career-ending moments. But for Sally, she's never even given you a glimpse of moving on. And she's back here for good reason. I mean, she won the Challenger Series. She didn't just qualify again. She won the thing, along with another U.S. Open title. Her first U.S. Open title was 13 years ago, and she was able to accomplish another one just last season. Talk about longevity.
Yeah, you know what? And that's just good health. I mean, mentally and physically, she has always been all about health. And I feel like it just creates longevity. And that's what, we all should be in our goals, on our list of things to do in life. Number one is to stay healthy mentally and physically. She's definitely shown us all that it's possible. And I think also the love of a game and like really enjoying it is something that has kept her in this.
It's all about joy, all about happiness. Surfing helps us all with that a lot. Staying in the water as much as you can. The ocean is the biggest blessing in our lives, such a gift that's always there for you. And we love it at the highest level of the game, the top 17 in the world, competing for a world title. And the talk is maybe Erin Brooks could do what Steph did back in '07 and win a world title in her first try. Erin Brooks in the Red Bull Athlete Zone is not going to surf today. We'll have to wait. We're only getting 4 heats out of the 6 of the opening round. And thinking about Matt Biolis dominating the Vissla CT Shaper rankings in back-to-back years and then adding Erin Brooks to the squad. She actually even helped with his title last year because of the wild card win she had at Fiji. Luana Silva up. Nice smooth rip off the lip, crushing it again. She's got some room to lay it down. Snap to slide, but can't hang on.
Get out of here with the confidence in those first 2 snaps, though. That was a world champion right there talking. World junior champ this year, and you know what? You can see the confidence that it's given her. I mean, I've seen her around town a bit with Joao and, hanging and just looking like she's comfortable and ready to go. And we saw her at the WSL Awards and, emotional speeches there. But getting to see her surf this well, that fast, that quick, that transitions and having power behind her surfing, I feel like she's definitely gotten onto another level.
As we check out the story with the Vissla CT Shaper rankings last season, lost surfboards led by Matt Biolis, turning in back-to-back titles. Caroline Marks, the MVP of the squad, gathering the most points for lost. Sharp Eye Surfboards, Marcio Zubi, congrats. Runner-up 2 years in a row. 3rd place. This is a big statement for a guy who had 4 surfers on his team, but he got a world title with John Pizell right here on the North Shore of Oahu. Channel Island Surfboards and Sharp Eye have made the top 5 all season long. Britt Merrick's adding some weapons to his squad. Brisa Hennessy, nice addition to the team. They're going to be doing some work. Barron Mamiya loves his boards as well, so we'll see if we'll give Lost some competition. I'm just psyched for Timmy Patterson.
Oh,
Al Cleland Jr. coming in hot. Happy to give some backup for Italo Ferreira this year.
And I don't know if a lot of people know this, but Timmy Patterson was the one that was showing Matt Biolis the ropes in the shaping room.
Timmy's a guru, and he is so psyched. So when Gabriel got hurt, everyone's wondering who's getting the call up. And if you guys are confused, we're just as confused sometimes. We're like, does Ian Gentile get it? Is it going to go to Al Cleland Jr.? And it was like phone call after phone call guessing what's happening. And then once John made his announcement, it was really clear that Al was actually going to get the call up to have a full-blown rookie year on tour. And Timmy was so stoked. He loves the way he surfs, wants to give him everything he needs to succeed like he always has. And man, they've been making a lot of boards for him to make sure he's more than ready for pipe in the rest of the year. Things are going quickly, Strider. Everyone's got to get right to the pool in Abu Dhabi. So even talking to Iago, who's on the Biolis team, he said he has 40 boards here just because they're trying a bunch of different things to see what's going to work, but it's not going to really ride any of his boards at pipe over in the pool.
That is a lot of boards. And I was talking to Matt Biolis about it today. He's been, working with them and trying to figure out the best formula. And really all they said was that they're just putting a little more foam into it, a little bit more drive, on the board and giving him the more opportunity to have a little more speed. So not huge changes, but always working to perfect the craft.
That's what it's all about. You're always chasing your next magic board. As we see a wave popping up. It's going to be Sally Fitzgibbons looking to slow down for the view inside the tube. Gets a bit of it there. And now laying down a clean redirect to stay on her feet. Sal steps off of what will be her best wave so far with 11:30 to go.
That was fun. She identified a nice little wall section there. Got under the hood for a second, found the shade, and went to work on the face. So that's going to be a keeper score. Go Sally.
Yeah, one more look here was.
That's just double arm drag. Identifies, you know, that she's going to be behind it just enough to get barreled. Doesn't get super deep, but nonetheless, you know, nice work to find a barrel out there. We haven't seen too many barrels go down this afternoon. Hard to negotiate that with all the movement on the wall and the lip flying all over the place too. Nice down carve to finish. And then back out over the shallow. Like, it is so unbelievably shallow over there. You see a lot of the athletes, they get off and they stand on the reef. That's how shallow it is. And then duck diving, you can literally scrape your knuckles on the reef, I think. It's lower tide this afternoon, I believe, too.
Yeah, sometimes just going absolutely dry, especially on these smaller days when they're trying to hit the lip. They'll look down and they'll run out of a landing spot. Sal waiting for the score from her last, trying to avoid the elimination round. At the moment, it's still the World Junior Champ, Luana Silva, setting the pace.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing.
You're still watching heat number 1 for the opening round for the women. Finished the opening round for the men today, as we love hearing from you. Checking out the Pacifico fan picks, heavily favored by surf fans to get the victory today is Tatiana Weston Webb. And I know what they're thinking out there. She charges, she's not afraid. If they're thinking that it was 8 to 10 feet, they would see her swinging for the fences. And so they want to see Tati get through to the next round. 16% going with Sal, and Luana getting 8% of the Pacifico fan picks. Play along throughout this event. We always love hearing from you. Tati has this reputation of charging. There was a famous moment for Tatiana back in France when it was absolutely pumping. And there was this conversation happening in the commissioner's office and with the judges of some surfers on tour didn't want to run. And she stood up and said, "Are you kidding me? This is what we came for." It was absolutely bombing. And that was an impactful moment in her career. This is what she did during the break.
Yeah, unfortunately, she doesn't ride out of that one, but the first belt was, super strong. She's not going to get the credit for that second one, though, so she's going to stay in second place. But Luana Silva, she really tore that wave apart. The two-banger with the one that she didn't make off the end. That was really good surf.
6.33 for the effort, and I was able to catch up with one of our commentators, Mitchell Salazar, who was in the Philippines for that World Junior title performance. He said Lulu was surfing smart, really, throughout the event. And you know, when you see a CT athlete, then in the junior series, he had a talk with her about her run there, and she was like, hey, I just want to feel confidence to surf the way I want to. And I think for her to be able to really loosen up and go for it, and also to have a dramatic win in that final, it came down to like a buzzer beater moment when she got past Kana Nakashio. It was, I think, the feeling she was hoping for, to be on the right side of that close decision, to feel like she could be freed up heading back to the big stage.
Well, I love the way she's surfing right now. I feel like she's found a great recipe, and she's attacking the critical part of the wave. And, you know, we can see it in her body language when she stands up on waves. She just looks like she wants it really bad to get right up into that corner, throw the tail, get the fins going, engage in the most critical part of the wave. I'm excited to see her surf the rest of the season. I feel like the women have each and every one of them are taking these moments to capitalize on their own strengths and get to a better position and show the world how good they really are. Because, I mean, let's face it, these ladies surf better than 99% of the surfers out there, men or women. It's just as the average Joes. Oh, sorry.
Hey, Waz. 5:10 on the clock. I see what you did there. As we focus on the CT by the numbers, Tatiana Weston Webb has been around for a while, so it's fun to do the number crunching with her. We're focusing on just last season. You can see how many waves that she averages at each location. So averaging 7.8 last year at Pipe. That took her to the quarterfinals. 7.7 at Sunset Beach. So like staying active. 6th overall with her average for most waves caught in a heat on tour in 2024.
That's interesting. You look at the numbers and you can see all the different venues, and then you look at somewhere like Portugal where the numbers are really low. And that just comes into a beach break. You have to be really specific, and your wave choices have to be so perfect that you're not going to catch as many waves probably.
Little tap there for Lulu. Always has that finesse style. Nice punch in the pocket. Out in front now, here comes a nice clean redirect. Almost dry reef in front of her, but nice smooth maneuvers. For the surfer that's representing Brazil, I guess you could say like Luana and Tatiana have a lot in common. Both raised in the Hawaiian Islands, both representing Brazil. Tati from the North Shore of Kauai, and Lulu from right here on Oahu.
She's got that upright back style where she kind of reminds me a little bit of Macy Callahan, that long lean body really wrapping into the turns. Super clean, really fast and precise. You know, the surfboard just looks unbelievable under her feet. The way that she's tagging those sections, she really looks like she's connected, and that's the feeling you know we all strive for in surfing, is to, it's almost like another limb, and you just don't even have to think about it.
Lulu made the quarterfinals in that groundbreaking event last year at Pipe. Ended up losing out to Costa Rica's Brisa Hennessy. Tatiana also in the quarters at Pipe last year. Ended up losing to the eventual winner, Caity Simmers. The surfer that collected the most points, just overall performance round by round, changing conditions, was Molly Picklum. So many big scores, including a 10-point ride. Runner-up to Caity in that final. And also one of the heroes, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who's also jumped on the Matt Biola squad this year. So we talked about Erin Brooks giving him even more reinforcements, and then adding Betty Lou.
I know that maybe somebody wants to see a new champion in there, but it's going to be hard to beat Lost this year. Like the Mayhem squad, the amount of great surfers that he has pushing through, it's going to be hard to top him.
Has he ever taught you how to shape?
No, Matt has never, ever taught me how to shape or given me a model. I think we got to talk, Matt.
Wow, after all these years.
I think I actually designed a model. It was called the RV. You just pull up and park it in the barrel.
What about the bit of mayhem that happened at Pipeline years ago?
Yes, I mean, I was the test pilot for all of his big guns. Actually, he's responsible for getting me a cover shot because I looked like I was doing a soul arch on a 10-foot heavy one, but I was actually almost falling off the back of the board because it was too much rocker.
I think it's time.
Let's go.
I think it's time. What a team. He's enjoying his time here. He's staying just a couple doors down from me at the Hannemans. He's always happy to be here. He's really connected to his athletes. Really wants to build a relationship quickly. He'll often invite his team riders to go snowboarding with him up to his place in Mammoth and just say, hey, if we're doing this, let's really connect on a personal level as well. So there's definitely a reason for his success as far as being thoughtful about all the individual needs of his team on the CT. Now down to the final minute. You can see the homes there, beachfront.
What a beautiful place. Wow.
And some homes up into the mountains there. And now glancing all the way up towards Rocky Point, Sunset Beach in the distance. Fun opening day of competition. Peaky, rippable. High score in this seat still Luana's 633. Your hope is to miss the elimination round. Sally's the one sitting there. She does have first priority. And last year's Challenger Series champ, a surfer that's won 12 CTs, will try to use her experience to make it out of this one. Meanwhile, Lulu finds an inside backhand snap to call it a day. And now Sally leaves it up to this wave, needing a 5.17 tail drift, lay back, but does not recover. She knew she needed something decent and went for it. We'll see Sal again in the elimination round as Tatiana Weston Webb and Luana Silva, the two Brazilians, doing a great job in that heat.
Solid surfing. Enjoyed watching Luana really attacking there. It was a beautiful thing.
Top two straight into the round of 16 where it's reseeded once again. Coming up next, world champ, pipe champ, Caity Simmers. Headlining heat 3, Caroline Bell and Nadia in heat number 2 up next.
Welcome back to the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. We got a lot more than competition going on right now. Donald Brink, the host here of many local shapers here in the Vissla shaping space. Genosano, Daniel Jones. Daniel's shaping right now, ripping surfer and excellent shaper. Kamale Alexander, we got a list of shapers creating boards right here in the Vissla shaping space at Ehukai Beach. And you can benefit from it down at the beach here at Ehukai. Scan the QR code on your screen, and you have a chance to win a custom board made, well, a board made by Daniel Jones and Genosano, created right here at Ehukai. You got until February 7th to enter the sweepstakes. You must be 18 years and older. February 14th, we're going to draw the winners. Good luck. Scan the code now. And thanks, boys.
Thank you so much, Kaipo. Scan it right now so you can get a chance to win a very special surfboard. Daniel Jones there, what a cool cat. He's been making some beautiful equipment. Obviously a great surfer already. That always is a great recipe for success when you can test your own models as you're starting out. And he's got a lot of people signing up for big wave boards from Daniel these days. Little fun quads I've seen a lot lately in the water.
Have you been making boards?
You know, I made one once, and I took it to Basham's, the place
While
that
ago.
Biolis just bought. It was a long time ago, and I walked in there with it. I was trying to model a Cole Simler board where he was making those bat tail quads. I
Yep.
don't know why I chose that for my first. The guys in there just started laughing. True story. They're like, you don't really want to glass that, do you? So you can kind of get an idea of what it looks like. I still have it. I think it's an asymmetrical, but not on purpose. But
And that was
it's
it?
cool to
You're
like.
done?
I just had appreciation for all the great people that make surfboards. You know,
it's a craft.
It's like the time they
It's a labor
spend,
of
all
love,
these fine
yeah.
details. That's when I was just blown away at the process. And you talk to Paizel about it. You know, it was just passion. He loved it. He started just with ding repair, and he just had something going where he's like, I really love spending time with restoring boards and then starting to create models.
Where did he start? Did he
from
start
scratch.
over in Santa Barbara?
I think those early days were right here. He
Oh, yeah?
moved. He moved over here, wanted to surf pipe in all these waves, and learned a ton from Jeff Bushman, legendary North Shore shaper that was happy to mentor a young John. Paizel met John Florence when Florence was just a little kid, and he was like, "Well, yep, this guy's going to be it," and he went all in. Spent all of his money making boards for this grommet, and next thing you know, they took over the world.
You know what I think would be awesome? We did the Shapers rankings. Then we got the top 2, and we had them surf for it.
Oh,
that'd be pretty fun.
That'd be amazing. Let's make it happen. We've got Bella Kenworthy in the lineup with Caroline Marks and Nadia Arostarbe. Fun heat to enjoy. Bella making her rookie debut, representing Dana Point, California. Salt Creek, we heard that a lot when Pat O'Connell was on tour back in the day. It's a fun beach break that can have its moments at times, just north of San Clemente. So she's close to Lowers. She can whip down to Oceanside. I think people maybe got to know Bella originally when she was a part of the Pink Helmet Posse, skateboarding at all the skate parks in Southern California with girls like Sierra Kerr. You know, there's videos you can still find on YouTube. They're like 6 years old dropping into vert ramps and wearing tutus and doing their nails in the middle of the park. It's absolutely classic.
Yeah, her dad too is an amazing character. Looked like she had a knee brace on there.
What'd you pick up, Waz?
Yeah, it looks like Bella's got something going on physically on the knee, the right knee there. Unfortunately, it looks like, but she's out in this heat. We'll see if that hinders her performance or not.
Yeah, great competitor.
Reynos Hayes, in her corner.
Pretty awesome to see these young kids that are ripping in their regions, and all of a sudden they have their dream come true. She did it by back-to-back finals, from a win at Bolito over Vahine Fierro, and then runner-up to Sally Fitzgibbons. And since her dad, Kenworthy, was, gosh, he's done a lot. Photographer, videographer, obviously surfs and skates and does everything himself. But he was also the Nike 6.0 team manager back in the day. So when Bella was just tiny, she got to hang out with Carissa Moore. She got to hang out with Sally. So when she was in the final with Sally, it's like basically someone that was at her house all the time when she was a kid. So she's basically she grew up, you know, in the fabric of the surf industry. And so she'd be pretty comfortable at the moment. Let's get some more insight on Bella with Ross Williams over in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Hey guys. Yeah, so just a couple days ago, I was down in the sandbar, just a couple 100 yards that way, and I saw Bella and her pops, Jason, and I asked Bella about her knee brace. She's got a substantial knee brace on. She said about a month ago or so, she had a partial tear in her ACL, and she's no surgery, nothing other than did some physical therapy and wearing that brace. So that brace is there for a little comfort, security, some backup. Just, you know, things are a little loose right now. So she's milking this injury, but I think that think it's nothing too severe.
Oh, thanks so much, Ross, for the insight. He's been around a lot of knee injuries in the last handful of years working with John, so he definitely knows what that ACL tear is all about. I'm happy Bella's able to compete as we look at the backhand whip start from Nadiero Starbe, up and down on her season opener.
Yep. At least we got some action going here, and for her, she's probably happy to catch that wave and get it out of the way. Pretty slow out there right now, just kind of trying to fish around to find some open face. Here we go.
Now setting this one up, a world champ, Caroline Marks, runner-up in the world last year, finding her flow and just world title type pace. Gosh, her rails look clean, crushing sections, and she will kick out on her feet. A nice opener of her season.
Sheesh. I mean, wow. It's unbelievable to watch the precision on her surfing right there. Just found the perfect wave, waited for it almost 10 minutes, and then just went to town. Patience paid off right there. That's big time. Now let's see the number drop.
Caroline Marks winning her world title at lowers in 2023. Came in as a lower seed and just started swinging for the fences. Was able to upset Carissa Moore on the day. So we see this one again.
Yeah, super clean. I mean, the bottom turn setup for Caroline was everything on this wave, and she did it 3 times perfectly and really just crushed those outside turns. That wave, when it stood up and was glassy and she drove off the bottom like that, you can see her fins kind of popping out of the water. You can see everything pushing super hard. Really attacked that really great combination of bottom turn to top turn combo where she just perfectly pivoted into the lip line.
Caroline Marks, the youngest ever to qualify for the tour. Our commissioner, Jesse Miley Dyer, even gave her a wild card when she was only 13. When lowers was that regular season event, which it is again this year. There you see the knee brace and the slight tear of the ACL. Looks like she's looking solid though on her feet. She was able to finish a very turbulent end section turn.
Yeah. Great to see, you know, everybody, the rookies kind of making a statement, getting onto the tour like this, and then coming out of the gates and just, you know, even with a little bit of an insurance policy with her knee brace on, still just throwing everything at it. And I feel like that's what you got to do. I think it's just, you know, you're here to play, and like the way she surfed this wave and she comes off the bottom and really puts everything into that first turn. You know, she threw everything out there. So that's what, you know, it's nice to see that. Nothing is going to hold her back. And I feel like she's always had that in her. As you were talking about tutus and helmets and vert ramps, you know, I mean, she's always had it. It was just a matter of time until we all got to see it here on the main stage.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that you can learn when you're a good skateboarder and a great surfer and a great snowboarder. You know, she's a talented human being, and, you know, I kind of expected her to maybe go the pro skater route originally, but, you know, being good at both, surfing took over.
Plus, surfing usually doesn't hurt as much when you fall.
Oh, man. Such a good point. Bella getting a 3.67. The Caroline just dropped the 7.0. So big difference in separation after Marks lighting that right-hander up. And let's catch up with the World Junior Champ back on tour. Luana Silva is with AJ.
Thanks, Joey. We were just talking about that it feels like 5 seconds ago, Luana, that you were hoisting that World Junior Championship trophy. Now you win your opening heat here at Pipeline. Just how have you maintained that momentum to start 2025?
Yeah, I think that was a really good confidence builder. I haven't had a good result like that in a long time, so to be able to come off of a win and then get straight into pipe and win my first heat against not so easy competitors. I mean, Tati and Sally are probably the one of the most fiercest. So, and it was a good heat, I felt like, that I surfed. So yeah, I'm stoked.
We were also talking about the fact that you have really been in the competition groove for, it seems like, the last 12 months because you had Sakurema and then you did all sorts of other contests before we saw you here. How do you think that has affected the way you surf today?
I think I just never got out of rhythm. I mean, I don't think like having no downtime for me, I kind of like it, like kind of being nonstop. So I think that helped me in a way, and just constantly trying to get better in my surfing and constantly trying to work with Leandro and see what we can better. So yeah, I think that helps.
Well, it certainly looked like it did today. Congratulations e parabéns. Descreve para o Brasil o seu mindset neste ano no City.
O mindset desse ano é para ir com tudo, para surfar com toda a vontade que eu tenho, para ir com fogo no olho e para não perder as oportunidades, porque eu sei que o ano passado eu perdi tanta oportunidade boa para mim. Então esse ano estou indo com tudo.
Parabéns. See you in the next one.
Obrigada.
Thanks, AJ. Happy Luana Silva. All she's been doing lately is winning. Nice easy pace in the Philippines on her way to the World Junior title. And now a solid heat win over Tatiana and Sally Fitzgibbons, two veterans that are expected to win. Remember, the Pacifico fan pick, 76%. Saw Tati running away with it. Well, top two do go to the round of 16, but seeding can change, and Lulu being a low seed, she could end up getting a different type of matchup. There's no easy matchups on tour, but sometimes it's nice to avoid at least world number one in that next round.
Yeah, definitely. But I feel like if you want to be number one, you got to beat them all. And I feel like Luana, the way that she's surfing, you know, she had that low percentage rate on the fan picks, but I just don't think people have had enough time to see her surf. And now they're going to get the chance.
Definitely. Nadia Arostarbe, happy to see Nadia in the CT jersey for the first time. Getting the call up as a WSL replacement surfer for the first 7 events of the year. That's up until the cut. And with veteran Joanne DeFay withdrawing from the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI, Nadia got the call and she accepted immediately and got here to Pipeline. You never know how many opportunities you're going to get as a replacement, but Strider, how many times have we seen that first replacement end up qualifying past the cut?
You know, it's an interesting thing where you have the opportunity and you almost have zero pressure, so it's easy for you to rise to the occasion.
Very true. Still plenty of time in heat number 2 of the opening round. Caroline Marks, 2023 world champ, way out front with a 7-point ride. More action from Caroline right after this.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by 805 Beer, Properly Chill, by Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL, and by Lexus, experience amazing.
Excited for another season on tour 2025, just getting started. Just a couple of days into the waiting period. Opening day of competition has been fun today. Rippable peaks through Aints, off the wall, and backdoor have been really the story of the day. Caroline leading this one still, coming off the break with her 7.0. Strider, you got to be in the ocean for the world title showdown at Lower Trestles last year, the Lexus WSL Finals, where it was Caroline versus Caity Simmers for everything. And their rivalry, their body language towards each other, the way they would laugh and smirk, I mean, they were pushing each other till the end. And Caity even made remarks about Caroline winning everything. It's, you know, Caroline's fresh off the gold in Tahiti at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. So it was on. We had Caroline really push Caity. Caroline won that first title match. It had to go to a third decider. Caity had to answer back, and as we know, she certainly did, to get her first world title of probably many in her career.
You know what? There was the comments from each of those athletes talking about smiling at each other and having surreal moments, but there was Spangs out. There was full-blown, like, death stares going down as well, and I loved it. I feel like Caroline was looking over at, Caity just going, it was, I saw, and after the thing was over with congratulations in the water, there was some pretty awesome moments of fierceness between the two, just looking at each other like, you won it, I know I wanted it, It was great. They're so competitive. It's unbelievable.
Well, on the women's tour, I think we're so used to dynasties, on the throne.
We've had that, yeah.
We just had, Lisa with 4, Lane with 7. There's just athletes that take over eras. Steph with 8, Carissa with 5. Tyler got 2 in there, and we're going, oh, no way. It's basically Tyler, Steph, Carissa owned 15 years of pro surfing. Yeah. Just nobody was getting in.
I'm hoping somebody else gets in there, too, this year. I want to see a third threat underneath all of them.
Well, that's what's so fun to celebrate. We've got Caroline Marks, then we've got Caity Simmers, just to have a couple of different champs.
I feel like Molly's going to make her way in there, too.
This would be the push for Molly, the Erin Brooks. I mean, think about
Erin Brooks.
There's so many new stories this season. Here we go, Caroline. Nice glassy, stretched out right. She's got the pace to connect on the first section. Quick whip in the pocket. Drills it off the top again. Frames it vertically for a third turn. Just blitzing sections. Adding so much to her lead out front.
Guaranteed she sat on the beach, timed the waves, saw that there was a little runner every 10 minutes, and said, okay, I'm going to go get those runners. They're there. I just got to wait for them. Because, the amount of time that's gone by, this wave is almost a carbon copy look of the wave that she had before where she got the 7. Not sure it's going to be that score again, but really close and absolutely, timed out to 10 minutes apart.
Good pace. Nice, easy, steady rhythm. She's not changing anything, picking the right waves with a big canvas to lay down that backhand. In her rookie debut, when she was just about 15 years of age, she was already getting credit for having the best backhand on the top 17. Here comes Nadia Arostarbe from Basque Country, up and down on the slip.
She looks a bit nervous to me.
Yeah, a series of falls so far on her first 3 decisions. But what a great year she had. She's the replacement surfer for a good reason, finishing 6th on the Challenger Series and representing such a cool part of the world. Theraut, or as you say there, Theraut, over there in Basque Country.
It's hard to get that little lisp out, huh?
It's just a really cool culture, man. Like, there's a lot of great waves. But every Thursday over there in Basque Country, I think they're still doing this. Maybe it's seasonal, but they have something called pinchapote, where you could have €5 on you, and it could last you all night. You go to a little venue, you can get a tapa and a drink. Go to the next one, tapa and a drink, and all you need is like €5. The government was like, hey, we want a day where everybody can have a good time. That's the kind of vibe.
So it's like a moratorium on cash flow and just within the establishments where everything's super cheap.
Yeah, it's great. You can have a great time. Great people there, great waves. And that's what Nadia is representing.
We got to get our country involved.
Seriously, let's make that happen everywhere. Could learn a lot.
Oh, man. quality of life, not quantity. Let's go.
Bella Kenworthy in an advancing position for the round of 16. Let's hear from her.
Yeah, it's crazy how good like all the younger girls are getting. Like the generation that I grew up in was like such a good generation to grow up in because everybody pushed each other from like such a young age. Like we were all just like, yeah, like you had so many people to like push you and like lead by example. And then like even like all the younger girls in the next generation below me are so good.
Always great to hear from Bella Kenworthy. Right into action, trying that first turn on the open face, wrapping it and stepping off. So talking about being pushed by a great generation.
It does look like the back leg's hindering the performance a little bit.
But I'm sure it's a big decision to make, you know, when you have an ACL tear, but you're about to make your debut as a rookie. Everything you've been working for your whole life, the decision to surf or not to surf, that's one of the toughest things to do.
Right as she comes off the top here, it looks like she's not getting to bend that knee completely the way she wants to. And I feel like I'm used to seeing her kind of compress the back leg a little bit more. But still, surfing really well.
Now Caroline on wave number 3, looking to improve on a 483, ton of speed. All patience, ends up throwing it away. She was experimenting a bit with longer equipment, especially at pipe and Tahiti, and now looking at Nadia. Oh, connects on her first turn, completes it, now getting herself in the mix.
It's so interesting, you know, for the viewer to understand. I wish they could get in the water right there and understand how shallow it is. And even a 4-foot face wave will just pummel you on the reef. And being in the wrong place at the wrong time, there's just so much water moving around on top of such a shallow shelf. You can really get yourself in a situation in there.
Oh, certainly an incomplete snap. Anywhere else, you're like, yep, cool, moving on. At pipe and backdoor and this stretch of reef, you're still waiting for the surfer to pop up, making sure they're all right. Nadia in her first experience in the Jersey at the championship tour level. And we mentioned it was for Joanne Defay missing out on this event. So we've just heard Defay will miss this one. Not sure what's going to happen for stop 2. So Nadia will have to be patient to see if she'll get the call up again. That last turn, a 4.0, now only needs a 2.27 to move into the top 2.
Yeah, she attacked that corner too. I mean, that way it was hucking over the reef closeout section. She went up late, banged into it.
Couple great results for her last season on the Challenger Series. Ended up making the semifinals at the U.S. Open at the Huntington Pier. Also had a semifinal finish in Sydney, quarterfinal at Snapper. So it was right in the mix for qualification all season long. Just fell out of the mix after Sakurema. And now checking out the homes out on the beach. For many, many years, they were owned by, you know, sometimes a lot of the sponsors. They would just have team houses. They'd kind of show up around late October, early November, and just hang out all season long. When the tour started at a different time, then people would kind of come and go, and those houses have a lot of stories to tell.
October to March.
And you'd see people just hang out at pipe all day. Like Claire Bevilacqua, you know, her sponsor had a house right on the beach, and so she was out here piping back door, trying to get the most barrels she could find. Rochelle Ballard always was putting her head down and pushing it. Calla Kennelly trying to get one off the crowd, which sometimes seemed almost impossible. As we look at Caroline throwing down a first turn, but incomplete. Her first fall there, but I could tell she's feeling comfortable. She knows she's got a little room to move and enjoy herself with the next few minutes.
Yeah, I think she's just trying to loosen up, and also at this point when you've got a pretty comfortable lead and you're feeling solid, it's great to just get reps and, you know, ride waves across this reef, because it's hard to get them when the crowd is out there.
Nadia now putting together a few different turns. Staying on her feet for the end section and only needs a 2.27 for Bella's spot second.
That could be it. Those three banger off the tops. Feeling good. A little more confidence in her surfing after completing that one turn into that corner. I think she kind of built off of that, and now she's looking like ready to take the second position.
Yeah, sometimes you got to surf your way into some completions, and she fell on her first 3 waves, then locked in the 4. It's a great tell of her headspace. You're just going, okay, she's not giving up, and now she's putting up a pretty solid effort to maybe get that second spot. One more look here.
Smaller wave, but a couple of quick turns and then completes the closeout. So I think the judges are going to have to think about it because the size of the wave might be against her, but her performance was solid.
The 24-year-old from the Basque Country now seeing if she'll get the jump into the round of 16. Peak on the way. The score is enough for Nadia. 3.17. Bella's dropped down to third as she's on this wave. Needs a 3.51 as she punches the first section. Just a real check to get back into the pocket. And then lines up a top turn, but a warbly section. With a knee brace on, she'll lose it. Reno's providing some positivity on that reaction, and her father Jason looking a bit serious there, knowing that missing that end section turn might cost her the heat here.
Say it ain't so. We'll find out. Things winding down pretty quickly here. Marksy out the back all by herself.
Up next, it will be Caity Simmers, Isabella Nichols, and wild card Moana Jones-Wong. Had that giant win back in 2022 alongside Kelly Slater, who won on the men's side. Called the Queen of Pipeline for good reason. I mean, she'd be out there anyway, even if there was no one taking photos or no industry. She loves it. Loves getting big barrels, has been pushing herself to improve since that win in 2022. As we see the clock run out here, and now getting up is Caroline. It's really coming down to the last of Bella. This one just too late for Caroline. Comfy out in front. We're just working out that second place position. You're either going to the elimination round or going to the round of 16. Bella did connect on her first section. And so judges want to take time to look at this first turn again.
Yeah, solid overhead wave, so a lot of meat on that one. Nice clean turn, set up the inside corner, and then doesn't get the credit for riding out of that one. That's definitely going to make a difference on the scoreline.
Ends up coming up short for Bella, just a 3-point ride. That means Nadia Arostarbe for Basque Country, WSL replacement surfer, gets the second spot to go to the round of 16, right behind the 2023 world champ Caroline Marks. Caity Simmers, Bella Nichols, Moana Jones-Wong next. We'll bring in Kaipu and Jesse for the call.
The Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing.
You guys said you have questions?
Oh, me. Who's your biggest inspiration?
I'm really inspired by my mom, my parents, my brothers.
I'm inspired by my mom.
My mom, my sister, my grandma, all of you guys, like all of these guys. So we're here for the first stop of the 2025 Championship Tour at WSL Rising Tides. We're here with Body Glove and Neutrogena, and we're here to take over Turtle Bay.
Oh my gosh, my heart is like racing.
Life's so sweet. It's so cool to have Erin here now in this full circle moment. She was there at the very first Rising Tides that we ever did, and now she's here as one of the icons of the sport.
The first Rising Tides I did was kind of around when I first started surfing, and I was able to hang out with girls like Carissa and Stephanie. They were so nice to me and so encouraging. Since I was a beginner, I didn't know too much, and they're even giving me tips and stuff.
What advice do you have for a young competitive surfer like us?
I wanted to be able to compete with them one day, so that definitely motivated me to work hard. And now I'm here, so it's kind of crazy.
There's so many women who have participated in Rising Tides that are now on tour that I really think it shows you how much this program is doing for women surfing. I know for sure it's really inspiring many women, but other than that, it's really creating and breeding these world champions for the future.
Rising Tides!
There you go. Thanks to Body Glove and Neutrogena for another epic Rising Tides, and Caroline Marks coming off a heat win in the opening round here for the women at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. I'm Kyle Guerrero. This is Jesse Mendez. That's a great program. It's kind of cool to see rolling out of that Rising Tides bit on how it works. It's because Erin Brooks started there, and now she's on the championship tour.
It's crazy to see that little image of her. She's like 5 foot tall, and just like, how could you explain, like, in 5 years from that, she's like winning events on tour? It's crazy to think
It's
about.
pretty radical, and it's pretty radical this heat right here because we have 2 pipe champions in this opening round. How did that happen? Well, we got Moana Jones, who's a wild card, who took a win out here, as well as Caity Simmers, who's our defending pipe champ, joined by Isabella Nichols. We're going to start with Moana Jones Wong, aka the Queen of Pipeline.
No doubt about it. The best woman surfer out there for sure. Knows this reef better than anyone. Looks like Caitlin.
Oh, in, out of the barrel, Caity Simmers. Picking up where she left off last year at Pipeline.
I was actually walking from the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I crossed path with her and Tom Whitaker, and they're like, it's kind of getting cleaner. Yeah, like they couldn't see the ocean because we were walking on the road behind. And I was like, yeah, it's getting cleaner. I think there's going to be some drainage for you guys as like in the next up and coming heats. There you go. Thank you.
And she got straight into it. Caity Simmers, let's take a look again at Simmers' start, Jesse.
Beautiful wave selection, mostly for this afternoon. The waves have been a little bit smaller. It seems like it dropped a bit. She came from behind that section, got a little bit clampy on the end, but hey, job was done and a great way to start. And she manages to actually just be in front of that whitewash. If you see it from this drone angle, you can perfectly aim at how that whitewash is tracking, and she's going to be just above that. And then she goes through a glimpse of a moment, and then it gets out again. So that just helps her to drive through this section and makes things cleaner, keeps the rails cleaner, and the judges seem to like that better.
Yeah, that's going to be a strong start for our defending world champ, our defending pipe champ, just 19 years old from Oceanside, California, Caity Simmers. Let's check out another world champ with a great start here at the Lexus Pipe Pro. That's Caroline Marks. Caroline's with AJ.
Kaipo, Caroline was just telling me 7th year on tour and still a few butterflies before you head out there at Pipeline. What do you think that means for you in this year of 2025?
Yeah, I just think it means I still really, really care. But yeah, for me, the first event always has so much anticipation. You know, you had all this time off, and Pipeline's such an intense wave, and there's just so much hype and all these things, you know, so I just was really excited to get out there. I'm like, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. I was talking to Carissa this morning. She's like, hey, I feel you, like, I get it, you know, I feel like that way every time, and it was good to hear her say that. You know, obviously she's had a long career and stuff, so I was like, all right, like, it's good. It means I still really care, so it's cool.
And what a way to rip the Band-Aid off with the 7.0 for your very first ride. How did you want to just attack this heat to set yourself up for this contest?
Yeah, obviously the conditions have changed a lot. This morning, you know, it was quite a bit bigger. There's some barrels. It was pretty shifty. It was actually a lot better than I thought. And I was on a completely different board this morning, and Yeah, on a different board right now, but the waves are super fun. There's just not as many barrels, but it's super rippable, and I don't know, I had a lot of fun out there, so I was just kind of picking apart the lineup with my coach, and we had a really good plan. I felt pretty confident going out there, so it was cool.
Plan well executed, Caroline. Congratulations.
Thank you.
There you go. Caroline Marks taking a heat win. Opens up with a 7-point ride, and Caity Simmers saw that, and she said, huh, you want to open up with a 7-point ride? I'm going to open up with a 7.17.
What a way to start the year, right? Like biting each other already. And that's what we want. Like, that's exciting. And I'm actually glad it looks so clean. Look at that. Like, there's a little bit of like a texture to it, but that's just because the wind was previously there. But the wave itself, it's nice, and I think it's just going to get better throughout the afternoon.
Yeah. 76 on the jersey of our defending world champ, representing the 760 Oceanside, California, Caity Simmers. What a surf phenomena Caity is. Got on tour 2023. She took the Rookie of the Year title. Next year, she took a world title. What more is in store for Caity Simmers? Probably a lot.
Yeah. No, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she gets to the stage of Riss Moore and even Steph Gilmore. Obviously, it's a huge task, right? Like, it takes years of commitment for you to do that, but she's on the track for it.
We talk about the Vissla Shaper rankings. Chris Borst has one team rider, but that's Caity Simmers right here. Chris Borst, her shaper, ex-professional skater, but even more interesting, I'm going to get into it, is how he makes these boards. Let's see the board in action right here. Caity Simmers, wave number 2. She's going to go to turns, looking down the line, a little warble there, lip glide, and gets the board right under her feet. Was that a completion?
No, that was not a completion, definitely. I love how she attacked. She's always on the attack mode. Like, you see, like, critical sections. She had it last year here at Backdoor, just hitting big sections, and it's great to see. It's refreshing because those are very shallow waters. Just a little bit front-footed right there, kind of like that side angle, and as she landed, waited on the front foot and just caught that outside rail. What a beautiful shot right there. That's like 2 feet of water, and once it gets to the inside where she's going to hit right now, as you see, as she tracks down the line, goes a little bit sideways, so as soon as she lands, she gets that outside rail and falls forward. But that's very shallow water right there. Very, very sketchy, mostly when you land forward like she did with the momentum.
More waves on the way here. Isabella Nichols, ride less at the moment, holding priority. 2.27 checks in for the backup for Caity Simmers. Simmers continues to impress us with her really young professional career, but she's already hit so many milestones. As we look at our CT by the numbers, combo heat wins in 2024, Caity Simmers on the top of the list right there with 3. These are head-to-head heats only.
Yeah, that's very impressive from her, and obviously, no doubt that she ended up taking the title. She was
you know what's impressive too? Vahine Fierro with 1 combo heat win, and Vahine in 2024 only surfed in one contest. So look out for the rookie, Vahine Fierro. It's been pointing towards her for quite a while.
One thing that plays into Vahine's advantage is always, like when you come from the Challenger Series and you get on the big league, like the waves, the power of the waves are a big difference. But for her that grew up in Tahiti, there are no but more power than those waves there. So she's used to that. So that's going to be in her advantage. She's not going to have to adapt. Probably rode boards for those conditions her entire life. So it's a little bit easier of a path for her to get there.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to talk about boards with Chris Borst, Caity Simmers shaper. Chris Borst, a professional skater, a son of an engineer. Chris Borst is tinkering around. Most people use factory-made CNC machines to mill boards. He developed his own machine, is proprietary to him, and the machine that Chris Borst has is so good at duplicating and cuts the board so fine. Half of the boards he makes goes straight from the machine to the glass shop.
Wait, what?
Yes.
No finishing before going to glass shop.
The machine finishes it.
What?
The machine not only finishes it, but it cuts an embossed logo in the foam. That's how sophisticated
no clue that was
that
actually
machine.
possible.
He did it on his own. Yeah, he did it on his. He's a really, really unique shaper. So I just kind of want to shine a light on that because, hey, you already got a world champ. You got the one team rider. Taylor Knox also is on Borst Designs. But just the way that he approached surfboard building in a different angle, I got to take my hat off to that.
That's very awesome. That's futuristic as well. Like, obviously, we have all types of shapers in the world, the ones that like to do it from start to the end. But having a machine that accomplishes all of that helps it out.
Here's Isabella Nichols on her first ride. Snaps off the top for Bella. Nice carve there. Shallow inside, and you, as typical, right there is such difficult, it's so shallow. You got the backwash coming up, and that bucked Isabella Nichols, 27 years old, starting her 5th year on the championship tour. She's on DHD, Darren Handley Designs.
Looks like she's going to get a clear path, which I've seen a lot of people getting caught on that little zone right there. And the problem about it, the waves are pretty small, but it's so shallow, mostly about like 10 feet behind where she is, that it doesn't give you a gap for you to duck dive. So
I'm sure it's happened to you here, where you just scrape your knuckles. You ding the bottom of your board and you scrape your knuckles all at the same time.
100%.
And you're just trying to survive.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're just, I mean, you don't even, like, you're thinking about it, but you're like, hey, like, at least I'm going to be able to put my head under the water, but it just gets scratched. Like, there's barely any water. And when you're watching from the beach as well, not just from the camera, you can't see that. So only surfers actually know that that's how shallow it is, that end shelf of backdoor. That doesn't happen with pipe, though. Pipe will have, like, a few rock heads, like, every once in a while, but you can dodge them. But backdoor is straight murder.
Yeah, nice to have a clear path out there. And Isabella Nichols is going to hear that she just scored a 3.5 on her first ride. So that gives her an advantage and puts her into the number 2 position. 15 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Yeah. You know what? It's a perfect time for a Bonsoy brew break as Lakey Peterson prepares for her heat. That'll be the final heat of the day. We'll be back after this. The Lexus Pipe Pro Lexus GX partnering with Kainui Kitchen to bring you some delicious Mochico chicken. One of my favorites right there. And the all-wheel drive in effect there with both the Lexus GX and all-wheel drive here on the face with Katie Simmers taking her Borst Designs through the paces, and that's a much better wave, and she's going to increase her heat total. With a nice backup there is Kaipo Grow and Jesse Mendez on the call. Katie looking smooth.
Definitely, and aggressive, not just smooth, beautiful style, like linking through the turns very nicely, but that finish was fierce. Putting that rail into work, you're going to see right here, she just that first setup carve all the way down, linking up with a nice little snap, and then right here she's going to set up that turn and really push that back foot on a critical section. obviously she already has a 7.17, so she wants to back it up as much as she possibly can. And 3 combo turn, that's great.
That's a 5.5. And there she goes. Looking pretty good. 12.67, 2-wave total. We could do the analytics on that. I think that's generally is going to get you through this opening round heat.
Yes, I have no doubt on that. I mean, if you look back to what we had, I don't think anyone lost to 12.67 today. Yeah. So, probability speaking, the chances are very high. You never know what's going to happen in this one, but yeah, she's looking great right now. And what I like the most, we kind of criticized her so much last year about sometimes being too cool and just sitting for 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah, we saw that at Sunset last year.
Saw that Sunset. We saw it at other places too. I think we saw her maybe, if I'm not wrong, at El Salvador.
Yeah.
But I like here, like she's so talented. She just needs to put herself in waves, and that's what she's doing right now. Like even though she got those 7.17, she already caught 2 waves and kind of mediocre waves, and she turned into a good score.
She's probably getting good advice from Tom Whitaker, her coach, right there, because the talent's already there. It's just fine-tuning the heat IQ, I feel, for this surfer from Oceanside, California. Moana Jones-Wong's going to take this one. Backside. Winds up off the bottom. Hooks that chilly surfboard off the top. Nice rhythm for a second carve there. Wave tapers just a bit. So she's going to stick with it into the shallow section. Banks it right over dry reef.
I mean, for you that don't surf or never surfed on a reef break, which there's plenty of people that haven't, when it creates those little wakes underneath, that means it's like...
That means trouble.
It's trouble. Like, there's no water underneath.
Aggressive snap by Isabella Nichols to open up here. Weaving down the line. And is able to pull the nose out there. Looks like she was going to poke the nose, but no problem. Completes that and lip glide to finish. Did not give up on that wave, Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, and I think that's very smart. With 11 minutes left, I think she pulled the trigger right. Like, you don't kind of want to keep applying pressure. She probably saw Moana's like wave before. The first section was nice and steep, and you're seeing only spray from the back. So, you know, you want to kind of keep applying pressure in this kind of type situation of heat right now. And she finished off very well on the last turn. As we see right here, like you mentioned, like a lot of energy on that first down the line snap. The wave gets a little stiff here, just hard to generate speed, but she's going to somehow able to keep herself calm and just finish it off very strong. There's a lot of froth, but she puts her board and glides down through the lip very nicely. Aimed it down the right way and came out clean. And here's Moana, the turn that I was mentioning to you. Nice, tight, and vertical. Actually, Bella wasn't looking at her, which is great. She's just keeping focus on what she needs to. That's smart of her. And then finish it off right there with no water. The wave, though, on the smaller side of things, so that's going to keep the score a little bit lower than she would probably hope for. You need something like that.
Wow, that was some quick feet right there. Caity Simmers, although it was just one turn, got under the, as the lip was falling, climbed the lip right there. That's, I mean, we're picking out some details right now, but you got to acknowledge that was some great balance and some quick feet by Caitlin Simmers.
Very, very, very hard to do. Very aggressive.
Yeah.
As much as she was late on that one, we cannot deny that, the fact that she was late. But yeah, it's very technical, very hard to do.
Score came in for Isabella Nichols as a 4.33. She's in a solid second place right now. Still waiting for the last score for Caity Simmers. Probably not going to affect the scoreline. So it's Caity up in the lead, Isabella in second. Moana Jones-Wong needs a 4.9 to go to second and advance out of this heat into the round of 16. Let's check in with Ross Williams in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Ross, what are you up to?
This morning was so different from right now. So the north swell that we've been anticipating is starting to fill in. You got key markers, Pupukea, rock piles, and even the way backdoor looks is starting to change. And if you can look at the sand from Eukaya all the way over here to Gums, it's crawling over here. You get the waves and the current pulling the sand this way. And over the next 6 days, that is going to be our dominant direction. So we'll have to keep a close eye on the sand, because when this sand covers this reef, it really changes how surfers are going to compete and how they're going to surf on this stretch.
Yeah, Ross, what's that going to mean when we see towards the end of the waiting period, maybe potentially some northwest swell?
What's really interesting, Kaipo, is, you know, this sand is going to be tricky. It's not the best for pipe, but that swell on the 4th, 5th, 6th is really nice and west. It's about 306 degrees, so even though the sand's going to be tricky, hopefully that direction will help push through some classic pipeline lefts.
Awesome, Ross. Yeah, yeah. It's Hawaii sand's special because it's this large grain and it moves really fast. Every night it moves. You wake up in the morning and the beach looks different.
And like if you're surfing in the stretch here from like log cabins all the way to Sunset, there's so many, they constantly change. Like every day you surf a different bank and it feels different. So it's very fun, but it's tricky for wave like pipeline and backdoor.
Pipeline, Moana Jones-Wong goes there. Isabella Nicol goes backdoor. Moana closed out. Isabella split to peak and went right. So Moana still is going to be searching for a 4.9. And Isabella on the paddle back out. Did you know what the majority of the sand here on the North Shore over thousands of years is actually made by the poop of the parrotfish eating the coral?
I had no clue about it.
Here's Isabella on the replay. Oh, and a missed opportunity. Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks. Who do you think the fans picked?
Simmers. You can't go past that, right?
Hey, 75%, but look at 22% right there. That number for the Queen of Pipeline, Moana Jones-Wong, and 3% for Isabella Nicol. So the majority of the fans picking Caity Simmers, and the majority of the fans are correct right now.
And it's crazy to think about it because with this situation, it's an obvious pick. You pick Caitlin Simmers, but if it's a proper pipeline day, I'll give the edge to Moana.
100%.
So I wonder if the fans actually have that knowledge of like, hey, if the situation change, I'm going to have to change who I'm picking, which you do. That's surfing. That's how it is.
Yep. At WorldSurfLeague.com, you can get on WSL Fantasy and build your team there. And you also can do the fan picks. Just click on the heats, click your surfer, pick your surfer. We're going to extrapolate all that data and then report to you on the Pacifico fan picks. And nobody wants that one, and wisely so, because that was a semi-straight hander. I feel we're lucky though with the wind right now.
We're very lucky. Once that wind started to creep in, I think around heat 11, I was like, oh, we're done. Like, I wonder if even a women's are going to get in the water, but somehow it backed off, and I think we have a few hours until it comes back up, which is a big blessing for us to get like at least a few of those heats of the women's out of the way and kind of have a little bit more time. Every few hours that we get out of the way, we can kind of select and be more picky with the best conditions for the up and coming days.
We'll get 16 heats in today, and I consider that a win.
A win, 100.
When you look at the context of the overall, and for all of you, like, sometimes you may wonder, why are you running today? It's not the epic pipeline, but always our goal is when we look at an event window, is to pace ourselves. Get some heats are going to be grindy, but the goal is to have the best finals day possible.
And the surfers understand that because they're also the best at looking at chargers. They do that for living, you know. So you got to sacrifice some. Mostly the round one that no one loses, you sacrifice that to get better conditions along the road, you know.
Yeah, it's an easy sacrifice, right? And check out our next heat coming up. Brisa Hennessy, Tyler Wright, Lakey Peterson.
That's a stacked heat for a small backdoor day.
Right? I can't, like, I want to see the Pacifico fan picks for that heat because I think that's going to be spread pretty evenly between those three surfers. Again, Moana Jones-Wong in the third place now. She's not going to be eliminated from competition. She will just go into the women's elimination round. She needs a 4.9 to avoid that path.
And what a tough situation for Bella to be on it, right? Like, because she has third priority, but she needs to better something better than a 3.5, which is not the easiest, cleanest wave for you to look. Like, anything I step on it, I'm going to better. So as much as she needs that sense of urgency to try and better her 3.5, like, it needs to be something of substance, because bettering for a 3.6, 3.7, it's not going to change anything. So she really needs to play a smart heat now to try and nail the coffin in this last 3 minutes. For her advantage, Caitlin is in first place with a huge gap in front of them, and she needs to better 5.5. So she's going to be looking for something good. So maybe she's going to let something squeeze by and Bella can take advantage of that in third priority. We'll see that.
And what do you think about their positioning right now? Look at Caity's far away, just sitting, you know, really wide or deep for a right.
I think more of a deep of a right than a wide for pipe. Like, I don't see many pipe waves coming today. Obviously, there's a few goofies that turn a few scores into it, but I think she's more likely sitting deep. And I like her positioning because I've seen people actually miss some good deep waves that are easier to ride. They have that cleaner face. They don't stretch out so much, so it's easier to read. And she can gamble a little bit. Like, she has room for that.
It seems like at this size and this angle, Jesse, that you need to kind of start deep, because once the wave starts peeling down the line, if you're anywhere wide, it's really hard to take off. Here's Moana. She's not going to wait. 4.9, aggressive, big aggressive first turn. Nice carve again on that chili. And grinds it out for a finish. The 4.9 is what she's seeking. I think that first turn was a little late. It was aggressive.
Aggressive, I'm with you, Kaipo. That first turn was very aggressive, up and vertical, but she was late. And if we see it before, Caitlin Simmer's 2.17, that we kind of loved that turn, but she was late as well. And the judges penalized that, which I'm in agreement with them. You need to time it well in order to get a good score. I like her second turn. She drove through that car very nicely, and the wave got kind of small. But let's go back here. It's a nice backside wave, a little bit tighter. But she takes just a little bit too long on that bottom turn and gets vertical, but a little sticky. And then this second carve was beautiful and finished it off the wave strong. I feel like that's her best wave so far, but I don't feel like that's the score. Needed to be a little bit cleaner, but she's back in the game, and 1 minute left, you never know.
Yeah, you're right. She needed a 4.9, got a 4.17. She is back in the game, needs a 3.67, has under a minute to seek out that wave. But now Isabella, as a smart competitor, has priority over Moana, and I don't think Isabella, Jesse's going to give Moana any room.
No, she shouldn't. I wouldn't if I was her, and I like her positioning, letting her go first, you know, keeping a close eye, but sitting underneath. So she's gonna. I always repeat that, but that's just textbook smart surfing, smart competing strategy. But she's gonna let her decide, hey, are you gonna go on the wave? And then look, as soon as she turned around, she was like, okay, she's going. Now I'm gonna block her. Just try and make the most of it with this opportunity, because there might be one on the back.
There's a little defense there. Wanted to go on the offense and just one turn, so I don't know if that's going to better her score line. 10 seconds left for Moana. Catching up with Caity Simmers, so that leaves Moana out to sea, and the horn's going to blow, and Moana Jones-Wong will be in the elimination round.
Yeah, smart for Bella right there. Oh, she's going over the falls. That's sketchy. Oh, she's all right. She came up on the board. That's crazy.
Moana Jones-Wong, we'll see her again in the elimination round. Round of 16 will feature Caity Simmers right here, as well as Isabel Nichols. A dominant performance by Caity Simmers. More on the way right after these messages. Check out Caity.
it's weird because I feel like my generation, when I first got on tour with Carissa and Coco and Mamiya, and Steph was already there, but kind of still younger in her career, and Sally, like I feel like our generation was a shift from the previous. And then now as I'm kind of getting a little bit older, seeing this newer generation come on, it's the first time I've really seen another like big uptick in the women's side, like with performance. And it's so cool to still be there and on tour and try and stay ahead of these girls or relevant with these girls and compete against them, but also just to see the level rise, especially in bigger surf like a pipe. It's really cool. I feel like the women's side is almost the more exciting side right now, just to watch what's happening and unfolding.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Yeah, check out the podcast. 805 Cold Beer Surf Club, Lakey's Peterson, Connor Coffin, couple 805ers, Caity Simmers, a 760er with a heat win, signing some of the jerseys on the beach. Remember, hey, you can get your jersey too. Go to WSLstore.com. All the jerseys are up right now. And we got lots more planned for you today, because after the final heat of the day, which is this heat, we're going to have the 805 post show. We can go over all the highlights of the day, some interesting conversations, some highlights of looking forward, all on the 805 post show. That's coming right after this heat. I'm Kaipo. This is Jesse Mendez. And we're stoked to get everything going in 2025.
First day of planning to come. An exciting future ahead of us. Everyone's been ripping so far, and obviously a lot of them just warming up. First gear still.
Yep.
And it's about time.
It's about time to get going. This is a stacked heat. Brisa Hennessy, Tyler Wright, Lakey Peterson. All of these women have had success here at Pipeline. Lakey Peterson's had a great run every time she's shown up in the draw here. 2-time semifinalist, Lakey actually. Brisa Hennessy, last year semifinalist. Tyler Wright, she actually won here when we did the continuation of the Maui Pro, the Women's Maui Pro. We finished off that event here at Pipeline, and that was the first time we saw the women in modern time really take on Pipeline. And Tyler shared a final with Carissa. Tyler coming up on top. That was in 2021.
Yeah, talking about stacked heat, I think in my personal opinion, this is the most stacked heat we have from the men's and women's side on the first round. Like as far as maturity on tour, level of surfing, and how those conditions suit their surfing very well.
Brisa is going to be first on the board. Brisa Hennessy looking sharp, and a couple of turns there. And let's just see. Just got some message from the CI crew. Brisa is on a 5.9 2-point pro. There she is on the paddle back out. And Lakey Peterson is on a 5.10 CI pro. So that's the equipment for the two surfers. And take another look at ride number one for Brisa.
Yeah, nice little pocket right there for her. Brings the turn all the way back around. The wave gets a little bit smaller, but she really finds that pocket and gets up in vertical. Great way to start the heat.
Yep, so we talked. Here's Lakey Peterson. Swoops off the bottom, looking smooth down the line. And Lakey's out, so we'll be waiting for numbers 4, Lakey Peterson as well as Brisa Hennessy. Speaking of Lakey Peterson, she's a sneaky pick. You know, we talked to you about WSL Fantasy. When we look at the history of WSL Fantasy, we're going to get back with those numbers, because staying busy is Brisa Hennessy, already on ride number 2. And unfortunately, Brisa catches a rail, goes down there. But as I was saying, Lakey Peterson is actually, if you're looking to put points on the board and you want to pay attention to history, is actually the top performer of providing points for fantasy surfers. She scored 23, basically 24 points for you in 2022. She scored 32 points for you in 2023. So remember, Lock up your lineup for the fantasy before men's round 32, women's round 16. Get involved.
And these are actually kind of big numbers, mostly on the women's side. Like this tends to be an event that they score a little bit less because of the conditions a lot of times. Like just heavy water, hard to figure it out. The men's have more experience. The men's have been surfing these waves for what, 20, 30 years? And they had just started about 3 years ago. So those are some good numbers for her.
Yeah. And she's a sneaky pick. I mean, when you off the top of your head, you wouldn't go, oh, Pipeline, Lakey Peterson.
Yeah.
But that's why you got to look at the history, look at the numbers. And I'm giving you guys tips, by the way. So actually all season, I'm going to continue to dig through the archives, dig for all the data and information, Jesse, and give our fantasy players some tips all season long.
There you go. I like that. Well, you've done very well for yourself, obviously, on this.
Well, actually, Lakey's husband, Tom, is also a world WSL fantasy champ.
There he goes. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He has the right pick.
Yeah. I wanted to ask him if he always puts his wife on
He
his
has
team.
to. I don't think there's an option there.
Okay, you know that too. Okay, gotcha. Tati's on your team.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
I got to go back home, man. Or I secretly make a fake account with a different name.
No. Hey, happy wife, happy life, Jesse. You already figured that one out. 21 minutes, 35 seconds, and the numbers have come through. Lakey with 2.33. Brisa's opener was a 4.67, just a fractional score on her second wave. Here comes Tyler, looking for the barrel, finds it, threads through that first section, and she comes rocketing out on the Pizell. Tyler Wright is going to get the highest score so far in this heat with that performance right there. Patient, waited for it, positions herself, executed.
We've been talking about this, and mostly with these conditions right now, getting a little bit cleaner. We're going to see that open face clean up a bit more, get a little bit more hollow, and that's what she did. First glimpse of it, just at the back of my head, that's the best wave we had it so far on the women's side. Beautiful barrel to start, combo it up. We haven't seen that yet. As you see right here, bigger wave in size and just beautiful read. See how she puts her foot, both of the foot in front of the pad, and then she moves back to get that good snap and get tighter again to have more maneuverability on the board. So just very smart surfing. Look, moves her foot forward, gets in the barrel, gets all stable and tucked in, comes out, moves the foot back again, stomps on that back foot, gets a critical turn and finish it off strong. That's, I mean, that in my opinion, that's the best we've seen it so far on the women's side.
Great execution of the 4 Ps. That is position, pick, paddle, and perform. Do all those 4 things right, you're going to get a good number, and that's great surfing.
You're looking for a world title if you do all those things right every day.
Yeah.
Because it's so easy to say it from here, right? And
yeah.
To execute it, it's just we have the 3 best, and she was the one that got that wave.
Yeah, and the numbers are trickling in. 7.33 for Tyler Wright.
Best wave of the woman so far.
Well done, Tyler. Let's hear from Caity Simmers, fresh out of the water with a heat win. She's with AJ.
Kaipo, Caity showing no intentions of giving up that yellow jersey, starting the season off with a heat win. Just how much does that give you confidence coming into this new year?
Yeah. Sorry, I can't. There's some loud noise.
It's quite loud with the speaker.
There's loud noise happening. I mean, yeah, I was feeling good going into it. I don't know. It just kind of got really beautiful before my heat. Like the wind died down. And I just had a really nice moment before my heat, and I was feeling good. And then, yeah, I got a good little barrel, so I'm happy.
Yeah, you had a nice moment in your heat, too. How'd you find that barrel?
I just kind of sat where I've been sitting to get all my fun waves, and then it came. And that's kind of it. And then I was not expecting a barrel, but then it kind of just happened for me, and I'm thankful.
Caity, we're coming back here to Pipeline, where obviously you had a big win last year, also made a big statement about how Pipeline is for the girls. Just how do you want to build on what you did last year?
I just want to just kind of surf pipe and figure it out more and more. And then hopefully we get good days where it's like a little scary but a little fun too. And then that's kind of when I have the best time. So.
Off to a good start, Caity. Thank you.
Thanks.
Priority is white, then red.
All right. Live action here with Lakey Peterson, and looks a little disinterested there before she kicks out. Poor Caity Simmers trying to do an interview, and our on-site announcers kind of got in her ear, and that's enough to rattle anyone. Hey, you guys, when you see the interview, let them have an interview. Unless it's an important, unless someone needs to score, you know. So last wave for, oh, we're going to get caught up with a wave for Tyler Wright. Looks like she got a 5.83, and she's on the paddle back out, Jesse.
That's a great backup. Like, if we talk about a dream scenario for Caitlin Simmers on a previous heat with a 7.17 and a low 5, if I'm not mistaken, 5.5, like, that's just a touch better and just applying a lot of pressure into the opponents. And
here it is.
Kind of like underneath. Wow, that was a beautiful wrap. Nice snap there. One more in the critical section. Another one, and that's the 2 for 1. That's a problem sometimes. I've seen that happen a little bit today. You kind of want to do too much, and you almost should just finish that turn and put an exclamation point to the situation and make the judges, like, you're performing to the judges, and that last impression really counts. So, like, if she would have landed that last turn, she would have added a little bit more, but it was probably worth it just finish it off strong and focusing on the last moment before the closeout for her to really put an exclamation point in that wave. But still a solid score for her, which she deserved. It was very well surfed wave.
Tyler Wright looks rejuvenated to me, Jesse. That she took her time off the off season. You can see she was doing some house renovation. She's getting to fishing. How important is that to come with a fresh set at the beginning of the season? Because that's what I'm seeing from Tyler so far.
Yeah, I agree. I'm in agreement with you, and that's the hardest thing you can possibly think about on tour. Because if you talk about the best surfers in the world, what can they get better? Like, how can they prove themselves? And the judges get tired of your surfing. Like, they get tired of what you've been doing because they've been watching so much. So you need to bring that surprise factor to the table every single year. And somehow, the best in the world that have been there for 10, 15 years, they somehow manage to pull that off every single year. When you think you've seen enough of them, they bring something else. And right there, she looks fresh. That board looks nice, like it's on top of the water, sparkly. And I feel like she's actually been doing that for the last few years. She kind of, it's getting a little bit more dynamic. She's always been so powerful, great in the barrel, charged it, but she's been more dynamic. The last 2 years, she really put an effort into that, and she surfs faster, and yeah, she's looking great.
Well, already super efficient in 2025, Tyler Wright. 2 waves, 2 keeper scores. Halfway through this heat here, Brisa Hennessy with priority, currently in second. Has a pretty decent 4.67.
This is pristine conditions. Look how glassy that is right now.
Yeah.
Makes me want to get in the water. You want to surf?
Yeah, yeah. And then you know what we say in Hawaii about the weather. If you don't like the weather, you just got to wait a half hour.
Yeah.
Because it's likely going to change, especially in the winter time.
Well, how many we have today, right? Like different
moods.
Wow, that was beautiful.
The Paizel's looking good. I mean, it's just looking tri-V and in control. We talk about that tri-reef all the time. There's that patch right there. But Tyler's looking just on point. Here we go with Brisa, currently in second. A little bit behind there. Catches up. Couple of nice carves. So she is going to get rid of that fractional score that she currently has in her score line and take a little stronger position.
What great surfing. Like the girls are going to kind of be scratching their heads that they let that wave go, but it wasn't that good of a wave. Tyler just out-surfed it. Like, there was a 3.5 potential, maybe a 4.5 potential on that wave, and she turned into a great score. Let's see how the judges think. It was a smaller wave in size, but the damage was done. And what I want you guys to pay attention here, as you're going to see, she's going to torque that upper body and look all the way back into the whitewash and rebound, and somehow she gained traction again and did that second bottom turn and still got so much flare out of the lip. She's good. She's looking good to better that score because the surfing was above average on that wave, way above average. It's excellent surfing.
And Brisa here, looking for a backup, gets out. And when we talk about Tyler, you're right. 6.5 for that effort, Jesse.
All props to her.
So She has put her best foot forward every single time she's got to her feet, Tyler Wright. And if this is the scouting report for 2025, you might want to count Tyler in because she's looking in control and the equipment's looking on point. Hey, you know what? I'm going to take a Bonzoy brew break. I'd like you to join me, Jesse. We'll be back with more action. Tyler Wright's ripping. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this. Let's get you caught up with day number 1 of the championship tour season here at Pipeline. Guess what? Toledo's back. Felipe Toledo taking a win, takes to the air, full road, no problem for Toledo. Back on tour, snapping the sharp eye. Barron Mamiya also advanced out of this heat, our defending champ. And the North Shore boy made sense of some jumbled conditions with a big snap at the end. John, that's what he does.
How's that takeoff?
Drops into the barrel. John Florence advanced out of heat number 6, doing the dance. But it was Ian Govea back on tour, back with inspiration. Govea actually beat John in this heat, and both advance into the round of 32. Can't talk about Pipeline without talking about Kelly Slater. Slater pulls into a familiar situation at backdoor. Kelly Slater. Is there anyone better here? I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna stop you guys. Slater takes out Italo Ferrer and Sammy Pupo in his first round opening heat. The ladies, the women that impressed us. Top of the day, Luana Silva, newly crowned World Junior Champ, taking that momentum and taking a heat win. Caroline Marks on the backhand, opened up with a 7-point ride with some sharp backhand surfing. Caroline also taking a heat win in the opening round for the women. How was that finish? Caity Simmers, our defending champ. What? There she does it. 7.33 for Caity Simmers. And Caity, strong in her approach. And now you're all caught up for day 1. Live action here with Lakey Peterson. Off the bottom, off the top. Lakey trying to get back into this heat. Needs a 6.11. Piper Girl along with Jesse Mendez on the call here. As we're ending the day, productive day, and Pipe's been cooperative weather-wise.
Yes, it has. I do see a little bit of wind right now. As you just mentioned, you could see the texture on that wave just about to break in on Lakey's wave as well, but still offshore enough. It's a little bit stronger, but yeah, you can see it right there, feathering.
Wow, that's a big turn by Brisa Hennessy, new rider for Channel Islands. It looks like the boards are working out. Let's see if she gets the finish. That's always so difficult. But the one thing about Brisa is how consistent she is. There's Mom, Caity, and Dad, Mike, on the beach for Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, that was a massive turn for her, and she kind of needed that because Lakey's just literally dropped a hammer right there. 2 massive turns on very critical sections. As we see it right here, Brisa, she's going to get so tight in that first and push that back foot on the pocket. But then the wave gets very foamy, which is very hard for you to traction. You see how uncontrollable the board is. That's just because there's air and water mixed up together. So it's very hard for you to get traction and generate speed throughout that wave. But that first turn, look how steep it is. Brings that front arm around and then just styles it out. Lots of power. And there's a big lump right there. You can see the wave kind of breathing through is what we call it usually. And she just powered through like there's nothing. Beautiful turn for her. She kind of needed that to better that 3.77.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for the numbers on that exchange between Lakey Peterson and Brisa Hennessy to set up this heat. Heat control, Tyler Wright, she's got some big numbers on the board, and she has priority. So Tyler in a really good position, and very unlikely to see Tyler Wright in the elimination round at this point. She's just got a stranglehold on this heat.
And what a way to start, right? Like for Tyler's standards, she didn't have the best end of the year so far last year. So for her to start with the right foot forward is great for her.
Whoa, talk about that exchange between Brisa and Lakey Peterson. Lakey coming up on top of that exchange, 6.63 for Peterson, a 5.2 for Brisa Hennessy. Brisa remains in second, but now the need for Lakey Peterson, a mere 3.24. She put herself in a great position with 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Brisa needed that wave because obviously we saw that Lake did damage on that first, on the wave previous. As you see right here, beautiful open wall. Wave gets very steep. She's going to get up in vertical. Right here, she wobbles on the bottom turn, but she somehow manages to kind of drive through and get very knifey with that inside rail, and super sharp, laser sharp for her. But it was impressive how she regrouped from that first turn into the bottom turn. Second, she wobbled a little bit and somehow managed to get a good angle out of it and get a 6.63. Great effort for her, and she's looking sharp.
All right, remember, this is the last heat of the day, but the fun's not over, you guys. Stick around for the 8:05 post-show where Joe Turpel, Strider Wozlowski, and Jesse Mendez will talk you through all of today's action. Take a look at forecasts. We'll take a look at the best performance of the day, a little bit of speculation, probably some fun. It's all coming up on the 8:05 post-show. I'm a big fan of the Cerveza, the white cans with 805. I know a lot of people like the traditional black cans, but I'm going to go with the white cans. Cerveza, definitely. It's light, nice on the palate. It pairs well with poke. It
does?
Yes.
Oh, we got to try it out.
Yeah. Do you like poke?
I love poke.
You have a favorite flavor of poke?
Spicy.
Spicy. Yeah, spicy ahi. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I like spicy ahi, and I like taco poke.
Oh, taco poke is amazing, yeah.
And taco, we're not talking Mexican food. Taco poke in Hawaii means octopus, which is delicious. Anyway, back to the action here with 4 minutes on the countdown, and Lakey Peterson just needs a small score to move into second place. And here goes Lakey, screaming down the line, needs to place a turn, and she does. Quick snap to project down the line. Another quick snap, times it well with the backwash, doesn't need much, and Lakey knows that. Tap to finish, just needs a 3.24.
It was, I mean, it was a great, well-surfed wave, but that first section, there's more left on the bone. Like, she went very lateral. In the situation of the heat, I understand she needs a 3.24, but that could bite her back because it's...
She was surfing for a 3.24.
She was surfing for that, and you can only nurse it so much in this level. Like, as you see it right here, obviously the wave's running down the line, so she eyes it down, sees it, but as she gets on the bottom turn, that section right there, she could have carved it down, and it would have put her in a better timing for the second turn as well. So this end bit here, there's not much. So she would have just focused on that first 2 turns. She would have got a big score. I think she still got it. I'm not complaining that, but it's going to leave the door wide open for Brisa. One big turn, she could get the score back.
And you have a trained eye, Jesse, where you can tell a surfer is holding back. You know these surfers well enough. You know what they're capable of. You can see even the pace it was a frantic pace that she had on that wave. It wasn't a relaxed, I'm in control pace. It was a race to get basically a 3.5 point ride.
Which I don't blame her. Like 3-point choose feels way harder than 8-point rides because it's so up there. There's so much opportunity. You don't want to lose just needing that little score. But as soon as she took off on a wave, she could have identified like, hey, this is an easy 3-point ride. I'm just going to solid surf and just don't nurse it. Because it could keep the judges guessing sometimes, you know, like, hey, you had the chance and maybe you went a little too soft on that first turn. Still great. She kept the speed, the head speed. I think she's going to surf difference on this wave here.
She's taking our insurance policy right here. Halfway out, just one more wave, a lot more carvy through there, and not getting the finish, but I like the more commitment to rail on that wave, and I like the fact strategically, if I didn't get it that time, I'm going to give myself another chance before she gets all the way out in the mix with the other surfers with priority.
Yeah, and if you just look at that, she didn't do anything so special for Lakey standards. Anyone else in the world, yeah, sure.
So the previous wave, she did not get the score. 3.2, she needed a 3.24. So we're waiting for one more wave. So good thing Lakey took that insurance policy, but I don't know if that second wave's going to do it either. Again, Lakey Peterson needs a 3.24. Here's our heat leader. Tyler Wright ducking into a barrel. That would be a tough one to come out of, and it eats Tyler up, unfortunately. No harm, no foul. She will remain in the lead. Big question, did Lakey get that 3.24 on her second attempt?
Me personally, I think she surfed better that wave. I think she was a little bit more calm. She didn't do anything extravagant on that wave, but she finished off her turns, and that's what the judges want to see. They don't want you leaving anything on the bone. And if you see her start of the wave, it's a wider wave, smaller in size, but nice vertical first turn. And this second turn, she's going to bring it all the way around. Look where her head goes, aiming all the way back into the foam, and that shows the commitment to it.
A finish would have maybe clinched it for her. If anything's going to happen.
No doubt on the finish. If she would have came out of that, it would have been 100% sure. But now, I personally like that wave better. She had no urgency to it. She surfed it to the full potential the first 2 turns that she had.
3.24 is what she needs. Waiting for those numbers to populate, and she gets it by a hair. A 3.53. Lakey Peterson goes up into the lead. That leaves 14 seconds for Brisa Hennessy to respond with a 4.97.
And the judges notice that. You see how important it is for you, like, not to show like you're nursing and trying to just get the score you're needing. Like, that's very important for
It was smart for her to give herself a second chance when she had it.
Yeah. And I know she adapted to it. She realized that, hey, I nursed it too much. I need to go bigger on this one.
Well, it's final. We're going to see Tyler Wright with a dominant performance. She'll be in the round of 16, along with Lakey Peterson. And we'll see Brisa Hennessy in the elimination round for the women. And we will see you folks right after this break for the 8:05 post show on the way after this.
It's time for the 8:05 post show, opening day of competition, third day of the waiting period for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. Look, what a gorgeous afternoon we have. We almost saw everybody surf, still a couple of heats to go to finish off the women's round. So the fiery Erin Brooks, Fahine Fierro, they're going to be waiting for another day of competition, but we got to see some ripping. How fun was that? A different look at peaky high performance sections, even big punts into the flats if you're a rookie like Marco Mignot. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, Strider Wazalewski. Starting with you, Jesse, what was your favorite part about the first day of competition this season?
I actually got to say Marco Mignon. Like, I think he was a standout today. Like, you come in with so much pressure to prove to the world that you're capable of being there, and he just showed up and blew up, like massive airs, and good work for him.
I was sitting with Strider and Ross earlier, and they jumped straight to Jackson Bunch for Rookie of the Year. While I have you here, who's your standout pick for Rookie of the Year, just in case you had someone different besides Jackson?
Let me think. I think I'm going to Jackson as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just overall a great surfer. He's good in the barrel, good in turns, incredible in the air. But it's the crazy thing about when you get on tour, there's so much expectation, but you got to develop yourself. Like, you got to put in the work, and you got to show why you're here for. And sometimes you have big names that everyone has expectation, but they don't.
Now he's got the commentator's curse on him too, so he's going to have to battle through that.
Is that a real thing?
You know what? No, but
that's what they say.
It can happen.
Yeah,
it could.
There's also some just usual suspects. What happens when Jack Robinson paddles out here? It always seems like it's pumping. It's almost like that Tom Curran mystique. He's always in the right place at the right time.
There's just one thing about him, and there's never a doubt, and that's it. And he literally thinks he's going to get the best way to the heat, and he's going to get the scores he needs, and he's going to get the tube he wants, and he's never out of it ever in his mind.
Well, the big narrative coming into this season was there's some big shoes to fill, or there's a big opportunity, with Medina being injured for 3 events, John Florence taking the rest of the year off beyond this wild card. Are you going to see some new rivalries already popping up, Jesse? And who's going to really try to take over the tour, especially in this first half of the season?
I mean, if some of these guys and I have the talent that this guy's had, I would be thinking about it, right? Like, first name that comes to mind, obviously Iago, Jack Robinson, one of them. Actually, Griffin and Ethan, those guys never had titles, and the door's wide open. We got Felipe and obviously a few other guys, but hey, when you take down John and Gabriel, the 2 most dominant surfers in the last 10 years, it opens the gap for sure.
Also looking at the women today, looking solid. Caity Simmers, she's coming in as the defending world champ for the first time in her career, defending pipe champ. Looked really comfy today, Strider.
Yeah, there wasn't any barrels going down, and then she comes in straight in out of the gates and gets a wave like that. She's another one that is, I think, thinking and kind of bringing it all to herself the way that Jack Robinson might. I mean, she's got so much confidence now. I feel like she's a different surfer from last year. I know she won the world title, but she's also mentally in a much better place, more stable, more confident. And it's not like, oh my gosh, I just did this. It's like, I'm going to do this.
717 for Caity Simmers. That was a big number for today's conditions as she went right back to where she left off from last year. Giant heat win. And the funny part about Caity is, like, opening round 3-person heats aren't really automatic for her. Usually she goes, okay, one-on-one, then she takes over. Good sign, and maybe that's the big difference. Getting more familiarity with this format. She'll jump right into the round of 16 with even more confidence.
I have no doubt on that, and it's just smarter for her to just keep herself busy, like sometimes we criticize, I mentioned on her last heat, criticize her for just sitting too much, and this heat she was just the opposite of that. Started with a banger, came back out, backed herself up, and she's so talented. She just needs to stand up on the board and give herself opportunities.
Gosh, who's going to push Caity the most? I mean, we got to go straight to Cara Lupo. She was runner-up in the world last year, and she looked insanely comfy today on her backhand. Caroline Marks was just easy breezy, picking the best waves, really smooth. And I guess we'll wait to see if Erin Brooks enters that conversation, or will it be a veteran like a Tyler Wright who looked good today, as she's still hunting for a third world title was.
Yeah, the whole board is just looking so solid on the women's side. I feel like getting to see Erin Brooks come into the mix, this whole thing is gonna change, and the competitive rivalries that you kind of have created already, with Caroline Marks and Caity Simmers. I mean, I'm telling you right now, Caroline Marks was so pissed that she lost the world title. Pissed. Like, you could just see it in behind the seething smile. And I felt it, and I kind of had a couple of words with her about it. So there's so much left on the table that has to be dealt with from last year. And then you've got, Erin Brooks coming in, and, Luana Silva, all these people coming in, and they're just going to it's going to be really fun to watch.
Well, the thing that gets interesting, too, is now that we have this true movement, where we have this younger generation taking over the tour, what happens to a Tyler Wright? She has her true rivals of Steph and Carissa not in the jersey at the moment, and it's weird when you see a two-time world champ all of a sudden turn into almost an underdog, if you could say. And all of a sudden, all the highlight reels are the young guns on tour.
Yeah, then that's just because of the development of surfing, right? Like, they're a new generation. They surf different. They surf more front-footed. They drive through the turns a little bit better. They like the power. They like the maturity, as Tyler has, but they have an X factor. And for Tyler, she just needs to step up the game, and which she did. She showed today that she has more flair. She looks more dynamic. And that's what the best in the world are so good at. Every year they come with something different.
The event that continued from Maui was owned by Tyler Wright when they were just surprised that they were finishing the contest at Pipeline. So a lot of great performances here behind her. Just finished off with a win in that last heat, and now she's on the glass with AJ.
Great way to start the season, Tyler. A heat win, always a nice one to get under your belt as early as possible. How does it give you confidence starting out this 2025 season?
Honestly, it's just nice to catch some waves. It's really pretty out there, and the storm's coming in, and yeah, like, I haven't really surfed over a foot at home, and that's like a really playful size. Like, you can actually feel the power of the ocean like kind of come back at you. So it's actually just really nice. And then yeah, like, it's a long year, so it's one of those ones where I don't have too many thoughts past that heat. I'll have the next heat, and that's it. I'm stoked.
You've always been really open with us about talking about your process and how you approach each heat. Did you make any tweaks to that in the off season?
Yeah, I probably think a lot less and enjoy a lot more. I don't know if that's just getting older or that's just kind of, yeah, like, I feel like this year, like, I've been doing this, 14 years now, and you're always critical of yourself. And so, yeah, I feel like this year I'm trying to find that balance of actually enjoying what I'm doing. And last year was rough. I was injured a lot, and actually it sucked. So I feel good, and I'm healthy, and I'm just enjoying surfing, and yeah, that's about it.
It's great to see you back. Thanks, Tyler.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Well done, Tyler Wright, the veteran, the two-time world champ, pipe champ from the past, able to get that heat win. And it's cool when she's really reflective, thinking about all the years she's had. I mean, she's still the youngest to ever win a CT, and now look what she's accomplished. And in that heat, there is kind of that veteran theme. Lakey Peterson has also been around for a long time, advanced on with Tyler to the round of 16. And our friends at 805 were able to catch up with Lakey with her take on the tour in 2025.
Hey, what's up, everyone? It's Lakey Peterson, and this is my tour take on Pipeline. Pipeline's probably the most famous, iconic wave in the world. There's not really a higher notch in your belt you could have than to win out at Pipe. Maybe a world title is the other thing that would be close. Hawaii in general, it's just such rich surfing culture, and the entire coast of the North Shore of Oahu is really just littered with so much talent and history and waves that have really created surfing into what it is today. Pipeline is the most intimidating and challenging wave that I've probably ever surfed or tried to surf, because you have this big wave hitting super shallow reef, and the reef is really dangerous, so it's quite intimidating. So much of pipe is about positioning and where you're taking off. So you really have to kind of know the lineup and know where you are out there. And the wave itself is, yeah, it's just intense, it's beautiful, it's powerful. Something I really always try and do and look for in a heat is just getting a couple decent rides under my belt, because then at least you're gonna have a nice backup score. And you see all the time people losing with a super high score because they didn't back it up. Riding a lot of waves and giving yourself opportunities is something that I definitely try and apply to somewhere like Pipeline, because it's so easy to just sit there for 30 minutes and not catch another wave. Hawaii's a really great place for a lay day. It's obviously beautiful. Usually if we have the day off, I'll go for some sort of a hike, maybe a beach run because the beaches are so beautiful. Jump in the water, nice meal, go get a smoothie somewhere. Oftentimes surfing in Hawaii is really intense. Every time you paddle out somewhere, it feels like it's taking 100% of your focus. And so when we have lay days, I definitely try and take advantage of kind of just turning that off for a minute and really chilling.
Always fun hearing from Lakey Peterson, a tour veteran these days. Her career took off when she was a Grom, went 0 to 100 and became one of the world's best. And cool how she's had a lot of new things to adapt to in the inclusion of Pipeline. The first thing you got to do is start learning the ropes out there. And Jesse, I'm sure you remember like it was yesterday when you first showed up at Pipe and you're like, well, here I go, got to start somewhere.
I mean, this is the hardest lineup for you to figure it out in your life. Like, not just to mention, this is the sketchiest wave, most unpredictable wave you can have on Earth. It's 5 deep water, and you have the locals. And mostly, like 20 years ago is the first time I was here, 21 years ago, and you got to know who you don't want to be in front of, who to respect, and who you paddling on the wave. So it comes with a lot of pressure, and all of these things you got to learn your own and have maybe a few older friends that kind of show you the way.
You're going to make mistakes too.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
That's just part of it. Was it pretty smooth for you, Oz, or did you have some bumps along the way?
Yeah, no, it's still bumpy. I mean, surfing Pipeline in itself is a feat, right? You're trying to catch these giant waves off the reef, and they're just standing up, and they'll rip you to pieces. I mean, they bust your eardrum, your arm, everything. I mean, there's been, take your life. But and before all that, for me to learn the wave and like Jesse was saying, there was a lot of Hawaiians that surfed Pipeline when I started surfing Pipeline, and it was a very scary place for a haole kid. I mean, you literally sat inside and shaking and waiting for somebody to miss the wave, and then you'd try and take off and you'd free fall and eat it or whatever, make the wave, and then you'd have to paddle back out and know that that guy was going to blame you for him missing the wave. So it was like, no matter what, you were going to have a hard time. But it was a process, and let me tell you, once you get over the hump and you find a space out there and you know you're putting your head down and going, is one of the most amazing feelings in the world.
Once you earn, right? Like
you have to earn your spot.
Yeah,
it takes a long time.
Oh, amazing. And a ton of respect always for the wave. Same process that the GOAT went through as well. Coming from Cocoa Beach, Florida, getting out here, he got teased by some of his friends, like, you better go, and he certainly did. He is one of the bravest people you'll ever meet when it comes to putting his head down. But he said it didn't happen overnight. He got more comfortable year after year, and it became his love. Pipeline. Got a house right here on the beach because he loved it so much. And how cool is it celebrating the GOAT today? He is in the water with Italo, also Samuel Pupo, and Kelly just played a nice comfy game. Didn't catch too many waves, picked the right ones, got some looks at the tube, and picked up his 99th heat win at Pipeline.
Unexpected from him. Obviously, you think about Kelly, he's going to find up 100 waves sneaking under everyone's priority, but this one he just had to play kind of a smart heat, and just the only opportunity he had, he got it.
So that cutback is on the same board that he did that killer barrel to cutback combo on the Superbank.
Oh, it's the same one?
Same board.
Wow.
So just carving cutbacks for Kelly Slater. Wow.
That was one of the best cutbacks I think we've ever seen.
Unbelievable.
Right? And that's 2 years ago? Probably?
Was 2 years ago.
It feels like it.
It feels like it.
Yeah.
Right?
Whenever
so that
it was.
Barrel to like crazy carve. That thing was lethal. So same board.
Same board.
Wow. That's when you know it's a magic board. You can have as many boards as he wants, saving that one. and it got him another heat win as he moves on into the next round. So now we're trying to pick which day we might run out here for the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by YETI. Our friends at Surfline telling us, well, we better batten down the hatches for the next couple of days. So things are going to get pretty wet here. The whole behind-the-scenes crew is going to board up this whole place, shut down the broadcast. We're expecting some weather, Jesse.
I know. I actually heard some locals saying this is the most weather we got in the last few years, I heard. I don't know how much of that's true, but it looks like we have plenty of wind and water coming our way. And some also swell, like mostly towards the end of the forecast as we see it.
So as we see the next 4 days, we're actually skipping to Sunday because we already know Thursday, Friday off. Next call will be Friday afternoon for potential Saturday start. Expecting the winds to clean up a bit on Sunday. We're then looking at maybe even better conditions, even bigger swell Monday through Wednesday.
Yeah, we are going to be running into a mix of different swells. We've got a pretty solid north-northwest pushing down, which is kind of going to be a dominant swell with the size. And then on, I think, Monday, Tuesday, we have that other northwest swell pushing in, with a good direction. So that's going to be what we're hoping to hold on to for this window and hope that that's a dominant, beats out the north-northeast and becomes the dominant and really shows us some beautiful lines coming in here at Pipeline.
Jesse, as a former competitor on the CT, would you be studying these maps and trying to get your head around it when you knew you had a couple days off, or were you kind of a wake up and check it kind of guy?
Well, you have expectations, right? Like I always loved seeing charts and trying to predict what I was going to do, but it seems like, nature always gives something different and throws a curvy ball at you. So I don't know, mostly so much northeast swell coming, like we're probably going to see a lot of sand moving as well. So it's hard to predict what we're going to see at the last few days. But the good thing is we have a solid north-northwest swell, which is more favorable for Pipeline than it is today. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we get good waves.
Wake up and check it.
Wake up and check.
That's the way to do it.
It's a good
and
thing.
as Liam McNamara tells me, he's like, hey, buoy 1 doesn't lie. That's a buoy that's about 180 nautical miles off the coast of Kauai.
And thank you, Liam, because he was the one that really helped me out here with the lineup.
Love it. Always helping out. As we get to a fun part of the 805 post show, the Eero Top 5 moments of the day. And it was opening day for competition. Really enjoyed seeing the whole tour coming back into action. And this young woman, fresh off a World Junior title, picked up another big win to go straight to the round of 16.
That was some incredible, just precision surfing. Even though she didn't finish that wave, look at the way she's attacking the lip in the most vertical, most critical part of the wave. I'm really impressed with the confidence because I've seen her surf for a long time. She's always looked like she's had the talent, but right now she has the confidence.
That's right. Lulu getting the 5 spot, and the return of the 2-time world champ, Felipe Toledo, hits the number 4 spot.
A funny story, I was actually going down from here to the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I asked, hey, the winds are good. I hope Felipe does some airs. And then my friends looked at me, I was like, did you miss the first wave? You already done one. Back in action.
We missed you, Toledo. Welcome back. Simmers gets the number 3 spot, Was.
How was that arc? I mean, I just thought about Gerlach right there. I mean, there's so much beautiful old school surfing mixed in with the new school world of Caity Simmers.
Kelly Slater, the GOAT, getting the number 2 spot. Great positioning, nice and barrel today.
Look how calm he looks always on the barrel, and that's what makes him so deadly out here. Look, barely moves, just perfect positioning. Don't overrun the wave. Doesn't get too deep to the point that he's going to get clamped. It's just perfection. Knows that wave too well.
Beautiful roundhouse cutty that Strider was referencing earlier on that same board he rode on the Gold Coast of Australia. Timeless is Kelly. And winning the post show and the Eero Top 5 moments, Ian Govea back on tour, beat John today.
Yeah, this was an amazing tube ride that I was standing over there with Renato Hickel. We were watching, and he took off on the wave, and Renato kind of looked at it like, oh, maybe he's too deep, but then all of a sudden you could just see his board line coming through, and I mean, he was so deep and beautiful, great navigation and technical ability to ride over the foam ball and come out of that barrel.
And just to mention, 22 stitches under his knee cap, so that's pretty gnarly.
Super gnarly. Wow. He was still super bendy and flexible.
Still doing that.
Look at that. It was cool when Ian was on tour in the past and Pipe was the final event of the season and he was under pressure to re-qualify and he could not sleep because all he thought about was falling off tour. And he ended up getting a semifinal finish, throwing himself into crazy pits. It's just thrilling to see him back on tour.
He surfed a heat kind of similar to this against Felipe Toledo, and he paddled out. The wind started to come. He started crying on the channel there. It was like, it's done for me. And somehow Pull and Miracle got those backside barrels as we saw it and went in to get third and qualified himself.
I love seeing the emotion out of Gouveia. You know, when we were watching the post-heat interview and he saw some tears in his eyes, you know, David Silva was like, hey, if he cries, I'm going to cry. You know, just everyone loves that guy. He's had a long hiatus from the championship tour, and to get a win like this, hopefully he gets on a roll.
Yeah, good times, goofy foot times. That's what we love.
Let's go Goofies.
I can't wait. I mean, I feel a Brazilian push again this year too.
Yeah.
I just feel it. Those guys they're so hungry and they want it so bad. They look so good in the water right now. I'm just like, you know, Italo's looking like he's on fire. Toledo's back. There's some momentum.
So much happiness when we have a lot to discuss like this. Cuts moved to 7 events. We've got Jay Bay back. Lowers is a regular season event. There's so much good things happening. Hope you enjoyed opening day of competition. Next call will be Friday afternoon for a potential start on Saturday for the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by YETI. We'll see you then. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.